gift, but it has been unquestionably stimulated by the high rate of wages. 4. The entrepreneur seeks to economize human labor the more it costs him. On the other hand, when machinery gives greater productive force to the laborer, it is possible to pay him more. This was one outcome of Eli Whitney's focus on interchangeable parts, which strove to build standard pieces that could be combined in different ways, making it easier for unskilled workers to produce guns. Whitney himself described his objective as to substitute correct and effective operations of machinery for that skill of the artist which is acquired only by long practice and experience, a species of skill which is not possessed in this country to any considerable extent.
美国土地和资本丰富，但劳动力，尤其是熟练劳动力稀缺。移居美国的少量工匠享受的工资和议价能力比他们在家乡时更高。这种高成本的熟练劳动力意味着美国的发明不仅优先考虑自动化，还寻找提高低技能工人生产率的方法。正如后来担任机械工程师学会会长的约瑟夫·惠特沃斯在1851年访问美国工业时所说，劳动阶级人数相对较少，但这一点被抵消了。实际上可以被视为几乎每个工业部门都热衷于引入机械援助的主要原因之一。1897年，一位访问美国钢铁厂、丝绸工厂和包装厂的法国人伊勒瓦瑟尔也表示，美国人的发明天才也许是天生的，但无疑受到了高工资的刺激。因为企业家寻求节省人力劳动，尤其是当人力劳动成本更高时。另一方面，当机械使劳动者的生产率更高时，就可以支付更高的工资。这是一来，惠特尼专注于可互换部件的一个结果，他努力制造可以以不同方式组合的标准件，使非熟练工人更容易生产枪支。惠特尼本人描述他的目标是用机械的正确和有效的操作来替代艺术家的技能，这种技能只有通过长期的实践和经验才能获得。这种技能在这个国家并不广泛存在。
Most European technology, including in Britain, relied on skilled craftsmen to adjust parts depending on their use. The new approach did not just reduce the need for skilled labor. Whitney aimed at building a systems approach, combining specialized machinery and labor to increase efficiency. The gains were evident to the British Parliamentary Committee inspecting American arms factories using interchangeable parts. The workman whose business it is to assemble or set up the arms takes the different parts promiscuously from a row of boxes and uses nothing but the turn screw to put the musket together, excepting on the slot, which contains the band springs, which have to be squared out at one end with a small chisel. This was not a dog-killing technology, however. A former superintendent at Samuel Colt's Armory noted that interchangeable parts reduced labor requirements by about 50%, but required first-class labor and the highest prices paid for it. In fact, quality output could not be produced without the involvement of well-trained labor.
大多数欧洲技术，包括英国的技术，都依赖熟练工匠根据用途调整部件。新的方法不仅减少了对熟练劳动力的需求，惠特尼旨在建立一种系统方法，结合专用机械和劳动力以提高效率。英国议会委员会在检查使用可互换部件的美国武器工厂时，这种改进显而易见。负责组装或安装武器的工人从一排箱子中随意取出不同的部件，除了用于安装弹簧的槽需要用小凿子进行方形切割外，只需用螺丝刀将步枪组装在一起。然而，这并不是一种降低技能的技术。萨缪尔·科尔特军火库的一位前主管指出，可互换部件将劳动力需求减少了约 50%， 但需要一流的劳动力并支付最高的工资。事实上，没有高素质劳动力的参与，就无法生产出高质量的产品。
What became known, rather grandly, as the American system of manufacturing had a slow start. Whitney's first order of guns was delivered to the federal government almost a decade late. All the same, it expanded rapidly thereafter as arms production was revolutionized in the first half of the 19th century. Next was the turn of sewing machines. The company that manufacturer Nathaniel Wheeler formed with inventor Allen B. Wilson started out producing fewer than 800 machines in 1853 using traditional handcraft methods. By the 1870s, it had introduced interchangeable parts and new specialized machine tools, and its annual output exceeded 170,000 units. Soon the Singer Sewing Machine Company went further, combining interchangeable parts, specialized machinery, and better designs, and was producing more than 500,000 units per year. Woodworking and then bicycles were the next industries to be transformed by the American system of manufacturing.
被称为美国制造体系的这一系统有一个缓慢的开端。惠特尼的第一批枪支订单几乎晚了10年才交付给联邦政府。尽管如此，随着武器生产在19世纪上半叶的革命性发展，这一系统迅速扩展。接下来轮到了缝纫机。制造商内森·惠勒与发明家艾伦·B. 威尔逊合作的公司1853年使用传统手工方法生产的缝纫机不到800台。到了1870年代，该公司引入了可互换部件和新的专用机床，年产量超过了17万台。不久，辛格缝纫机公司更进一步，结合了可互换部件、专用机械和更好的设计，年产量超过了50万台。随后，木工和自行车行业也受到了美国制造体系的改造。
In 1831, Cyrus McCormick invented a mechanical reaper. In 1848, he moved his production to Chicago, making more than 500 each year to sell to farmers on the prairie. Increasing farmer productivity boosted North American grain production, made food cheaper around the world, and pushed young people to move from rural areas to burgeoning cities.
1831年，塞勒斯·麦考密克发明了机械收割机。1848年，他将生产牵制芝加哥，每年生产超过500台，销售给大草原上的农民。农民生产力的提高推动了北美粮食产量的增长，使全球食品价格下降，并促使年轻人从农村迁往迅速发展的城市。
According to the 1914 Census of Manufacturers, there were already 409 machine tool establishments in the United States. Many of the machines were superior to those produced anywhere else in the world. As early as in the 1850s, the report of the British Committee on the Machinery of the U.S. noted,
根据1914年的制造业普查，美国已经有409家机床制造企业，许多机器的性能优于世界上任何其他地方生产的机器。早在1850年代，英国委员会关于美国机械的报告就指出，
As regards the class of machinery usually employed by engineers and machine makers, they are upon the whole behind those of England. But in the adaptation of special apparatus to a single operation in almost all branches of industry, the Americans display an amount of ingenuity, combined with undaunted energy, which as a nation we would well do to imitate, if we mean to hold our present position in the great market of the world.
关于工程师和机械制造商通常使用的机械类别，总体上来说，他们落后于英国，但在几乎所有工业领域中，美国人将特殊设备适应单一操作的能力表现出了一种结合了无畏精神的独创性。作为一个国家，如果我们希望保持在世界大市场中的现有地位，我们确实应该效仿。
Soon aided by steamships and the telegraph, these machines were spreading in Britain, Canada, and Europe, raising wages for both skilled and unskilled workers, as they had done in the United States. In 1854, Samuel Colt opened an armory by the Thames in London. Singer established a factory in Scotland in 1869, capable of making 4,000 machines per week, and another one in Montreal, Canada, following soon thereafter.
随着蒸汽船和电报的助力，这些机器在英国、加拿大和欧洲迅速普及，提高了熟练和非熟练工人的工资，就像他们在美国所做的那样。1854年，塞缪尔·科尔特在伦敦泰晤士河畔开设了一家军械库。1869年，辛格在苏格兰建立了一家工厂，每周可生产4000台机器，并很快在加拿大蒙特利尔建立了另一家工厂。
Indeed, the potential of new machinery to increase efficiency was long recognized in British metal and machine tool industries. Following Watt's improvements in the steam engine and using the cotton machinery invented by Arkwright, a British expert noted,
实际上，新机械提高效率的潜力在英国的金属和机床行业中早已被认识到。在瓦特改进蒸汽机并使用阿克莱特发明的棉纺机械之后，一位英国专家指出，
The only obstacle to the attainment of so desirable an end, increasing production of cotton and other goods, consisted in our almost entire dependence upon manual dexterity for the formation and production of such machines as were required, the necessity of more trustworthy and productive agents rendered some change in the system imperative. In short, a sudden demand for machinery of unwanted accuracy arose, while the stock of workmen then existing were neither adequate in respect to number or ability to meet the wants of the time.
实现这一令人向往的目标，增加棉花和其他商品的生产的唯一障碍在于，我们几乎完全依赖手工技艺来制造和生产所需的机器，而需要更可靠和高效的代理，使得系统必须进行一些改变。简而言之，突然对精度更高的机械产生了需求，而当时现有的工人无论在数量上还是能力上都无法满足时代的需求。
These machinery and production methods were adopted and increased productivity in British industry, while also expanding the set of tasks and opportunities for workers.
这些机械和生产方法被采用并提高了英国工业的生产率，同时扩大了工人的任务和机会范围。
Technological change is never enough by itself to raise wages, however. Workers also need to get more bargaining power vis-a-vis employers, which they did in the second half of the 19th century. As industry expanded, firms competed for market share and for workers. Workers began to obtain higher wages through collective bargaining. This was the culmination of a long process that had started at the beginning of the century and reached fruition only in 1871, when trade unions became fully legal. This institutional transformation strengthened and in turn was supported by a broader push for political representation.
然而，单靠技术变革本身还不足以提高工资。工人还需要在与雇主的谈判中获得更多的议价能力，这在19世纪下半叶得以实现。随着工业的扩张，企业为了市场份额和工人而竞争，工人开始通过集体谈判获得更高的工资。这是始于世纪初的一个长期过程的最终结果，直到1871年工会完全合法化，这一过程才得以完成。这一制度转型得到了加强，并反过来得到了更广泛的政治代表权推动的支持。
The Age of Countervailing Powers.
对抗力量的时代。
The first phase of the British Industrial Revolution was shaped by a vision that guided technology and determined how the benefits of new industrial machinery would be shared, or not. A different path for technology and distributing the gains from higher productivity necessarily implied a different vision.
英国工业革命的第一阶段是由一种愿景所塑造的，这种愿景指导了技术的发展，并决定了新的工业机械带来的利益将如何分配或者不分配。技术路径和分配更高生产率收益的不同方式，必然意味着不同的愿景。
A first step in this process was the realization that, in the name of progress, much of the population was being impoverished. A second was for people to organize and exercise countervailing powers against those who had control over the direction of technology and enriched themselves in the process.
这一过程的第一步是认识到，以进步的名义，许多人口正在陷入贫困。第二步是人们组织起来，行使对抗那些控制技术方向，并在这一过程中 enrich 自己的力量。
In medieval society, such organization was difficult, not just because of persuasion by the Society of Orders, but also because the coordination and exchange of ideas were hampered by the structure of agricultural economy. Industries and densely settled cities changed that. As the statement from the British writer and radical John Thelwall in the prologue illustrates, factories helped workers organize because, again in Thelwall's words, now, though every workshop cannot have a Socrates within the pale of its own society, nor even every manufacturing town a man of such wisdom, virtue, and opportunities to instruct them, yet a sort of Socratic spirit will necessarily grow up, wherever large bodies of men assemble, italics in original. Out of this concentration of workers and factories and cities came several movements agitating for better working conditions and political rights. Perhaps the most important was Chartism.
在中世纪社会，这样的组织是困难的，不仅因为等级社会的说服力，还因为农业经济的结构阻碍了思想的协调和交流。工业和人口密集的城市改变了这一点。正如序言中英国作家和激进分子约翰·塞尔沃尔的声明所说明的那样，工厂帮助工人组织起来，因为正如塞尔沃尔所说，现在虽然每个车间不可能有自己的苏格拉底，甚至每个制造业城市也不可能有这样智慧、美德和机会来教导他们的人，但一种苏格拉底精神必然会在大量人群聚集的地方产生。原文写体。 随着工人在工厂和城市中的集中，出现了多个争取更好工作条件和政治权利的运动，其中最重要的是宪章运动。
The People's Charter, drafted in 1838, focused on political rights. At that time, only about 18% of the adult male population in Britain had the right to vote, up from less than 10% before the 1832 Reform Act. The driving force of Chartism was the creation of a more radical Magna Carta, focused on the rights of ordinary people.
人民宪章于1838年起草，主要关注政治权利。当时，英国只有大约18%的成年男性有投票权，而在1832年改革法案之前，这一比例不到10%。宪章运动的推动力是创建一个更加激进的大宪章，重点是普通人的权利。
The 6 demands of the People's Charter were the right to vote for all men over the age of 21, no property ownership requirement to become a member of Parliament, annual parliamentary elections, division of the country into 300 equal electoral districts, payment of members of Parliament, and secret ballots. Chartists understood that these demands were critical for creating a fairer society. Leading Chartist J.R. Stevens argued in 1839 that the question of universal suffrage is a knife and fork question, a bread and cheese question. By universal suffrage, I mean to say that every working man in the land has a right to a good coat on his back, a good hat on his head, a good roof for the shelter of his household, and a good dinner upon his table.
人民宪章的6项要求是：所有21岁以上的男性都有投票权，成为国会议员无需拥有财产，每年举行一次议会选举，将国家划分为300个平等的选区，支付国会议员薪酬以及秘密投票。宪章派认为，这些要求对于建立一个更公平的社会至关重要。宪章派领袖 J.R. 斯蒂芬斯在1839年争论道：普选权是一个刀叉问题，一个面包和奶酪问题。通过普选权，我的意思是说，每个工人有权在背上穿一件好外套，头上戴一顶好帽子，为家人提供一个遮风避雨的屋顶，以及餐桌上有一顿好饭。
Chartist demands seem entirely reasonable today, and they gathered strong backing at the time, receiving more than 3 million signatures in support. But the Chartists ran into stiff opposition from the people who controlled the political system. All the Chartist petitions were rejected by Parliament, which refused to consider any legislation to improve representation. After several Chartist leaders were arrested and imprisoned, the movement lost steam and disintegrated in the late 1840s.
今天看来，宪章派的要求似乎完全合理，当时也得到了广泛的支持，收到了超过300万个签名支持。但宪章派遭到了控制政治体系的人们的强烈反对。宪章派的所有请愿都被议会拒绝，议会拒绝考虑任何改善代表制的立法。在几名宪章派领导人被捕并入狱后，运动失去了动力，并在1840年代末解体。
Yet the demand for political representation among the working classes did not disappear with the demise of the Chartists. Their baton was picked up by the National Reform Union and the Reform League in the 1860s. In 1866, riots broke out in Hyde Park as people organized for political reform. In response, the Second Reform Act of 1867 extended the right to vote to male heads of households over age 21 and male lodgers paying at least £10 per year in rent, doubling the electorate. The 1872 Reform Act introduced the secret ballot, and in 1884, legislation extended the franchise further, enabling about 2/3 of men to vote.
然而，工人阶级对政治代表权的需求并没有随着宪章派的消亡而消失。他们的接力棒被1860年代的全国改革联盟和改革联盟接过了。1866年，人们为政治改革组织活动，海德公园爆发了骚乱。作为回应，1867年的第2次改革法案将投票权扩展到了21岁以上的男性户主和每年支付至少10英镑租金的男性租户，使选民人数翻了一番。1872年的改革法案引入了秘密投票。1884年，立法进一步扩大了选举权，使大约2/3的男性获得了投票权。
The Chartists also broke new ground in terms of organizing workers, and the rise of the trade union movement proved to have staying power. Although workers organized and went on strike, forming labor unions for collective bargaining was in principle illegal in the first half of the 19th century. Changing this became one of the main political aims of the reform movement that started with the Chartists.
宪章派在组织工人方面也开辟了新的道路，工会运动的兴起证明了其持久的力量。尽管工人组织起来并罢工，但在19世纪上半叶，成立工会进行集体谈判在原则上是非法的。改变这一点成为从宪章派开始的改革运动的主要政治目标之一。
Their pressure was critical for the ultimate formation of the Royal Commission on Trade Unions in 1867, which led to the full legalization of union activities under the Trade Union Act of 1871. The Labor Representation Committee, formed under the auspices of new unionism, became the basis of the Labor Party, providing political voice and a more institutionalized foundation for the working people's ability to stand up to employers and to demand legislation.
他们的压力对于1867年成立的皇家贸易工会委员会的最终形成至关重要，这导致了1871年贸易工会法的全面合法化。在新工会主义的指导下成立的劳工代表委员会成为了工党的基础，为工人阶级提供了政治声音和更加制度化的基础，使他们能够对抗雇主并要求立法。
This organization and the success of Chartism had much to do with the prevalence of industry and the fact that most people now worked and lived closely packed together in urban areas. By 1850, nearly 40% of all British people lived in cities. By 1900, urban residents constituted almost 70% of the total population. As Thelwall had anticipated, organizing workers proved much easier in big cities than had ever been the case in agricultural societies.
这一组织和宪章运动的成功与工业的普及，以及大多数人现在在城市中密集居住和工作有很大关系。到1850年，近40%的英国人生活在城市中；到1900年，城市居民占总人口的近70%。正如塞尔沃尔所预期的那样，组织工人在大城市中比在农业社会中要容易得多。
There were also major changes in how government operated. Pressure for democratization was an important element here. Fear of full-fledged democracy was a major motivation in the minds of even the most conservative politicians, encouraging incremental reforms through legislation. In advance of introducing the first Reform Act of 1832, which increased the electorate from 400,000 to more than 650,000 and reorganized constituencies to be more representative, Whig Prime Minister Earl Grey declared, I have never supported universal suffrage in annual parliaments, nor any other of those very extensive changes which have been, I regret to say, too much promulgated in this country, and promulgated by gentlemen from whom better things might have been expected.
政府运作方式也发生了重大变化，民主化压力是其中的一个重要因素。即使是保守派政治家也担心全面民主，这促使他们通过立法进行渐进式改革。在1832年第一次改革法案出台前，该法案将选民人数从40万增加到65万以上，并重新组织选区，以更具代表性。辉格党首相格雷伯爵宣布：“我不支持，我从未支持过普选权和每年召开议会，也不支持其他任何在英国被过度宣传的广泛变革。这些变革令人遗憾地被一些本应有更好表现的绅士所宣传。”
The same was true of the later reforms as well, especially when they were spearheaded by conservative politicians. For example, Benjamin Disraeli broke with Robert Peel's Tory government over repealing the Corn Law in 1848. He propelled himself to prominence and eventually became prime minister by aligning with landowners who wanted to keep grain prices high through continued tariffs on imports. At the same time, he courted broader support with political reforms, jingoism, and one-nation conservatism. Disraeli was also the architect of the Second Reform Act of 1867, which doubled the electorate, and he did not oppose factory reform legislation. Rural landowners who supported him did not want a revolution to start in manufacturing cities.
后来的改革也是如此，尤其是当这些改革由保守派政治家领导时。例如，本杰明·迪斯雷利在1848年因废除谷物法与罗伯特·皮尔的托利党政府决裂。他通过与希望继续通过进口关税保持高粮价的土地所有者结盟，提升了自己的地位，并最终成为首相。同时，他还通过政治改革、民族主义和异国保守主义来争取更广泛的支持。 迪斯雷利还是1867年第二次改革法案的设计师，该法案使选民人数翻了一番，而且他并不反对工厂改革立法。支持他的农村土地所有者不希望在制造业城市爆发革命。
Together with political reform came sweeping changes in the civil service. Previously, many government jobs were treated as sinecures. When it came to policy, most officials took a harsh view on what the poor really needed, as seen in the design and implementation of the new poor law.
随着政治改革，文官制度也发生了重大变化。以前，许多政府职位被视为闲职。在政策方面，大多数官员对穷人真正需要的东西持严厉态度，这在新济贫法的设计和实施中可见一斑。
But starting in mid-century, some officials began to gain a degree of autonomy and pursue what could reasonably be regarded as a broader social interest. Benthamite ideas of social efficiency had previously been used to justify policies that can only be described as mean. As better data were collected, it became clear that the market process would not necessarily lead to improvement in social conditions, which was exactly the lesson drawn from the Royal Commission on Children's Work.
但从中世纪开始，一些官员开始获得一定程度的自主权，并追求可以合理视为更广泛社会利益的目标。边沁的社会效率思想曾被用来为只能描述为刻薄的政策辩护。随着数据的收集更加完善，人们逐渐明白，市场过程并不一定会导致社会条件的改善，这正是从皇家儿童劳动委员会得出的教训。
Sanitation is a perfect example of this shift. As we have seen, by the 1840s, burgeoning British manufacturing cities had become cesspools, and most people's living quarters were rife with deadly bacteria and other pathogens. With waste from backyard privies that were seldom emptied, the stench became unbearable, barely imaginable by anyone alive today. Sewers existed in some places, but these were designed mostly to handle rainwater and prevent flooding. For a long time, there were no attempts to improve public infrastructure. In fact, in many jurisdictions, it was illegal to connect flushing toilets to sewers.
卫生是一个很好的例子，说明了这种转变。正如我们所见，到1840年代，英国新兴的制造业城市已经变成了污水横流的地方，大多数人的居住区充满了致命的细菌和其他病原体。由于后院的厕所很少清理，恶臭变得难以忍受，今天的人们几乎无法想象。虽然有些地方有下水道，但这些下水道主要是为了处理雨水和防止洪水。很长一段时间内，没有人尝试改善公共基础设施。事实上，在许多地方，将抽水马桶连接到下水道是违法的。
Edwin Chadwick changed all of that. He was a follower of Jeremy Bentham, but over time he started paying more attention to the plight of ordinary people. He undertook an extensive investigation into urban sanitary conditions, with a particular focus on new manufacturing cities. His report on this topic, which appeared in 1842, created a sensation and brought the issue to the top of the political agenda.
埃德温·查德威克改变了这一切。他是杰里米·边沁的追随者，但随着时间的推移，他开始更加关注普通人的困境。他进行了广泛的调查，研究城市卫生状况，特别关注新的制造业城市。1842年，他关于这一主题的报告引起了轰动，将这一问题推到了政治议程的首位。
Chadwick also clarified that with different choices of technology and building of better sewer systems, waste could be cleaned and the spread of diseases much reduced. The idea was to bring water into the home on a continuous basis and use that water to flush human waste out through pipes to places where it could be processed safely. For this, the shape and construction of sewers needed to change. Previously, sewers in Britain were made from brick and were primarily designed to be places where sediment would collect. Periodically, municipal workers would dig down and remove enough brick to empty the sewer by hand. In contrast, with different choices on how to engineer the sewer system, wastewater could run continually through egg-shaped terracotta pipes, scouring and cleaning as it flowed. Although there was quite a bit of opposition to his innovations, Chadwick prevailed, and the organization of cities was revolutionized, resulting in tremendous improvements in public health.
查德威克还阐明，通过选择不同的技术和建设更好的下水道系统，可以清洁废物，大大减少疾病的传播。他的想法是将水持续引入家庭， 并使用这些水通过管道将人类废物冲走，送到可以安全处理的地方。为此，下水道的形状和结构需要改变。以前，英国的下水道是用砖块建造的，主要是设计成沉积物聚集的地方。定期，市政工人会挖下去，移除足够的砖块，用手清空下水道。相比之下，通过不同的下水道系统工程选择，废水可以通过蛋形陶土管道持续流动，流动过程中会冲刷和清洁。尽管他的创新遇到了相当大的反对，查德威克还是取得了胜利。城市的组织方式发生了革命性的变化，公共健康得到了极大的改善。
Remarkably, the political consensus shifted during this process as well. Even conservatives who stood for traditional values and the importance of protecting private property were persuaded by the need for better sanitation. Speaking in Manchester in April 1872, Disraeli spoke strongly in favor of sanitary improvement and improving public health more broadly.
令人惊讶的是，在这一过程中，政治共识也发生了转变。即使是那些主张传统价值观和保护私有财产重要性的保守派，也被说服需要更好的卫生条件。1872年4月，迪斯雷利在曼彻斯特发表演讲时，强烈支持卫生改善和更广泛的公共卫生改善。
A land may be covered with historic trophies, with museums of science and galleries of art, with universities and with libraries. The people may be civilized and ingenious. The country may be even famous in the annals and action of the world. But, gentlemen, if the population every 10 years decreases, and the stature of the race every 10 years diminishes, the history of that country will soon be the history of the past.
一个国家可能遍布历史遗迹、科学博物馆和艺术画廊、大学和图书馆，人民可能文明而聪明。这个国家甚至可能在世界的历史和行动中享有盛名。但是，先生们，如果每10年人口减少，每10年种族的身高也在下降，那么这个国家的历史很快就会成为过去的历史。
Policy became responsive to public pressure, and policymakers had to think about their social responsibilities. Nobody wanted epidemics or premature death, either from disease or dangerous working conditions. Not when voters could kick politicians out of office and trade unions kept the pressure up.
政策变得对公众压力做出回应，政策制定者不得不考虑他们的社会责任。没有人希望发生流行病或因疾病或危险的工作条件导致的早逝，尤其是在选民可以将政治家赶下台、工会持续施加压力的情况下。
Poverty for the rest.
其余人的贫困。
We can follow the frontier of technological advances of the 19th century across Britain and the United States. But it would be wrong to think that innovations had their most consequential effects in these economies. Nor is it reasonable to presume that new technology's impact was similar across places. Countries made different choices on how to use the available technological know-how, with very distinct implications.
我们可以追踪19世纪技术进步的前沿，从英国到美国，但认为这些创新对这些经济体产生了最深远的影响是错误的。同样，假设新技术的影响在各地相似也是不合理的。各国在如何利用现有的技术知识方面做出了不同的选择，这些选择产生了截然不同的影响。
In fact, even technologies that created the beginnings of shared prosperity in Britain could, and did, plunge hundreds of millions of people around the world into deeper misery. This can be seen most clearly for people caught up in the rapidly expanding global web of raw materials and manufactured goods.
事实上，即使是在英国创造了共享繁荣开端的技术，也确实使世界各地数亿人陷入了更深的苦难。这一点在那些被迅速扩展的全球原材料和制成品网络卷入的人们身上表现得最为明显。
In 1700, India had some of the most advanced ceramics, metalworking, and printed textile products in the world, all produced by highly skilled artisans who were well paid by the standards of the time. The much coveted Damascus steel was from India, and its calico and muslin were greatly prized in England. In response, the English woolen goods industry lobbied successfully for import restrictions in order to keep out the high-quality Indian textiles.
1700年，印度拥有世界上一些最先进的陶瓷、金属加工和印染纺织品，这些产品都是由当时技艺高超且薪酬丰厚的手工艺人制作的。备受追捧的大马士革钢产自印度， 其卡利科棉布和棉平布在英国非常受欢迎。作为回应，英国羊毛制品行业成功游说政府实施进口限制，以阻止高质量的印度纺织品进入市场。
Despite being established to pursue the spice trade, in its early years, the East India Company's commercial success was based on bringing finished cotton textiles and clothing into Britain. The company also organized production of cotton clothing in India because that is where skilled workers and the raw materials were. In the first 100 or so years of British control over parts of India, exports of finished cotton goods to Europe rose.
尽管东印度公司最初是为了追求香料贸易而成立的，但在其早期，公司的商业成功主要依赖于将成品棉纺织品和服装带入英国。公司还在印度组织生产棉质服装，因为那里有熟练的工人和原材料。在英国控制印度部分地区的大约前100年里，成品棉织品对欧洲的出口量有所增加。
Then came the innovation of harnessing water power for operating machines that could spin initially silk to be used with cotton, and subsequently cotton itself. Britain had fast-moving water and plenty of capital willing to invest. The cost of transporting raw cotton to Liverpool was low relative to the price of the final product.
随后出现了利用水力驱动机器的创新，这些机器最初用于纺丝与棉混纺，后来用于纺棉。英国拥有快速流动的水源和大量愿意投资的资本，将原棉运往利物浦的成本相对于最终产品的价格来说相对较低。
The East India Company had prevented the export of cotton goods back to India, but this part of its monopoly on trade ended in 1813, resulting in a massive inflow of textiles, particularly from Lancashire, into the Indian market. This was the beginning of the deindustrialization of the Indian economy. By the second half of the 1800s, domestic spinners supplied no more than 25% of the country's market, and probably less. Village artisans were driven out of business by cheap imports and had to fall back on growing food or other crops. India urbanized from 1800 to 1850, with the share of population living in urban areas declining from around 10% to under 9%.
东印度公司曾阻止棉织品出口回印度，但这一贸易垄断在1813年结束，导致大量纺织品，尤其是来自兰开夏的纺织品涌入印度市场。这是印度经济去工业化的开始。到19世纪下半叶，国内纺纱业供应的市场份额已不足 25%， 可能更低。乡村手工艺人因廉价进口商品而被迫退出市场，不得不转而种植粮食或其他作物。从1800年到1850年，印度的城市化程度下降，城市人口比例从约 10% 降至不足 9%。
There was much more to come. Members of the British elite were convinced that they should remake Indian society, purportedly to civilize it, but in reality for their own ends. Lord Dalhousie, Governor-General of India in the early 1850s, was adamant that India needed to adopt Western institutions, administration, and technology. Railways, Lord Dalhousie argued, will afford to India the best security which can now be devised for the continued extension of these great measures of public improvement and for the consequent increase of the prosperity and wealth in the territories committed to its charge.
还有更多的事情接踵而至。英国精英阶层坚信他们应该重塑印度社会，名义上是为了文明化，但实际上是为了他们自己的目的。1850年代初，担任印度总督的达勒豪斯勋爵坚决认为，印度需要采用西方的制度、管理和技术。达勒豪斯勋爵认为，铁路将为印度提供目前可以设计的最佳保障，以继续扩大这些重要的公共改进措施，并因此增加其管辖领土的繁荣和财富。
But instead of economic modernization, railways brought British economic interests, and they intensified control over the Indian population. In his memorandum of April 20, 1853, which shaped policy in the subcontinent for nearly a century, Dalhousie made the case for rail in 3 parts: to improve access to raw cotton for Britain, to sell European manufactured goods in more remote parts of India, and to attract British capital in railway undertakings, hoping that this would subsequently lead to engagement in other industrial activities.
但铁路带来的不是经济现代化，而是英国经济利益的渗透，以及对印度人口的更严格控制。在1853年4月20日的备忘录中，达勒豪斯提出了铁路政策的3个部分： 这一政策在次大陆影响了近1个世纪，改善英国获取原棉的途径，在印度更偏远地区销售欧洲制造商品，吸引英国资本投资铁路项目，希望这将随后带动其他工业活动的参与。
The first train line was built in 1852-1853, using the latest available techniques. Modern engines were imported from England. Dalhousie was right about the value of increased access to raw cotton. Between 1848 and 1856, India further deindustrialized, and its export of raw cotton doubled, making the country primarily an exporter of agricultural products. India also became a significant exporter of items such as sugar, silk, saltpeter, and indigo, and greatly increased its exports of opium. From the mid-1800s until the 1880s, opium was India's largest export, sold mostly by the British to China.
第一条铁路线建于1852-1853年，使用了当时最先进的技术。现代机车是从英国进口的。道尔豪斯关于增加获取原棉途径的价值的观点是正确的。1848年至1856年间，印度进一步去工业化，其原棉出口量翻了一番，使该国主要成为农产品出口国。印度还成为糖、丝绸、硝石和靛蓝等商品的重要出口国，并大大增加了鸦片的出口量。从19世纪中叶到1880年代，鸦片是印度最大的出口商品，主要由英国人卖给中国。
Indian railways did increase internal trade, allowing for a reduction in price differences across faraway places. There was also some boost to agricultural incomes. Bullocks were not an effective substitute means of transportation, and the inland waterway system was not competitive. But there was no significant impact on the iron and steel industry, and most of the rolling stock for Indian railways was purchased from Britain. In 1921, India was still not able to build locomotives.
印度铁路确实增加了国内贸易，减少了远距离地区之间的价格差异，农业收入也有所增加。牛车不是有效的替代运输方式，内陆水运系统也不具竞争力。但对钢铁行业没有显著影响，印度铁路的大部分车辆都是从英国购买的。到1921年，印度仍然无法制造机车。
Even worse, the railways became an instrument of oppression, both by commission and omission. The commission was explicit. Rail was used to move troops around the country in response to local trouble. A good railway network can reduce the cost of repression, and this was a key part of how a few thousand British officials could rule over a population of more than 300 million.
更糟糕的是，铁路成为压迫的工具，无论是主动还是被动。这种压迫是明确的，铁路被用来在全国范围内调动军队，以应对地方骚乱。良好的铁路网络可以降低镇压成本，这是少数几千名英国官员能够统治超过3亿人口的关键部分。
The omission part was more horrific. When famine struck in various parts of the country, it would have been possible to bring food in by rail. However, at key moments in the 1870s and again in Bengal in the 1940s, under Winston Churchill's wartime administration, the British authorities declined to do so, and millions of Indians died.
更可怕的是被省略的部分。当饥荒在全国各地爆发时，本可以通过铁路运输粮食。然而，在19世纪70年代的关键时刻，以及在1940年代温斯顿·丘吉尔战时政府统治下的孟加拉，英国当局拒绝这样做，导致数百万印度人死亡。
Plenty of excuses were, and still are, given, but the fact remains that the British never invested enough in irrigation, inland waterways, and clean water, and they never focused the power of railways on feeding people at times when they had no other sources of food or could not afford what was provided by the market. The British attitude was well summarized by Churchill's response in 1929, when he was asked to meet leaders from India's independence movement to become better informed about changes in the country. I am quite satisfied with my views of India. I don't want them disturbed by any bloody Indian.
尽管当时和现在都给出了许多借口，但事实是，英国从未在灌溉、内陆水道和清洁水方面进行足够的投资，也从未将铁路的力量集中在人们没有其他食物来源或无法负担市场提供的食物时提供粮食。1929年，当丘吉尔被要求会见印度独立运动的领导人，以更好地了解国家的变化时，他对印度的态度很好地概括了他的回应：我对印度的看法非常满意。 我不想让任何该死的印度人来打扰我的看法。
Eventually, rail links became an effective element of famine prevention policy, but not until after the British left India.
最终，铁路成为防止饥荒政策的有效组成部分，但这是在英国离开印度之后的事了。
Technology has huge potential to raise productivity and can improve the lives of billions of people. But, as we have seen, the path of technology is often biased and tends to deliver benefits mainly to those who are socially powerful. Those without political participation or voice are often left behind.
技术具有巨大的潜力来提高生产力，并可以改善数十亿人的生活。但是，正如我们所见，技术的道路往往是偏斜的，主要惠及那些社会地位较高的人。那些没有政治参与或发言权的人往往被抛在后面。
Confronting technology's bias.
应对技术的偏见。
The Whig view of history is comforting but misleading. There is nothing automatic about the progress part of technological progress. In Chapter 4, we discussed how many of the important new agricultural techniques of the last 10,000 years did basically nothing to alleviate misery and sometimes actually intensified poverty. The first century of industrialization proved almost as bleak, with a few people becoming very rich while most found their living standards pressed down hard, and diseases and pollution-infested cities.
历史的辉格式观点虽然令人安慰，但具有误导性。技术进步中的进步部分并不是自动的。在第4章中，我们讨论了过去1万年中许多重要的新农业技术基本上没有缓解苦难，有时甚至加剧了贫困。工业化的第1个世纪几乎同样暗淡，少数人变得非常富有，而大多数人发现自己的生活水平被压得很低，疾病和污染肆虐城市。
The second half of the 19th century was different, but not because there was an inexorable arc bending toward progress. What set this period apart was a change in the nature of technology and the rise of countervailing power, forcing the people in charge to get serious about sharing the benefits of higher productivity.
19世纪的后半叶有所不同，但并非因为有一条不可阻挡的弧线指向进步。这一时期的特点在于技术性质的变化和对抗力量的崛起，迫使掌权者认真对待分享更高生产率的好处。
In contrast to the drive toward automation in the first phase of the Industrial Revolution, new technologies of the second phase started creating some new opportunities for both skilled and unskilled workers. Railways generated a slew of new tasks and stimulated the rest of the economy through linkages to other sectors. Even more importantly, the American path of technology focused on increasing efficiency, especially by expanding the set of tasks that could be performed by factory workers and new machinery, largely because of the shortage of skilled workers in the country. As these innovations spread in the United States and Europe, they created new opportunities for labor and raised worker marginal productivity throughout the industrializing world.
与第一次工业革命中自动化趋势不同，第2次工业革命的新技术开始为熟练和非熟练工人创造一些新的机会。铁路产生了大量新的任务，并通过与其他部门的联系刺激了整个经济。更重要的是，美国的技术路径专注于提高效率，特别是通过扩大工厂工人核心机器可以执行的任务范围，这主要是因为该国熟练工人的短缺。随着这些创新在美国和欧洲的传播，他们为劳动力创造了新的机会，并提高了整个工业化世界中工人的边际生产率。
Equally, institutional changes moved in the direction of bolstering worker power so that this higher productivity would be shared between capital and labor. Industrial growth brought people together in workplaces and cities and allowed the organizing and developing of shared ideas. This changed politics both in the workplace and in the nation.
同样，制度变革也朝着增强工人权利的方向发展，以便将更高的生产率在资本和劳动力之间共享。工业增长将人们聚集在城市的工作场所，促进了共同理念的组织和发展。这改变了工作场所和国家的政治格局。
In Britain, Chartism and the rise of trade unions expanded political representation and transformed the scope of government action. In the United States, union organization combined with farmer protests did the same. Throughout Europe, the rise of factories meant that it was easier to organize workers.
在英国，宪章运动和工会的兴起扩大了政治代表性，并改变了政府行动的范围。在美国， 工会组织与农民抗议相结合，也起到了同样的作用。在整个欧洲，工厂的兴起使得组织工人变得更加容易。
More democracy helped greatly with the sharing of productivity gains as it facilitated collective bargaining for better working conditions and higher wages. With new industries, products, and tasks increasing worker productivity and rents being shared between employers and workers, wages increased.
更多的民主极大地促进了生产率增长的分享，因为它促进了为更好的工作条件和更高的工资进行集体谈判。随着新行业、新产品和新任务的增加，工人的生产率提高，雇主和工人之间的租金分配也增加了工资。
Political representation also meant demands for less polluted cities, and public health issues began to be taken more seriously.
政治代表性也意味着对更清洁城市的需求，公共卫生问题开始受到更多重视。
None of this was automatic, and it often occurred only after a protracted struggle. Moreover, conditions improved only for those who had sufficient political voice. Women did not have the right to vote in most places during the 19th century. Consequently, economic opportunities and broader rights for them were much slower to arrive.
所有这些都不是自动发生的，而且通常是在经过长期斗争之后才实现的。此外，条件的改善仅限于那些拥有足够政治发言权的人。19世纪，大多数地方的女性没有选举权，因此，她们的经济机会和更广泛的权利的实现要慢得多。
Even more jarringly, conditions in most European colonies, rather than improving, significantly deteriorated. Some, such as India, were forcefully deindustrialized when British textiles flowed into the country. Others, India and parts of Africa included, were turned into raw material suppliers to meet the ferocious appetite of growing industrial production in Europe. And yet others, like the U.S. South, saw the intensification of the worst type of coercion toward labor in the form of slavery, as well as vicious discrimination against native populations and immigrants, all in the name of progress.
更令人震惊的是，大多数欧洲殖民地的条件不仅没有改善，反而显著恶化。例如，印度在英国纺织品涌入该国时被强行去工业化，其他地区，包括印度和非洲部分地区，被转变为原材料供应商，以满足欧洲日益增长的工业生产对原材料的强烈需求。还有一些地区，如美国南部，劳动形势的最恶劣的强制性措施，如奴隶制，加剧了，同时对原住民和移民的残酷歧视也以进步的名义存在。
7. The contested path.
争议之路。
I am young. I am 20 years old. Yet I know nothing of life but despair, death, fear, and fatuous superficiality cast over an abyss of sorrow. I see how peoples are set against one another, and in silence, unknowingly, foolishly, obediently, innocently slay one another.
我很年轻，我20岁，然而我对生活的了解只有绝望、死亡、恐惧和虚伪的表面，这一切都掩盖在悲伤的深渊之上。我看到人们彼此对立，在沉默中无知地、愚蠢地、顺从地、无辜地互相残杀。
Eric Maria Remarque, All Quiet on the Western Front, 1929.
埃里希·玛利亚·雷马克，西线无战事，1929年。
There is unanimous agreement among the members on these fundamental points.
成员们在这些基本观点上达成了共识。
1. Automation and technological progress are essential to the general welfare, the economic strength, and the defense of the nation.
一、自动化和技术进步对于国家的普遍福利、经济实力和国防是必不可少的。
2. This progress can and must be achieved without the sacrifice of human values.
二、这种进步可以在不牺牲人类价值观的情况下实现，并且必须如此。
3. Achievement of technological progress without sacrifice of human values requires a combination of private and governmental action, consonant with the principles of a free society.
三、在不牺牲人类价值观的前提下实现技术进步，需要私营部门和政府采取行动，这些行动应与自由社会的原则相一致。
President's Advisory Committee on Labor Management Policy, 1962.
1962年，总统劳资政策咨询委员会。
After the reforms and redirection of technological change in the second half of the 19th century, a degree of hope seemed warranted. For the first time in thousands of years, there was a confluence of rapid technological progress and the institutional preconditions for the benefits to be shared beyond a narrow elite.
在19世纪下半叶的改革和技术变革方向调整之后，似乎有理由抱有希望。几千年来，首次出现了快速技术进步与使这些好处能够惠及更广泛群体的制度前提的汇合。
Yet fast forward to 1919, and the foundations of this shared prosperity lay in tatters. For people coming of age in Europe during the early 1900s, the world was one of growing economic disparities and unprecedented carnage caused by the Great War, which killed about 20 million people. The tragic deaths of millions of young men and women were the result of brutally effective military technology, which ranged from new guns to more powerful bombs, tanks, aircraft, and poison gas.
然而，快进到1919年，这种共享繁荣的基础已经支离破碎。对于20世纪初在欧洲成长的人来说，世界充满了日益加剧的经济不平等和由第一次世界大战造成的前所未有的屠杀。这场战争夺去了约2000万人的生命，数百万年轻人的悲惨死亡是由于残酷有效的军事技术，从新式枪支到更强大的炸弹、坦克、飞机和毒气。
It did not escape most people that this was a very dark side of technology. War had been a common occurrence for thousands of years, but the weapons of destruction evolved only slowly after the Middle Ages. When Napoleon was defeated at Waterloo in 1815, he and his opponents fought primarily with short-range muskets and smoothbore cannons, largely unchanged for centuries. The killing tools of the 20th century were much more advanced.
大多数人并没有忽视这是技术的一个非常黑暗的方面。战争在几千年来是常见的，但在中世纪之后，毁灭性武器的演变非常缓慢。当拿破仑在1815年的滑铁卢战役中被击败时，他和他的对手主要使用的是射程短的火枪和滑膛炮，这些武器几个世纪以来几乎没有变化。20世纪的杀戮工具要先进得多。
Misery did not end with the war. An unprecedented flu pandemic ravaged the world beginning in 1918, infecting more than 500 million people and causing 50 million deaths. Although the post-war decade witnessed a resurgence of growth, especially in the United States, in 1929, the Great Depression plunged much of the world into the sharpest economic contraction ever experienced in the era of industrialization.
战争的苦难并没有结束。1918年开始，一场前所未有的流感大流行肆虐全球，感染了超过5亿人，导致5000万人死亡。尽管战后10年见证了经济增长的复苏，尤其是在美国，但1929年的大萧条使工业化时代的大部分世界陷入了最严重的经济收缩。
Recessions and economic meltdowns were not unknown. The United States had suffered banking panics and recessions in 1837, 1857, 1873, 1893, and 1907. But none could compare with the Great Depression in terms of disruption and ruined lives. Nor did earlier crises generate anything comparable to the levels of unemployment that the US and much of Europe experienced after 1930. It was not necessary to be exceptionally prescient in the 1930s to see that the world was sleepwalking into another massive technology-fueled carnage.
经济衰退和经济崩溃并非未知。美国在1837年、1857年、1873年、1893年和1907年都经历过银行恐慌和经济衰退，但没有一次能与大萧条在破坏性和毁掉的生活方面相提并论。此前的危机也没有产生像1930年后美国和欧洲大部分地区所经历的那样高的失业率。在1930年代，即使不是特别有先见之明的人也能看出，世界正在梦游般地走向另一场由技术驱动的大屠杀。
The Austrian novelist Stefan Zweig captured the desperation that many of his generation felt when he wrote this in his memoir, The World of Yesterday, before he and his wife took their lives in 1942.
奥地利小说家斯蒂芬·茨威格在他的回忆录《昨日的世界》中捕捉到了他那一代人中的许多人所感受到的绝望。这本书写于1942年，他和妻子自杀之前。
Even in the abyss of despair in which today, half-blinded, we grope about with distorted and broken souls, I look up again and again to those old star patterns that shone over my childhood and comfort myself with the inherited confidence that this collapse will appear, in days to come, as a mere interval in the eternal rhythm of the onward and onward.
即使在今天这个绝望的深渊中，我们半忙地摸索着，灵魂扭曲而破碎，我仍然一次又一次地仰望那些在我童年时闪耀的古老星座，并以继承的信心安慰自己，这场崩溃将在未来被视为永恒前进节奏中的一个短暂间歇。
One might have taken issue with Zweig's cautious optimism that this was an interval on the way to some sort of progress, onward and onward. In the 1930s, few could express the optimism of the Whig version of history.
有人可能会对茨威格的谨慎乐观提出异议，认为这只是通往某种进步道路上的一个间歇，不断前进。在20世纪30年代，很少有人能表达出辉格党历史观的乐观。
But events, at least in the medium run, proved Zweig right. After World War II, much of the Western world, and some countries in Asia, built new institutions supporting shared prosperity and enjoyed rapid growth that benefited almost all segments of their societies. The decades following 1945 came to be referred in France as the Les Trente Glorieuses, the 30 Glorious Years, and the feeling was widespread throughout the Western world.
但至少从中长期来看，事态证明茨威格是正确的。二战后，西方世界的大部分国家以及一些亚洲国家建立了支持共享繁荣的新机构，并享受了几乎惠及所有社会阶层的快速增长。1945年之后的几十年，在法国被称为 Les Trente Glorieuses， 即30年辉煌，这种感觉在西方世界广泛存在。
This growth had two critical building blocks, similar to those that had begun to emerge in the United Kingdom during the second half of the 19th century. First, a direction of travel for new technology that generated not just cost savings through automation, but also plenty of new tasks, products, and opportunities, and second, an institutional structure that bolstered countervailing powers from workers and government regulation.
这种增长有两个关键的构建块，类似于19世纪下半叶在英国开始出现的那些。首先，新技术的发展方向不仅通过自动化节省了成本，还带来了大量的新任务、新产品和新机遇。其次，建立了一种制度结构，增强了来自工人和政府监管的制衡力量。
These building blocks were put in place during the 1910s and 1920s, suggesting that we should view the first 7 decades of the 20th century as part of the same epoch, albeit with significant reversals along the way. Studying these two building blocks, and the vision that developed alongside, provides not only clues about how we can rebuild shared prosperity today, it also demonstrates how contingent and difficult this outcome really was. There was opposition at many critical points from powerful forces, driven by narrow visions and selfish interests. The opposition did not initially prevail, although it laid the foundations for the subsequent dramatic unraveling of shared prosperity, which we discuss in Chapter 8.
这些基石是在20世纪10年代和20年代建立的，这表明我们应该将20世纪的前70年视为同一时代的一部分，尽管期间经历了显著的倒退。研究这两个基石以及随之发展的愿景，不仅为我们提供了如何在今天重建共享繁荣的线索，还展示了这一结果实际上是多么的偶然和艰难。在许多关键点上，强大的力量出于狭隘的视野和自私的利益进行了反对。尽管反对者最初并未得逞，但他们为随后共享繁荣的戏剧性瓦解奠定了基础。我们将在第8章中讨论这一点。
Electrifying growth.
电力增长。
The United States had a total GDP of about $98 billion in 1870, just after the Civil War. By 1913, it had reached $517 billion in constant prices. The U.S. was not just the largest economy in the world, but together with Germany, France, and Britain, it was a scientific leader. Newly developed technology permeated the American economy and transformed people's lives.
美国在1870年，即内战刚刚结束时，国内生产总值约为980亿美元。到1913年，按不变价格计算，这一数字达到了5170亿美元。美国不仅是世界上最大的经济体，而且与德国、法国和英国一起成为科学的领导者。新开发的技术渗透到美国经济中，彻底改变了人们的生活。
But there was plenty to worry about: inequality, poor living conditions, as well as displacement and impoverishment of workers, in the same way that the British people had suffered in the decades following 1750. In fact, the danger may have been greater for the U.S., which in the middle of the 19th century was still largely agricultural. In 1860, 53% of the workforce was working in farming. Rapid agricultural mechanization could throw millions of people out of work.
但有很多令人担忧的问题，不平等、恶劣的生活条件，以及工人的流离失所和贫困，就像1750年之后的英国人民所经历的那样。事实上，对于19世纪中叶仍以农业为主的美国来说，这种危险可能更大。1860年，53%的劳动力从事农业工作。农业机械化的迅速发展可能会使数百万人失业。
And some new agricultural machines had this effect. The McCormick reaper, invented in the 1830s and continuously improved thereafter, reduced the need for labor at harvest time. Reapers, twine binders, improved threshing machines, mowers, and then combine harvesters completely changed U.S. agriculture in the decades following 1860. These machines reduced the need for workers per acre at various parts of the crop-growing cycle. Labor requirements for corn production in 1855 using hand methods were more than 182 worker hours per acre. Mechanization reduced the need for labor to less than 28 worker hours per acre by 1894. The reduction was similar in cotton, from 168 to 79 worker hours per acre, and in potatoes, from 109 to 38 worker hours per acre, over 1841 to 1895 and 1866 to 1895 respectively. Potential gains were even more staggering for wheat, from more than 62 worker hours per acre in 1829 to 1830 to just over 3 worker hours per acre in 1895 to 1896.
一些新的农业机械确实产生了这种效果。1830年代发明并不断改进的麦考密克收割机减少了收获季节对劳动力的需求。收割机、捆扎机、改进的脱粒机、割草机以及后来的联合收割机，在1860年之后的几十年里，彻底改变了美国的农业。这些机器在作物生长周期的各个阶段减少了每英亩所需的劳动力。1855年，使用手工方法种植玉米的劳动力需求超过每英亩182个工作小时。机械化将劳动力需求减少到1894年的每英亩不到28个工作小时。棉花从每英亩168个工作小时减少到79个工作小时，和土豆从每英亩109个工作小时减少到38个工作小时。在1841至1895年和1866至1895年期间的劳动力需求减少幅度也类似。小麦的潜在收益甚至更为惊人。从1829至1830年的每英亩超过62个工作小时，减少到1895至1896年的每英亩仅3个工作小时多一点。
The consequences of mechanization for workers were sweeping. The share of labor in agricultural value added was around 32.9% in 1850. By 1909-1910, it had fallen to 16.7%. The fraction of the U.S. population employed in agriculture declined equally rapidly, reaching about 31% in 1910.
机械化对工人的影响是深远的。1850年，农业增加值中劳动力的份额约为 32.9%， 到1909至1910年，这一比例下降到 16.7%。美国从事农业的人口比例也迅速下降，到1910年约为 31%。
If industry had also moved in the direction of automating work and shedding labor, the implications for the U.S. labor force would have been dire. Instead, something very different happened. As U.S. industry innovated rapidly, the demand for labor increased significantly. The share of workers employed in U.S. manufacturing increased from 14.5% in 1850 to 22% in 1910.
如果工业也朝着自动化工作和减少劳动力的方向发展，对美国劳动力的影响将会是灾难性的。然而，实际情况却大相径庭。随着美国工业的迅速创新，对劳动力的需求显著增加。1850年，美国制造业的就业工人比例为 14.5%， 到1910年，这一比例上升到 22%。
This moment was not just about more people finding jobs in manufacturing. the share of labor in national income increased, a telltale sign that technology was moving in a more worker-friendly direction. During the same time period, the share of labor in value added in manufacturing and services increased from about 46% to 53%. The rest went to owners of the machinery and financiers.
这一时刻，不仅仅是更多的人在制造业找到了工作，劳动收入在国民收入中的份额也增加了。这是一个技术正在向更加有利于工人的方向发展的明显迹象。在同一时期，制造业和服务业中劳动收入在增加值中的份额从大约46%增加到53%，其余部分流向了机器的所有者和金融家。
How did the U.S. avoid the Luddite phase of British industrialization, with workers displaced and impoverished by machines and stagnant or declining wages?
美国是如何避免英国工业化过程中出现的卢德主义阶段，即工人被机器取代和贫困化、工资停滞或下降的？
Part of the answer is about the technological path that the U.S. developed as machines came into wider use. As we saw in Chapter 6, the American path of technology strove to raise productivity to make better use of labor that was relatively in short supply. The interchangeable parts system was first and foremost an effort to simplify the production process so that workers lacking in artisanal skills could produce high-quality products. Efforts to improve productivity in similar fashion continued throughout the second half of the 19th century. One indication of this innovativeness was an explosion in patents. The United States had 2,193 patent applications in 1850. By 1911, this number had increased to 67,370.
部分答案在于美国在机器广泛使用时所发展的技术路径。正如我们在第6章中所见，美国的技术路径旨在提高生产率，以更好地利用相对稀缺的劳动力。互换零件系统首先是一个简化生产过程的努力，使缺乏工匠技能的工人能够生产高质量的产品。这种提高生产率的努力在整个19世纪下半叶持续进行。这种创新的一个标志是专利数量的激增。1850年，美国有2193项专利申请，到1911年，这一数字增加到67370项。
More important than the number of patents was the direction this innovative energy took, building on two blocks: mass production and a systems approach, both founded on Whitney's lead. Mass production meant the use of machinery to produce a large amount of standardized, reliable output at lower cost. The systems approach focused on integrating engineering, design, manual labor, and machinery, and organizing different parts of the production process in the most efficient way.
比专利数量更重要的是这种创新能量所采取的方向，它建立在2个基础上：大规模生产和系统方法。这2个基础都源于惠特尼的领导。大规模生产意味着使用机器以较低的成本生产大量标准化、可靠的产品。系统方法则侧重于整合工程、设计、手工劳动和机器，并以最有效的方式组织生产过程的不同部分。
The productivity bandwagon depends on new tasks and opportunities for workers and an institutional framework that enables them to share some of the productivity gains. We saw in Chapter 1 that it is also more likely to work when technological advances generate sizable improvements, and these in turn stimulate greater demand for labor in other sectors. For example, via backward and forward linkages to input suppliers and to customer industries, respectively. The systems approach and mass production were particularly important in this respect because they aimed at large cost reductions and increased production significantly, generating demand for inputs from other sectors and a potential boost to their output.
生产率的提升依赖于为工人提供新的任务和机会，以及一个使他们能够分享部分生产率提升成果的制度框架。我们在第1章中看到，当技术进步带来显著改进，这些改进又刺激其他部门对劳动力的更大需求时，这种提升更有可能奏效。例如，通过向后和向前的联系，分别与投入供应商和客户行业联系。在这方面，系统方法和大规模生产尤为重要，因为它们旨在大幅降低成本并显著增加产量，从而产生对其他部门投入的需求，并可能提升它们的产出。
This direction of technology increased worker marginal productivity and living standards, as E. Levasseur, the French visitor we quoted in Chapter 6, appreciated.
这种技术方向提高了工人的边际生产率和生活水平，正如我们在第6章中引用的法国访科医 Levasseur 所赞赏的。
The manufacturers judge that the movement of adopting industrial machines has been advantageous to workmen as sellers of labor because the level of salaries has been raised, as consumers of products because they purchase more with the same sum, and as laborers because their task has become less onerous, the machine doing nearly everything which requires great strength. The workman, instead of bringing his muscles into play, has become an inspector, using his intelligence.
制造商认为，采用工业机器的运动对工人有利。作为劳动力的出售者，因为工资水平提高了；作为产品的消费者，因为用同样的钱可以购买更多的东西；作为劳动者，因为他们的工作变得不那么繁重，机器几乎完成了所有需要大力气的工作。工人不再需要使用肌肉，而是成为了一名监督者，运用自己的智慧。
Although these tendencies were visible in the 1870s, two interrelated changes intensified them and transformed American industry: electricity and the greater use of information, engineering, and planning in the production process.
尽管这些趋势在1870年代已经显现，但两个相互关联的变化加剧了这些趋势，并改造了美国工业。电力的使用和生产过程中信息、工程和规划的更大应用。
There were advances in the science of electricity starting in the late 18th century, but the big breakthroughs that reshaped the world began in the 1880s. Thomas Edison not only advanced the scientific understanding of light, but also spearheaded its mass-scale adoption. Filament bulbs increased the amount of available light for reading during nighttime darkness by a factor of about 20, compared with candles.
从18世纪末开始，电学科学取得了进展，但真正重塑世界的重大突破始于1880年代。托马斯·爱迪生不仅推进了对电灯的科学理解，还推动了其大规模应用。灯丝灯泡将夜间阅读可用的光线量增加了大约20倍，与蜡烛相比。
Electricity is particularly important because it is a general-purpose technology. This new, versatile power source enabled the creation of many new devices. It also spurred fundamentally different organizations, and choices available for developing and using electrical technologies produced widely different distributional effects.
电力尤为重要，因为它是一种通用技术。这种新的多功能的电源使得许多新设备的创造成为可能。它还促进了根本不同的组织形式的出现，而开发和使用电气技术的选择产生了广泛不同的分配效应。
The new communication devices made possible by electricity, especially the telegraph, telephone, and radio, had a momentous impact on U.S. industry, as well as on the domestic consumer. With better communications, logistics, and planning improved, and these proved critical for the success of the system's approach.
电力使新的通信设备成为可能，特别是电报、电话和无线电，这些设备对美国工业以及家庭消费者产生了深远的影响。随着通信的改善，物流和规划也得到了提升，这些对于系统方法的成功至关重要。
Arguably, the most consequential application of electricity in the production process was the transformation of how factories operated. Andrew Ure described the essence of the early British factory in 1835 this way. The term factory in technology designates the combined operation of many orders of workpeople, adult and young, intending with assiduous skill a system of productive machines, continuously impelled by a central power, italics in original.
可以说，电力在生产过程中最具影响力的运用是改变了工厂的运营方式。安德鲁·厄尔在1835年这样描述早期英国工厂的本质：在技术上，工厂一词指的是许多不同年龄和技能的工人，以勤奋的技艺操作一套由中央动力持续驱动的生产机器的综合运作。原文写体。
The use of central power in this fashion was a breakthrough, Ure argued, because it increased efficiency and coordinated work. But relying on a single central source of power, whether from wind, water, or steam, was also a bottleneck. It limited the division of labor, forced machinery to be clustered around the central power source, did not permit some machinery to use more power when it needed to do so, and led to frequent work stoppages that affected the entire production process. There was essentially no way of sequencing machines in the order in which tasks would need to be completed because the locations of machines were dictated by their power needs. For example, machines driven by overhead shafts had to be placed very close to the central source. They lost power when they were farther away. This meant that conveyor belts could not be introduced and semi-finished products had to be moved back and forth between machines located in different parts of the factory.
厄尔认为，以这种方式使用中央动力是一个突破，因为它提高了效率并协调了工作。但依赖单一的中央动力源，无论是风力、水力还是蒸汽，也是一个瓶颈。它限制了劳动分工，迫使机械围绕中央动力源集中布置，不允许某些机械在需要时使用更多动力，并导致了频繁的停工，影响整个生产过程。由于机器的位置由其动力需求决定，基本上无法按照任务完成的顺序排列机器。例如，由顶置轴驱动的机器必须非常靠近中央动力源，当它们距离较远时会失去动力。这意味着无法引入传送带，半成品必须在工厂不同部分的机器之间来回移动。
This all changed with the municipal distribution of electric power into households and workplaces starting in 1882. Electricity spread rapidly. In 1889, about 1% of factory power came from electricity. By 1919, this share exceeded 50%.
1882年开始，电力向家庭和工作场所的市政分配改变了这一切。电力迅速普及。1889年，大约1%的工厂动力来自电力。到1919年，这一比例超过了50%。
With the advent of electricity, factories became much more productive. Better lighting enabled workers to better see their environs and operate machinery with greater precision. Electricity additionally enabled better ventilation and easier maintenance. As an architect noted in 1895, incandescent electric light is the acme of all methods of lighting, requiring no care, always ready, never impairing the air in the room, no heat, no odors, perfections of neatness and steady as clocks. Electricity also promised new applications including electrical time clocks, control devices, and new furnaces that could be integrated with other machinery to improve the precision of mechanical work.
随着电力的出现，工厂的生产效率大大提高。更好的照明使工人能够更清楚地看到周围环境，更精确地操作机器。电力还带来了更好的通风和更方便的维护。正如一位建筑师在1895年所指出的，白炽电灯是所有照明方法的顶峰，无需维护，随时可用，不会损害房间内的空气质量，无热量，无异味，整洁完美，像钟表一样稳定。电力还带来了新的应用，包括电子时钟、控制设备和可以与其他机器集成以提高机械工作精度的新炉子。
Even more important was the reorganization of the factory thanks to flexible sequencing of machinery. Each equipment could now have its own dedicated local power source. Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company was at the forefront of many of these developments. In 1903, as a Westinghouse engineering executive emphasized,
更重要的是，由于机器的灵活排序，工厂进行了重组。每台设备现在都可以有自己的专用本地电源。西屋电器制造公司处于这些发展的前沿。1903年，一位西屋工程执行官强调
But the greatest advantage of the electric drive lies in its greater flexibility and the freedom which it affords for better planning of the whole establishment and the arrangement of tools. Large tools equipped with independent motors may be located in any position most convenient for work without regard to such limitations as obtain when the power must be taken from line shafting. And, as has already been pointed out, there is the immense advantage of ability to use large portable tools. The absence of overhead shafting also gives a free space for the operation of cranes, so that they may be used to the best advantage. A shop without overhead networks of shafting and belts is also much lighter and more inviting, and it has been demonstrated by experience that the output of labor is materially increased when working in well-lighted and well-ventilated shops.
但电动驱动的最大优势在于其更大的灵活性和为整个工厂的更好规划和工具布置提供的自由。大型工具配备独立电机，可以放置在最方便工作的位置，而不受必须从传动轴取电的限制， 正如前面所指出的，能够使用大型便携式工具具有巨大的优势。没有头顶的传动轴也为空中起重机的操作提供了自由空间，因此可以最大限度地发挥其优势。没有头顶的传动轴和皮带网络的车间也更加明亮和吸引人。实践证明，在照明良好和通风良好的车间工作时，劳动生产率显著提高。
These expectations were not wrong. The flexible location and modular structure of the factory enabled the number of specialized machines to increase rapidly. One of the very first factories to make use of them was Columbia Mills in South Carolina. Columbia Mills was designed around electricity in the early 1890s and immediately started demonstrating the advantages of electric motors and better lighting. In such mills and in early Westinghouse-built factories, we see how a dedicated power source for different types of machinery allowed a simpler factory layout, less transport of goods within the factory, and much easier control of power going to a particular machine.
这些预期并没有错。工厂的灵活位置和模块化结构使得专用机器的数量能够迅速增加。南卡罗来纳州的哥伦比亚磨坊是最早利用这些技术的工厂之一。哥伦比亚磨坊在19世纪90年代初期围绕电力设计，并立即开始展示电动机和更好照明的优势。在这样的磨坊和早期由西屋公司建造的工厂中，我们可以看到为不同类型机器提供专用电源，使得工厂布局更加简单，厂内货物运输减少，对特定机器的电源控制也更加容易。
Electric power also meant less need for repairs and a more modular structure, where minor repairs could be conducted without stopping the overall production process. This type of factory reorganization, electrical machinery, and associated conveyor belts were adopted in many industries and resulted in striking productivity gains. Foundries that introduced these methods were estimated to produce as much as 10 times more iron using less space.
电力还意味着维修需求减少和更加模块化的结构，可以在不停止整体生产过程的情况下进行小修。这种类型的工厂重组、电气机械和相关的传送带被许多行业采用，导致了显著的生产率提升。采用这些方法的铸造厂估计可以使用更少的空间生产多达10倍的铁。
The sizable productivity improvements from electric power were vital for the expansion of the economy and higher demand for workers coming from sectors beyond manufacturing. In addition, they had major benefits for workers because of the way in which electricity was used to reorganize factories.
电力带来的显著生产率提升，对于经济扩张和来自制造业以外部门的工人需求增加至关重要。此外，由于电力在重组工厂中的使用方式，这些改进对工人也有重大好处。
New tasks from new engineers.
新工程师的新任务。
In theory, any new energy source can automate some existing tasks so that the need for workers does not increase much or at all. More advanced machinery and greater mechanical power certainly implied some automation. Nevertheless, demand for employees increased significantly in American industry around the turn of the 20th century. In fact, the numbers on the labor share of national income indicate that labor became more central to the production process in the early 20th century, raising its share of national income. Why?
从理论上讲，任何新的能源都可以自动化一些现有的任务，从而不会大幅增加或根本不增加对工人的需求。更先进的机械和更大的机械动力确实意味着某种程度的自动化。然而，20世纪初，美国工业对员工的需求显著增加。事实上，劳动力在国民收入中的份额数据表明，劳动力在20世纪初的生产过程中变得更加重要，提高了其在国民收入中的份额。为什么？
Another fundamental change in the organization of production is a large part of the answer. Concurrent with the rise of electric power in manufacturing came an elevated role for engineers and white-collar workers, who restructured factories and the production process, with better consequences for productivity and labor.
生产组织的另一个根本变化是答案的一部分。随着电力在制造业的兴起，工程师和白领工人的角色得到了提升，他们重组了工厂和生产过程，对生产力和劳动力产生了更好的影响。
U.S. factories in the 1850s looked like their British counterparts. An entrepreneur who had invested the capital and arranged to install the machinery managed the workforce. Some early manufacturers, like Richard Arkwright, excelled at introducing new production techniques. But in general, there was little by way of production planning, information collection, efficiency analysis, and continuous improvement. Accounting and inventory control were haphazard. There was insufficient attention to design and almost none to marketing. The organizational aspects of industry started changing in the last decades of the 19th century, heralding the onset of the age of engineer managers.
1850年代的美国工厂看起来与英国的工厂相似。一位投资了资本并安排安装机器的企业家管理着劳动力。一些早期的制造商，如理查德·阿克莱特，擅长引入新的生产技术。但总体而言，生产计划、信息收集、效率分析和持续改进方面的工作很少。会计和库存控制也很随意。对设计的关注不足，对营销的关注几乎为零。工业的组织方面在19世纪末开始发生变化，预示着工程师管理者时代的到来。
In 1860, white-collar workers, including managers and engineers, made up less than 3% of all employees in manufacturing in the United States. By 1910, this had increased to almost 13%. At the same time, the total manufacturing workforce expanded from less than 1 million to more than 7.5 million workers. The share of white-collar workers continued to grow after World War I, reaching almost 21% of the workforce by 1940.
1860年，包括经理和工程师在内的白领工人在美国制造业员工中所占比例不到3%。到1910年，这一比例增加到近13%。同时，制造业的总劳动力从不到100万增加到超过750万。第一次世界大战后，白领工人的比例继续增长，到1940年达到了劳动力的近21%。
These white-collar workers remade the factory in a more efficient form, and in the process raised labor demand, not just for themselves but also for their blue-collar brethren now performing new tasks. Managers collected information, sought to increase efficiency, started improving designs, and continuously readjusted production methods by introducing novel functions and tasks. The combination of engineers' role in production, information collected by white-collar workers, and electricity was critical in the installation of specialized electrical devices and the new tasks that accompanied them, such as welding, punching, and specialized machine operation.
这些白领工人将工厂改造得更加高效，在此过程中不仅提高了对自身的需求，也提高了对现在承担新任务的蓝领工人的需求。管理者收集信息，努力提高效率，开始改进设计，并通过引入新的功能和任务，不断调整生产方法。工程师在生产中的角色，白领工人收集的信息以及电力的结合，对于安装专业电气设备和伴随的新任务，如焊接、冲压和专业机器操作至关重要。
In this way, the reorganization of manufacturing enabled by white-collar workers created relatively high-paying jobs for blue-collar workers. As the scale of production expanded, there was even more demand for white-collar employees.
通过这种方式，由白领工人推动的制造业重组为蓝领工人创造了相对高薪的工作。随着生产规模的扩大，对白领员工的需求也越来越大。
Another dimension of job growth came from the linkages that new factories created for the retail and wholesale sectors. As they churned out more output and mass production became widespread, new jobs for engineers, managers, sales clerks, and administrators appeared in these sectors as well.
就业增长的另一个方面来自新工厂为零售和批发行业创造的联系。随着产量的增加和大规模生产的普及，这些行业也出现了工程师、管理人员、销售人员和行政人员的新职位。
It is also notable that many of these white-collar tasks required more skills than the majority of the jobs available in the 19th century. For example, clerical workers needed decent numeracy and literacy skills to measure production, inventories, and financial accounts, and to communicate their findings accurately. This is where another trend in the U.S. economy, the rapid expansion of the number of workers with a high school degree, came to the rescue. In 1910, less than 10% of people aged 18 had high school diplomas. By 1940, this number had risen to 50%. This was the result of large investments in schooling in the second half of the 19th century, with local common schools offering elementary education throughout the country. By the 1880s, Approximately 90% of white children between the ages of 8 and 12 were in school in the Northeast and the Midwest. Schooling for black children lagged far behind. Statistical analysis confirms the vital role that new tasks and industries played in the growth in labor demand. One study documents that new industries with a more diverse set of occupations were at the forefront of both overall employment growth and the expansion of white-collar occupations in U.S. manufacturing during this period. Another study estimates that between 1909 and 1949, U.S. productivity growth was associated with increases in employment, and this pattern was manifest first in new industries relying on electrical machinery and electronics.
值得注意的是，许多这些白领工作所需的技能比19世纪大多数可用的工作要多。例如，文员需要具备良好的计算能力和读写能力，以测量生产、库存和财务账目，并准确传达其结果。这正是美国经济中的另一个趋势，高中学历工人的数量迅速增加，起到了关键作用。1910年，18岁的人中不到10%拥有高中文凭，到1940年，这一数字上升到了50%。这是19世纪下半叶对教育进行大量投资的结果。当时各地的普通学校在全国范围内提供基础教育。到1880年代，东北部和中西部大约90%的8至12岁白人儿童都在上学，黑人儿童的教育远远落后。统计分析证实了新任务和新行业在劳动力需求增长中发挥的关键作用。一项研究记录了具有更多样化职业的新行业在这一时期美国制造业整体就业增长和白领职业扩张中处于领先地位。另一项研究估计，1909年至1949年间，美国生产率的增长与就业增长相关。这一模式首先体现在依赖电气机械和电子的新行业中。
It is worth reiterating two critical aspects of the direction of technology during this era. First, companies continued to automate parts of the production process. In fact, not just in agriculture, but throughout the economy, new machinery substituted for labor in some tasks. The key difference from the first phase of the British Industrial Revolution was that the reduction in labor requirements driven by automation was offset, sometimes more than one for one, with other aspects of technology that created opportunities for workers, especially for those with some basic schooling, to be employed in manufacturing or services.
值得重申的是，这一时期技术发展的两个关键方面。首先，公司继续自动化生产过程的某些部分。实际上，不仅在农业领域，而且在整个经济中，新的机器在某些任务中替代了劳动力。与英国工业革命第一阶段的关键区别在于，由自动化驱动的劳动力需求减少，被其他技术方面所抵消，有时甚至超过了1:1的比例。这些技术为工人，特别是那些接受过基础教育的工人，提供了在制造业或服务业就业的机会。
Second, although some of the benefits for workers from the expansion of various sectors were natural given the productivity improvements and linkages from new factories, others were a result of choices made by companies and the new cadre of engineer managers. The direction of progress during this era was not an inexorable consequence of the nature of the leading scientific breakthroughs of the age. In fact, electricity, as a general-purpose technology, allowed different applications and distinct development paths.
其次，尽管由于生产力的提高和新工厂的关联效应，工人从各个部门的扩张中获得的一些好处是自然的，但其他好处则是公司和新一批工程师经理所做出的选择的结果。这一时期进步的方向并不是那个时代主要科学突破性质的不可避免的后果。事实上，作为通用技术的电力允许不同的应用和不同的发展路径。
Managers and engineers could have chosen to double down on automation as a method to cut costs in existing industries. Instead, they built on the American path of technology and pushed to build new systems and machinery, increasing efficiency and in the process augmenting the capabilities of both skilled and unskilled labor. These technological choices were foundational to the increase in demand for workers in industry, which more than made up for declining labor intensity in agriculture and in some manufacturing tasks.
管理者和工程师本可以选择加倍依赖自动化作为削减现有行业成本的方法。相反，他们基于美国的技术路径，推动建立新的系统和机器，提高效率，并在此过程中增强熟练和非熟练劳动力的能力。 这些技术选择是工业对工人需求增加的基础，这远远弥补了农业和某些制造任务中劳动力强度的下降。
In the driving seat,
掌控驾驶，
there is no better example to illustrate how electricity, engineering, the systems approach, and new tasks came together than the automobile industry, especially the Ford Motor Company.
没有比汽车工业，特别是福特汽车公司更好的例子来说明电力、工程、系统方法和新任务是如何结合在一起的。
U.S. automobile manufacturing started in 1896. The Ford Motor Company, led by its iconic owner and manager, Henry Ford, was established in 1903. Its early vehicles, known as Models A, B, C, F, K, R, and S, were produced using techniques common in the industry, combining elements of the interchangeable parts system with artisanal skills. These were medium-priced automobiles serving a niche market.
美国汽车制造业始于1896年，由其标志性所有者和管理者亨利·福特领导的福特汽车公司成立于1903年。其早期车型包括 A、B、C、F、K、R 和 S 型，采用当时行业常见的技术生产，结合了互换零件系统和手工艺技能。这些是面向细分市场的中档汽车。
Henry Ford's ambition from early on was to produce many more cars and sell them at a lower price in order to reach a mass market. Although Model N was a first step in this direction, it did not break the mold. It was produced in the company's Piquette Avenue plant in Detroit, which employed the same architecture and structure as factories powered from a central source and did not contain the full suite of electrical machinery.
亨利·福特从一开始就雄心勃勃，希望生产更多的汽车，并以更低的价格出售，以打入大众市场。尽管型号 N 是朝着这个方向迈出的第一步，但它并没有打破传统模式。它在底特律的皮奎特大道工厂生产，该工厂采用了与由中央电源驱动的工厂相同的建筑和结构，并未配备全套电气设备。
The sea change came with the famous Model T, which Ford launched in 1908 as a car for the masses. What enabled it was a perfect blend of advances that had taken place in other industries, adapted to car manufacturing. The Ford factory moved to a new Highland Park facility, which opened a machine tool plant that was organized on a single floor and had a range of new electrical machinery. The plant combined the novel factory organization with full-scale adoption of interchangeable parts and, later, conveyor belts to achieve mass production. Around that time, the company boasted, "We are making 40,000 cylinders, 10,000 engines, 40,000 wheels, 20,000 axles, 10,000 bodies, 10,000 of every part that goes into the car. All exactly alike, italics and original."
真正的变革来自于著名的型号 T， 福特于1908年推出这款大众汽车。实现这一目标的关键在于将其他行业取得的进展完美的应用于汽车制造。福特工厂搬迁到了新的高地公园设施，该设施开设了一个机器工具厂，该厂在一个楼层内组织，并配备了各种新的电气设备。该工厂将新型工厂组织与全面采用互换零件以及后来的传送带相结合，实现了大规模生产。大约在同一时期，公司自豪地宣称，我们正在生产4万个气缸、1万台发动机、4万个车轮、2万个车轴、1万个车身、1万个汽车的每个部件，所有部件都完全相同，原文斜体。
Mass production allowed further expansion. The output of the company soon exceeded 200,000 automobiles per year, which was mind-boggling to contemporaries.
大规模生产使得进一步扩张成为可能。公司很快每年生产超过20万辆汽车，这在当时是令人难以置信的。
The spirit of Ford's approach to production was captured by a reporter from the Detroit Journal who visited the new Highland Park factory just outside Detroit, where the Model T was being mass-produced. He summarized its essence as system, system, system. An in-depth study by Fred Colvan, published in The American Machinist, arrived at the same conclusion.
福特生产方式的精神被底特律日报的一位记者捕捉到了。他参观了位于底特律郊外的新高地公园工厂，那里正在大规模生产 T 型车。他将其精髓概括为系统、系统、系统。弗雷德·科尔文在美国机械师杂志上发表的深入研究也得出了相同的结论。
So thoroughly is the sequence of operations followed that we not only find drilling machines sandwiched in between heavy millers and even punch presses, but also carbonizing furnaces and babbiting equipment in the midst of the machines. This reduces the handling of work to the minimum. For, when a piece has reached the carbonizing stage, it has also arrived at the furnace which carbonizes it, and, in the case of work to be finished by grinding, the grinders are within easy reach when it comes from the carbonizing treatment.
操作流程的遵循如此彻底，以至于我们不仅发现钻床被夹在重型铣床和冲压机之间，甚至在机器中间还有碳化炉和巴比特合金设备。这将工件的搬运量降至最低，因为当一个部件达到碳化阶段时，它也已经到达了碳化它的炉子。而在需要磨削完成的工作中，磨床在碳化处理后也近在咫尺。
Henry Ford himself was quite clear on this issue.
亨利·福特本人对这个问题非常明确。
The provision of a whole new system of electric generation emancipated industry from the leather belt and the line shaft, for it eventually became possible to provide each tool with its own electric motor. This may seem only a detail of minor importance. In fact, modern industry could not be carried on with the belt and line shaft for a number of reasons. The motor enabled machinery to be arranged according to the sequence of the work, and that alone has probably doubled the efficiency of industry, for it has cut out a tremendous amount of useless handling and holding. The belt and shaft were also very wasteful of power. So wasteful indeed, that no factory could be really large, for even the longest line shaft was small according to modern requirements.
一套全新的电力生成系统的提供，使工业摆脱了皮带和传动轴的束缚，因为最终可以为每台工具配备自己的电动机。这看似只是一个微不足道的细节。事实上，由于多种原因，现代工业无法继续使用皮带和传动轴。电动机使机械设备可以根据工作流程进行布置，这可能使工业效率翻倍，因为它消除了大量的无用处理和固定。皮带和传动轴也非常浪费动力，实际上非常浪费，以至于没有工厂能够真正变得很大，因为即使是最长的传动轴，在现代需求下也显得太小了。
Ford emphasized that pre-electricity methods could not keep up with what was now required. Also, high-speed tools were impossible under the old conditions. Neither the pulleys nor the belts could stand modern speeds. Without high-speed tools and the finer steels which they brought about, there could be nothing of what we call modern industry.
福特强调，电力前的方法无法跟上现在的需求。此外，在旧条件下，高速工具是不可能的，既不能承受现代速度的滑轮，也不能承受皮带。没有高速工具和由此带来的更精细的钢材，就不会有我们所说的现代工业。
This organization of production, combined with advances in electrical machinery, enabled a much cheaper product that was reliable and could be operated without special knowledge of engines and the mechanical parts of the car. The Model T was initially priced around $850, equivalent to about $25,000 today, compared to the cost of other cars, which were typically around $1,500.
这种生产组织方式与电气机械的进步相结合，使得产品更便宜、更可靠，并且无需特殊发动机和汽车机械部件的知识即可操作。T 型车的初始价格约为$850，相当于今天的约$25,000，而其他汽车的价格通常约为$1,500。
Ford's subsequent assessment captured the spirit of the breakthroughs that the car industry pioneered.
福特随后的评估捕捉到了汽车工业开创的突破精神。
Mass production is not merely quantity production, for this may be had with none of the requisites of mass production, nor is it merely machine production, which also may exist without any resemblance to mass production. Mass production is the focusing upon a manufacturing project of the principles of power, accuracy, economy, system, continuity, and speed. The interpretation of these principles, through studies of operation and machine development and their coordination, is the conspicuous task of management.
大规模生产不仅仅是数量生产，因为后者可能在没有大规模生产所需条件的情况下进行。它也不是单纯的机器生产，后者也可能在没有任何类似大规模生产的特征下存在。大规模生产是将动力、精度、经济性、系统性、连续性和速度的原则集中应用于制造项目。通过操作和机器开发的研究极其协调， 对这些原则的解释是管理的显著任务。
The implications for labor were similar to those that followed from the introduction of the factory system in other industries, but much amplified for several reasons. Mass production of cars meant a very large increase for inputs and a sizable boost to many other sectors that depended on transportation for consumers and goods. Technologically, the automobile industry was among the most advanced sectors of the economy and thus made more extensive use of engineering, designs, planning, and other information-intensive activities. It was, as a result, at the forefront of the creation of new white-collar tasks.
对劳动力的影响类似于其他行业引入工厂制度后的影响，但由于几个原因而被大大放大。汽车的大规模生产意味着对投入的大幅增加，以及对许多依赖于消费者和货物运输的其他行业的显著推动。从技术上讲，汽车工业是经济中最先进的部门之一，因此更广泛地使用了工程、设计、规划和其他信息密集型活动。因此，它处于创造新的白领任务的前沿。
Ford was also a leader in introducing new blue-collar tasks, for the nature of assembly, painting, welding, and machine operation transformed with the reorganization of the factory. This change was not without cost for workers, who often found it challenging to cope with the requirements of Ford factories.
福特还在引入新的蓝领任务方面处于领先地位，因为装配、喷漆、焊接和机器操作的性质随着工厂的重组而发生了变化。这种变化对工人来说并非没有代价，他们经常发现很难应对福特工厂的要求。
Worker adjustment problems had several consequences, the most important one being very high rates of absenteeism and turnover. High turnover was particularly challenging to Henry Ford and his engineers because it made the assembly line and production planning much more difficult. For example, turnover rates in the Highland Park plant reached a staggering 380% per annum in 1913. It was impossible to keep workers in place. The reason for this discontent was well summarized by a letter from the wife of a worker to Henry Ford. "The chain system you have is a slave driver. My God, Mr. Ford, my husband has come home and thrown himself down and won't eat his supper. So done out." Such reactions induced Ford and his engineers to start increasing pay for workers, first to $2.34 per day, and then reaching the famous $5 per day, which was remarkably high in an economy where most of the workforce toiled for much less. As pay increased, turnover and absenteeism declined, and Ford also believed that worker productivity increased.
工人适应问题带来了几个后果，其中最重要的是缺勤率和流动率非常高。高流动率对亨利·福特和他的工程师们尤其具有挑战性，因为它使装配线和生产计划变得更加困难。例如，1913年，高地公园工厂的年流动率达到了惊人的380%，留住工人是不可能的。这种不满的原因，在一位工人的妻子写给亨利·福特的信中得到了很好的总结：你所采用的链条系统是一个奴隶驱动者。我的天啊，福特先生！我的丈夫回家后倒下，拒绝吃晚饭，他已经累得不行了。这种反应促使福特和他的工程师们开始提高工人的工资，先是提高到每天2.34美元，然后达到了著名的每天5美元。这在大多数劳动力收入低得多的经济中是相当高的。随着工资的提高，流动率和缺勤率下降，福特还相信工人的生产率也提高了。
An important source of productivity gains was training. Ford factories required specialized skills, but these skills were not difficult to acquire. The flexible factory had created a modular task structure, with most machinery requiring only a well-defined set of steps and troubleshooting knowledge to operate. As Cole then emphasized, the keynote of the whole work is simplicity. This meant that workers could be easily trained to acquire the necessary skills, and Ford, like many other companies around this time, started offering extensive training in order to increase worker productivity.
生产率提高的一个重要来源是培训。福特工厂需要专门的技能，但这些技能并不难掌握。灵活的工厂创造了一个模块化的任务结构，大多数机器只需要一组明确定义的操作步骤和故障排除知识即可操作。正如科尔文所强调的，整个工作的关键在于简单。这意味着工人可以很容易地接受培训，掌握必要的技能。 福特像当时许多其他公司一样，开始提供广泛的培训，以提高工人的生产率。
The link between advanced machinery and new skills training as a foundation for creating novel opportunities and increased demand for workers would turn out to be critical in the post-war era as well. In 1967, a manager at Ford described the company's hiring strategy this way. If we had a vacancy, we would look outside in the plant waiting room to see if there were any warm bodies standing there. If someone was there, and they looked physically okay, and they weren't an obvious alcoholic, they were hired. What this meant in practice was unprecedented opportunities for workers who did not have high levels of schooling and specialized know-how when they came into the job market. Unskilled workers could be hired, trained, and used productively with advanced machinery, expanding demand for all workers. The implications were far-reaching. They created a powerful force toward more widely shared prosperity. Some of the most highly paid jobs were open to unskilled workers.
先进机械与新技能培训之间的联系，作为创造新机会和增加工人需求的基础，在战后时代同样被证明是至关重要的。1967年，福特的一位经理这样描述公司的招聘策略：如果我们有空缺职位，我们会看看工厂等候室里是否有任何人在那里。如果有人在那里，他们看起来身体状况良好，且不是明显的酒鬼，他们就会被录用。实际上，这意味着对于那些在进入就业市场时没有高水平教育和专业知识的工人来说，前所未有的机会出现了。未熟练工人可以被雇佣、培训，并与先进机械一起高效工作，从而扩大对所有工人的需求。其影响是深远的，他们创造了一股强大的力量，推动了更广泛共享的繁荣。一些最高薪的工作对未熟练工人开放。
There was another reason why Ford was receptive to higher wages. As Magnus Alexander, an electrical engineer who had helped design the production systems at Westinghouse and General Electric, put it, productivity creates purchasing power. And purchasing power was vital for mass production.
福特接受更高工资还有另一个原因。正如曾帮助设计西屋电器和通用电气生产系统的电气工程师马格努斯·亚历山大所说，生产率创造了购买力。而购买力对于大规模生产至关重要。
These developments were not confined to the Ford Motor Company and became part and parcel of American industry. General Motors was soon besting Ford at its game, investing more in machinery and developing a more flexible production structure. Mass production meant mass market, but mass market did not necessarily mean everybody buying the same car in the same color. GM understood this ahead of Ford. And while Ford persisted in offering the Model T to everybody, regardless of their tastes and needs, GM started using its flexible production structure to offer more versatile models.
这些发展不仅限于福特汽车公司，而且成为美国工业的一部分。通用汽车很快在这一领域超越了福特，投资更多的机械，并开发了更灵活的生产结构。大规模生产意味着大众市场。但大众市场并不一定意味着每个人购买相同颜色的同一款车。通用汽车比福特更早理解这一点，而福特坚持向所有人提供 T 型车，无论他们的口味和需求如何。通用汽车开始利用其灵活的生产结构，提供更灵活的车型。
An incomplete new vision.
一个不完整的全新愿景。
The vision of the middling sort entrepreneurs that powered the early phase of the British Industrial Revolution was one based on increasing efficiency in order to reduce costs so that they could generate more profits. How this affected the meaner sort of people they employed was of little concern to these ambitious entrepreneurs. Profits were central for the industrialists of the American system as well, and the early phases of the country's industrialization were associated with a sizable increase in inequality, as industrialists such as Andrew Carnegie in steel and John D. Rockefeller in oil adopted new techniques, dominated their sectors, and made huge fortunes.
推动英国工业革命早期阶段的中产阶级企业家的愿景是基于提高效率以降低成本，从而产生更多利润。这些雄心勃勃的企业家对所雇佣的较低阶层人员的影响几乎不关心。利润对于美国体系的工业家同样至关重要。该国工业化的早期阶段与不平等的显著增加相关，因为像钢铁行业的安德鲁·卡内基和石油行业的约翰 ·D· 洛克菲勒这样的工业家采用了新技术，主导了他们的行业，并积累了巨额财富。
Many of these industrial tycoons were hostile to workers who wanted to organize. For instance, Andrew Carnegie used violence against union members during the Homestead Strike of 1892.
许多这些工业巨头对希望组织起来的工人持敌对态度。例如，安德鲁·卡内基在1892年的霍姆斯特德罢工期间对工会成员使用了暴力。
Nevertheless, several industrialists recognized that a more cooperative relationship with their workforces and their communities would be beneficial for the company in the age of electric power. Henry Ford was a pioneer in this as well. Together with the $5 day, the company introduced a pension program, other amenities, and a range of benefits for families, signaling an intent to share some of the substantial profits it was earning from new technologies and mass production of cars.
然而，一些实业家认识到，在电力时代，与员工和社区建立更加合作的关系将对公司的利益有益。亨利·福特在这方面也是一位先驱。除了每天$5的工资外，公司还引入了养老金计划、其他福利和一系列家庭福利，表明了公司愿意与员工分享因新技术和汽车大规模生产而获得的丰厚利润。
Ford was not motivated by altruism. He adopted these measures because he believed that higher wages would reduce turnover, limit strikes, prevent costly stoppages of the assembly line, and increase productivity. Many leading companies followed suit, introducing their own version of high-wage policies and amenity programs. Alexander summarized the essence of this new approach, arguing that, whereas laissez-faire and intensive individualism marked the economic life of the first half of the history of the United States, the emphasis is now shifting towards a voluntary assumption of social obligations, implied in the direction of economic activities and of national and international and cooperative effort in the common interest.
福特并非出于利他主义而采取这些措施，他相信提高工资可以减少员工流失，限制罢工，防止装配线的昂贵停工，并提高生产率。许多领先公司纷纷效仿，引入了自己的高薪政策和福利计划。亚历山大总结了这一新方法的精髓，认为虽然自由放任和强烈的个人主义标志着美国历史前半段的经济生活，但现在重点正转向自愿承担社会义务。这体现在经济活动的指导和国家及国际层面的合作努力中，以共同利益为目标。
Another person crystallizing this vision was the American economist John R. Commons, who advocated for a type of welfare capitalism, where productivity increases would benefit workers based on a bond of loyalty and reciprocity between employers and employees. According to Commons, focusing on reducing costs at the expense of workers was a losing proposition.
另一位将这一愿景具体化的是美国经济学家约翰·奥尔康芒斯，他倡导一种福利资本主义，在这种制度下，生产率的提高将基于雇主和员工之间的忠诚和互惠关系，使工人受益。康芒斯认为，以牺牲工人为代价来降低成本是一种失败的策略。
Nevertheless, this type of welfare capitalism was bound to remain no more than an aspiration unless there were institutional changes enabling workers to organize and exercise countervailing powers. This started happening after the Great Depression and initially far away from the United States.
然而，除非有制度变革使工人能够组织起来并行使制衡权力，否则这种福利资本主义注定只能是一个愿望。这种情况在大萧条之后开始发生，最初远离美国。
Nordic choices.
北欧的选择。
The Great Depression opened with sharp falls in U.S. stock prices in 1929, wiping out half of the stock market value within a few months. It brought first the U.S. and then the world economy to a standstill. By 1933, U.S. GDP had fallen by 30%, and unemployment was up to 20%. There were widespread bank failures, destroying people's life savings.
大萧条始于1929年美国股市的急剧下跌，几个月内股市价值蒸发了一半。它首先使美国，随后使世界经济陷入停滞。到1933年，美国 GDP 下降了30%，失业率上升到20%。银行普遍倒闭，摧毁了人们的毕生积蓄。
The shock from the stock market meltdown and the resulting economic chaos was palpable. Rumors spread that stockbrokers jumped out of windows of high-rises as the market collapsed. It would turn out later that this was not quite the case. When the chief medical examiner of New York City investigated the data, he found that suicides were down, year on year, in October and November 1929. Even if financiers throwing themselves onto the concrete pavement was an exaggeration, the macroeconomic quagmire the country found itself in was not.
股市崩盘和随之而来的经济混乱带来的冲击是显而易见的。有传言称，股市崩盘时，股票经纪人从摩天大楼的窗户跳楼自杀。后来事实证明，情况并非如此。当纽约市首席法医调查数据时，他发现1929年10月和11月的自杀率实际上比去年同期有所下降。即使金融从业者跳楼自杀的说法被夸大了，但国家所陷入的宏观经济困境却是真实的。
Though originating in the United States, economic troubles rapidly spread around the world. By 1930, most of Europe was in a sharp economic contraction. How different countries responded to economic hardships differed, with distinct political and social consequences. Germany was already beset by political polarization, with several right-wing parties trying to limit the ability of social democrats to govern the country. Lawmakers came up with no comprehensive responses, and some of their policy reactions further deepened the crisis. Soon German industrial production was in free fall, dropping to just over half of its value in 1929, and unemployment reached over 30%.
尽管经济问题起源于美国，但很快蔓延至全球。到1930年，欧洲大部分地区已经陷入严重的经济收缩。各国对经济困难的反应各不相同，带来了不同的政治和社会后果。德国已经受到政治极化的影响，几个右翼政党试图限制社会民主党治理国家的能力。立法者没有提出全面的应对措施，他们的一些政策反应反而进一步加剧了危机。很快，德国的工业生产急剧下降，到1929年的价值还不到一半，失业率超过了30%。
The economic hardships and incompetence, and in the eyes of many indifferent policy reactions, paved the way to an almost complete loss of legitimacy of established parties and the rise of the National Socialist, Nazi Party. The Nazis were no more than a fringe political movement, receiving only 2.6% of the national vote share in the 1928 election before the Depression. Their vote share shot up in the first election after the Depression and reached 37.3% in July 1932. In November 1932, the Nazis lost ground but still won 33.1% of the vote, and in January 1933 Adolf Hitler became chancellor.
经济困难、无能以及在许多人看来冷漠的政策反应，导致了传统政党的几乎完全失去合法性，以及纳粹党的崛起。在大萧条之前，纳粹党只是一个边缘政治运动，在1928年的选举中仅获得了 2.6% 的全国选票。大萧条后的第一次选举中，他们的选票份额急剧上升，到1932年7月达到了 37.3%。1932年11月，纳粹党的选票份额有所下降，但仍赢得了 33.1% 的选票。1933年1月，阿道夫·希特勒成为总理。
Similar dynamics played out in France, which also experienced a debilitating economic meltdown, incoherent and ineffective policy responses, and extremist parties gaining power, even if the democratically elected government held on.
类似的动态也在法国上演，法国同样经历了经济崩溃、政策反应混乱无效，以及极端政党上台，尽管民选政府仍然坚持了下来。
The reaction in the small and economically still backward country of Sweden was very different. In the late 1920s, the Swedish economy was predominantly agricultural, with approximately half of the population working in farming. The country had introduced full universal suffrage only in 1921, and industrial workers had limited political power. However, the party that represented them, the Swedish Social Democratic Workers' Party, SAP, had one major advantage. Going back to the late 19th century, the party's leadership had recognized that it had to reform Sweden's institutions. To achieve this objective, the party had to come to power democratically, which meant moving away from Marxism, and its leadership endeavored to form a coalition with rural workers and the middle classes. As one of the party's most influential leaders, Hjalmar Branting, argued in 1886, in a backward land like Sweden, we cannot close our eyes to the fact that the middle class increasingly plays a very important role. The working class needs the help it can get from this direction, just like the middle class for its part needs the workers behind it, in order to be able to hold out against our common enemies.
瑞典这个经济仍相对落后的国家的反应则非常不同。20世纪20年代末，瑞典经济主要以农业为主，大约一半的人口从事农业工作。该国直到1921年才实行全民普选，工业工人在政治上影响力有限。然而，代表他们的瑞典社会民主工人党 SEP 有一个主要优势。追溯到19世纪末，该党的领导层认识到必须改革瑞典的制度。为了实现这一目标，该党必须通过民主手段上台，这意味着要远离马克思主义。其领导层努力与农村工人和中产阶级结成联盟。正如该党最有影响力的领导人之一哈拉尔·布兰廷在1886年所言，在像瑞典这样落后的国家，我们不能忽视中产阶级日益重要的作用。工人阶级需要从中产阶级那里得到帮助，就像中产阶级也需要工人支持一样，以共同对抗我们的共同敌人。
After the beginning of the Great Depression, the SAP started campaigning for a robust policy response that had both a macroeconomic leg, greater government spending, higher wages in industry to prop up demand, and expansionary monetary policy by leaving the gold standard, and an institutional leg, providing foundations for consistent sharing of profits between labor and capital, redistribution via taxation, and social insurance programs.
大萧条开始后 ，SAP 开始为一项强有力的政策响应进行竞选。该政策包括宏观经济方面增加政府支出，提高工业工资以支撑需求；通过脱离金本位实施扩张性货币政策和制度方面为劳资双方利润的持续共享，通过税收进行再分配以及社会保险计划提供基础。
To achieve this, the party started seeking coalition partners. It looked like a hopeless task, at least at first. The center-right had no intention of working with the SAP, and worker and agrarian parties were often at loggerheads, not just in Sweden but throughout much of Western Europe during this period. The SAP, which was organically linked to trade unions, was determined to maintain high wages in industry and expand manufacturing employment. Trade unions viewed higher food prices as undermining these plans, for they would raise the cost of the much-needed government programs and erode the real take-home pay of workers. Agrarian interests prioritized higher food prices and did not want the government's resources to be directed toward industrial programs.
为了实现这一目标，该党开始寻找联盟伙伴。这看起来是一项毫无希望的任务，至少一开始是这样。中右翼政党无意与社会民主党 SAP 合作，而工人党和农民党之间经常发生冲突，不仅在瑞典，而且在这一时期的西欧大部分地区也是如此。社会民主党与工会有着有机联系，决心在工业中保持高工资并扩大制造业就业。工会认为，更高的食品价格会破坏这些计划，因为这将增加政府项目所需的成本，并侵蚀工人的实际收入。农业利益集团则优先考虑更高的食品价格，不希望政府资源被用于工业项目。
The SAP's leadership understood the critical importance of a coalition that would give the party a robust majority in parliament. This was in part a response to the dire economic conditions, for poverty and unemployment had started rising rapidly in Sweden in 1930. But it was also because the party's leadership was observing how inaction was pushing other European countries into the arms of extremists.
社会民主党的领导层认识到，建立一个能够使该党在议会中获得强大多数的联盟至关重要。这在一定程度上是对严峻经济形势的回应，因为1930年瑞典的贫困和失业率开始迅速上升。但这也是因为该党的领导层观察到，不作为正在将其他欧洲国家推向极端主义的怀抱。
In the run-up to the 1932 national elections, the party's leader, Per Albin Hansson, consistently presented the party as the people's home, embracing all working people and the middle classes. As the party's program stated, the party does not aim to support and help one working class at the expense of the others. It does not differentiate in its work for the future between the industrial working class and the agricultural class or between workers of the hands and workers of the brain. The appeal worked, and the party increased its vote share from 37% in 1928 to almost 42% in 1932. It also convinced the Agrarian Party to join Hansson in a coalition. This was based on a deal that is now referred to as a cow trade, in which the SAP received support from agrarian interests to increase spending, including for the industrial sector, in return for greater protection for the agricultural sector and higher government set prices.
在1932年全国大选前夕，该党领袖佩尔·阿尔宾·汉松 （Per Albin Hansson） 始终将该党呈现为人民的家园，拥抱所有工人和中产阶级。正如该党的纲领所言，该党不只在支持和帮助一个工人阶级而牺牲其他工人阶级。他在为未来的工作中不区分工业工人阶级和农业阶级，也不区分体力劳动者和脑力劳动者。这一呼吁奏效了，该党的得票率从1928年的37%增加到1932年的近42%。他还说服了农民党加入汉松的联盟。这一联盟基于一项现在被称为奶牛交易的协议，社会民主党从农业利益集团那里获得了支持，以增加支出，包括对工业部门的支持。作为交换，农业部门将获得更大的保护和更高的政府定价。
As important as the macroeconomic responses was the new institutional structure that the SAP was building. The solution it came up with for institutionalizing rent sharing was to bring the government, trade unions, and businesses together to reach mutually beneficial bargains, which would secure equitable distribution of productivity gains between capital and labor.
与宏观经济反应同样重要的是结构调整计划 SAP 正在建立的新制度结构。为实现租金共享制度化，他提出将政府、工会和企业聚集在一起，达成互惠协议，确保生产率增长在资本和劳动力之间公平分配。
The business community was at first opposed to this corporatist model, viewing the labor movement in the same way that their German and American counterparts did, something to be avoided to keep costs low and maintain control in workplaces. But that started changing after the 1936 elections, which witnessed further gains for the SAP. The business community saw the writing on the wall. It would not be able to bring down the SAP by sheer opposition.
商界最初反对这种社团模式，将劳工运动视为与他们的德国和美国同行相同的东西，为了降低成本和保持工作场所的控制而需要避免的事情。但在1936年选举之后，这种情况开始改变，选举中社会民主党 SAP 进一步获得了支持。商界看到了形势的严峻性，仅凭反对是无法推翻社会民主党的。
In a famous meeting in the resort town of Salzgitter in 1938, a deal was struck with a significant fraction of the business community, agreeing on the basic ingredients of the Scandinavian social democratic system. The most important elements were industry-level wage setting, ensuring that profits and output increases were shared with workers, and significant expansion of redistributive and social insurance programs, along with government regulations. This was not a deal to expropriate the business community, however. There was general agreement that private businesses had to remain productive, and this would be achieved by technological investments.
1938年，在著名的萨尔特舍巴登度假小镇会议上，商界的重要部分达成了协议，同意了斯堪的纳维亚社会民主制度的基本要素。最重要的元素是行业级别的工资设定，确保利润和产出增长与工人共享，以及大幅扩大再分配和社会保险计划，同时实施政府监管。然而，这并不是一项剥夺商界的协议。普遍认为，私营企业必须保持生产力，这将通过技术投资来实现。
Two elements of this deal are particularly noteworthy. First, corporations would have to pay high wages and negotiate employment and working conditions with unions, precluding mass layoffs to reduce labor costs. They would then have incentives to increase the marginal productivity of workers, locking in a natural bias toward worker-friendly technologies.
这笔交易中有两个特别值得注意的方面。首先，企业必须支付高工资，并与工会就就业和工作条件进行谈判，从而避免通过裁员来降低劳动力成本。这将激励企业提高工人的边际生产率，从而锁定对工人友好的技术的自然偏向。
Second, industry-level bargains created incentives for corporations to raise productivity without fear that these increases would lead to further wage hikes. To put it simply, if a company managed to boost its productivity above that of its competitors, under industry-level wage setting it would continue to pay more or less the same wages, and thus the full increase in productivity would translate into greater profits. This realization provided a powerful motive for businesses to innovate and invest in new machinery. When this happened throughout an industry, it led to higher wages, creating benefits for both labor and capital.
其次，行业级别的谈判为企业提供了提高生产率的激励，而不用担心这些提高会导致更高的工资。简单来说，如果一家公司设法将其生产率提高到竞争对手之上，在行业级别的工资设定下，它将继续支付大致相同的工资，因此生产率的全部提高将转化为更高的利润。这一认识为企业创新和投资新机器提供了强大的动力。当整个行业都这样做时，它将导致更高的工资，从而为劳资双方创造利益。
Remarkably, therefore, the corporatist model that SAP and the trade unions put together in Sweden achieved some of the aspirations of the vision of welfare capitalism that people such as J.R. Commons were articulating in the United States. The difference was that welfare capitalism, coming purely as a voluntary gift from corporations, was highly contingent and often ran into resistance from managers intent on increasing profits and reducing wages. When embedded in an institutional framework, bolstering the countervailing powers of workers and including the regulatory capacity of the state, it was on much firmer ground.
因此，令人惊讶的是 ，SAP 和工会在瑞典共同建立的社团主义模式实现了福利资本主义的一些理想。这些理想是 J.R. Commons 等人在美国所阐述的。不同之处在于，纯粹由企业自愿提供的福利资本主义高度不确定，经常受到意图增加利润和降低工资的管理层的抵制。当嵌入增强工人反制力量的制度框架，并包括国家的监管能力时，它就更加稳固了。
Trade unions played a central role in the building of the state's regulatory capacity as well. They implemented and monitored the expanded welfare programs, enabling communication between workers and the management when new technologies were being introduced or some establishments were being downsized.
工会也在国家监管能力的建设中发挥了核心作用。他们实施和监督了扩大的福利计划，在引入新技术或某些机构裁员时，促进了工人与管理层之间的沟通。
At the beginning of the 20th century, Sweden was an extremely unequal place. The share of the richest 1% of the country in national income was over 30%, which made it more unequal than most European countries. In the decades after the basic institutional structure of this new coalition was established, employment and productivity grew rapidly, but inequality declined. By the 1960s, Sweden had become one of the most equal countries in the world, with the share of the top 1% of the population hovering around 10% of national income.
20世纪初，瑞典是一个极其不平等的地方。最富有的1%人口在国民收入中的份额超过30%，这使得它比大多数欧洲国家更加不平等。在这一新联盟的基本制度结构建立后的几十年里，就业和生产率迅速增长，但不平等程度下降。到20世纪60年代，瑞典已成为世界上最平等的国家之一，最富有的1%人口的国民收入份额徘徊在10%左右。
New Deal aspirations.
新政理想。
Like the Social Democratic Workers' Party in Sweden, U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR, was elected with the promise of confronting the Great Depression. FDR's vision had a lot in common with the Swedes. Macroeconomic response in the form of higher spending, support for agricultural prices, public works, and other policies to prop up demand were critical. In 1933, FDR's administration was the first in national history to introduce a minimum wage, which was viewed not just as a poverty-reducing legislation, but as a means of macroeconomic stabilization, for it would create additional purchasing power in the hands of workers. Equally pivotal was institutional overhaul, which centered on creating countervailing powers against businesses, both in the form of government regulation and a stronger labor movement.
像瑞典的社会民主工人党一样，美国总统富兰克林·德拉诺·罗斯福 （FDR） 当选时承诺应对大萧条。罗斯福的愿景与瑞典人有很多共同点。宏观经济响应包括增加支出、支持农产品价格、公共工程和其他刺激需求的政策都是至关重要的。1933年，罗斯福政府成为美国历史上第一个引入最低工资的政府，这不仅被视为减少贫困的立法，还被视为宏观经济稳定的手段，因为它将为工人创造额外的购买力。同样重要的是制度性改革，其核心是建立与企业抗衡的力量， 既包括政府监管，也包括更强大的劳工运动。
In this institutional overhaul, New Dealers were building on the reforms that the progressive movement had implemented, which we will discuss in more detail in Chapter 11. But their plans went further.
在这一制度性改革中，新政人士是在进步运动已经实施的改革基础上进行的，我们将在第11章中详细讨论。但他们的计划走得更远。
Economist Rexford Tugwell, a member of FDR's Brain Trust, captured the essence of New Dealers' regulatory approach. A strong government with an executive amply empowered by legislative delegation is the one way out of our dilemma and forward to the realization of our vast social and economic possibilities. Based on this philosophy, the administration introduced what the New York Times named 40 alphabet New Deal agencies, ranging from AAA, Agricultural Adjustment Administration, to USA's, United States Employment Service, and proceeded to implement several policies similar to those adopted by the Swedish Social Democratic Workers' Party, including wage and price controls, protection for workers under codes of fair practices, and actions against child labor.
经济学家雷克斯福德·塔格维尔是罗斯福智囊团的成员，他概括了新政人士的监管方法的本质。一个拥有立法授权充分的行政权力的强有力政府是解决我们困境的唯一途径，也是实现我们巨大的社会和经济可能性的前进方向。基于这一理念，政府推出了《纽约时报》所称的40个字母的新政机构，从 AAA 农业调整管理局到 USIS 美国就业服务局，并实施了多项与瑞典社会民主工人党采取的政策类似的措施，包括工资和价格控制、保护工人权益的公平做法守则以及打击童工的行动。
Measures aimed at strengthening the labor movement were arguably even more important. They were based on the belief that, despite progressive-era reforms, businesses were still not sharing productivity and profit gains with their workers, and low wages were creating both inequality and macroeconomic problems. Inequality was high and growing. By 1913, the richest 1% of households were already capturing about 20% of national income, and this number kept on rising, exceeding 22% by the end of the 1920s.
旨在加强劳工运动的措施可以说更为重要。这些措施基于这样的信念，尽管进步时代进行了改革，但企业仍然没有与工人分享生产率和利润的增长，低工资正在造成不平等和宏观经济问题。不平等现象严重且日益加剧。到1913年，最富有的1%的家庭已经占到了国民收入的约20%，这一数字持续上升，在20世纪20年代末超过了22%。
A major policy initiative of the FDR administration was the Wagner Act of 1935, which recognized the right of workers to collectively organize, without intimidation and threat of firing from employers, and introduced various arbitration procedures to resolve disputes. Even before the Depression, some intellectuals and business people were acknowledging that without collective bargaining, productivity gains would not be shared fairly, even if companies such as Ford raised wages to reduce turnover.
罗斯福政府的一项重要政策举措是1935年的瓦格纳法案。该法案承认工人有权集体组织，不受雇主的恐吓和解雇威胁，并引入了各种仲裁程序来解决争端。即使在大萧条之前，一些知识分子和商界人士就已经认识到，如果没有集体谈判，即使像福特这样的公司提高工资以减少员工流失，生产率的提高也不会得到公平的分享。
In 1928, the pioneering American engineer Morris Llewellyn Cook spoke to the Taylor Society, a group dedicated to scientific management.
1928年，美国先驱工程师莫里斯·卢埃林·库克在泰勒学会发表演讲，该学会致力于科学管理。
The interests of society, including those of the workers, suggest some measure of collective bargaining in industry to the end that the weaker side may be represented in negotiations as to hours, wages, status, and working conditions. Collective bargaining implies the organization of the workers on a basis extensive enough, say nationwide, as to make this bargaining power effective.
社会的利益，包括工人的利益，建议在行业中实行一定程度的集体谈判，以便较弱的一方在关于工时、工资、地位和工作条件的谈判中得到代表。集体谈判意味着工人组织的基础要足够广泛，比如全国范围，以使这种谈判力量有效。
Cook, who later became a senior government official under Presidents Roosevelt and Truman, argued that given the prevalence of large modern corporations, it was critical that workers become organized and to look upon some organization of the workers, such as labor unions, as a deep social need.
库克后来成为罗斯福和杜鲁门总统任下的高级政府官员。他认为，鉴于大型现代公司的普遍存在，工人必须组织起来，并将某种工人组织，如工会，视为一种深刻的社会需求。
Carl Conway, chairman of the board of Continental Can and a hero of capitalist endeavor, according to the Harvard Business School unofficial scorekeeper, was surprisingly pro-union.
卡尔·康威，大陆罐头公司的董事会主席，被哈佛商学院非官方评分者誉为资本主义努力的英雄，出人意料地支持工会。
Certainly, anyone who has been in business during the past 30 years would have to be naive to think that management by and large desired collective bargaining or certain of the other reforms which labor has finally won. But isn't it also likely that better understanding of the basic fundamentals involved in the struggle over the last 30 years between labor and management can work toward harmonizing the two viewpoints into a common objective, and so make collective bargaining and many of the other reforms operate in the interests of both labor and management?
当然，任何在过去30年中经商的人都不会天真地认为，管理层普遍希望进行集体谈判或劳动最终赢得的其他某些改革。但是否也有可能，对过去30年劳资双方斗争的基本原理有更深入的理解，可以将这两种观点协调为一个共同的目标，从而使集体谈判和许多其他改革符合劳资双方的利益。
However, New Deal's aspirations, in contrast to those of the Swedish Social Democratic Workers' Party, would not be fully realized. One nexus of resistance came from Southern Democrats, who were worried that New Deal policies would challenge Jim Crow segregation and hence work to make the legislation less comprehensive than in Sweden.
然而，新政的理想与瑞典社会民主工人党的理想相比，并未完全实现。一个阻力的焦点来自南方民主党人，他们担心新政策会挑战吉姆·克劳种族隔离制度，因此努力使立法不如瑞典全面。
Aspects of the New Deal plan aimed at greater spending and expansion of collective bargaining faced stiff resistance as well and were often blocked by the U.S. Supreme Court. Nevertheless, FDR's policies did manage to stop the slide of the macroeconomy and gave a huge boost to the labor movement. Both these elements would play an important role in the post-war era.
新政计划中旨在增加支出和扩大集体谈判的方面也遇到了强烈的抵制，经常被美国最高法院阻挠。尽管如此，罗斯福的政策确实设法阻止了宏观经济的下滑，并极大地推动了劳工运动。这两个因素在战后时代都发挥了重要作用。
It was vital that these major institutional overhauls, both in Sweden and in the United States, happened within the context of a democratic system. FDR himself attempted to centralize power in his hands, and even tried to circumvent resistance to his policies from the Supreme Court by increasing the number of justices. But his own party blocked the court-packing attempts.
这些在瑞典和美国进行的重大机构改革必须在民主制度的背景下进行。罗斯福本人试图将权力集中到自己手中，甚至试图通过增加最高法院法官人数来规避对其政策的抵制。但他的政党阻止了法院扩编的尝试。
The Allies won World War II on the back of the United States, throwing its entire economy into war production. Factories that had made washing machines now produced munitions. Landing craft were manufactured by the thousands. The U.S. had started the war with 6 aircraft carriers. By early 1945, it was producing one highly effective, even if smaller, carrier every month.
盟军在二战中获胜，很大程度上得益于美国将其整个经济投入战争生产。曾经生产洗衣机的工厂现在生产军火，登陆艇成千上万地制造。美国在战争开始时只有6艘航空母舰，到1945年初，美国每月就能生产1艘高效，尽管较小的航空母舰。
The U.S. military struggled to build robust logistics to support its troops overseas. In September 1942, as General Eisenhower's forces prepared to invade North Africa, I complained to Washington that appropriate supplies had not arrived in England. The War Department replied caustically, It appears that we have shipped all items at least twice and most items 3 times. For some years, there was chaotic oversupply in transatlantic shipments, albeit not in a way that prevented the U.S. from winning. As one general quipped, the American Army does not solve its problems, it overwhelms them.
美国军队在建立强大的后勤系统以支持海外部队方面遇到了困难。1942年9月，当艾森豪威尔将军的部队准备入侵北非时，他向华盛顿抱怨说，适当的物资没有运抵英国。战争部尖锐地回复，看来我们已经将所有物品至少运送了2次，大多数物品运送了3次。在几年的时间里，跨大西洋运输出现了混乱的过剩供应，尽管这并没有妨碍美国赢得战争。正如一位将军所说，美国军队不是解决问题，而是压倒问题。
All this production required workers, and workers had to keep at it hard. After victory in 1945, what would be their reward for these extraordinary efforts?
所有这些生产都需要工人，而工人必须努力工作。1945年胜利后，他们为这些非凡努力所获得的回报会是什么？
Glorious years.
光荣的岁月。
Although the foundations of shared prosperity were laid in the first 4 decades of the 20th century, most Americans would not have recognized them clearly. The first half of the century witnessed the 2 most brutal, destructive, and murderous wars of human history and a massive depression that instilled fear and uncertainty in the people who survived it. These fears were deep and long-lasting. Recent research documents that people who lived through the Great Depression were often permanently scarred and remained unwilling to take economic risk for the rest of their lives. There were periods of robust economic growth in the first half of the century, but these were, as often as not, associated with much of the benefits being captured by the wealthy, so inequality remained high and sometimes even increased.
尽管共享繁荣的基础在20世纪的前40年已经奠定，但大多数美国人可能并没有清楚地认识到这一点。世纪的前半叶见证了人类历史上最残酷、最具破坏性和最血腥的2场战争，以及一场大萧条。这场大萧条给幸存者带来了恐惧和不确定性，这些恐惧是深刻且持久的。最近的研究表明，经历过大萧条的人们往往留下了永久的创伤，并且在余生中不愿意承担经济风险。世纪前半叶确实有经济快速增长的时期，但这些时期往往伴随着大部分收益被富人所捕获，因此不平等依然很高，有时甚至加剧。
Against this background, the decades after 1940 were striking. U.S. aggregate output, gross domestic product, or GDP, per capita grew at an average rate of more than 3.1% between 1940 and 1973. This growth was fueled by productivity improvements, both during and after the war. In addition to GDP per capita, total factor productivity, TFP, growth is an informative measure of economic growth, in part because it takes out the contribution of increases in the capital stock, machinery, and buildings. The TFP growth rate is therefore a better measure of technological progress, for it picks up how much GDP growth comes from technological changes and efficiency improvements. U.S. TFP growth in the non-agricultural, non-government sector between 1891 and 1939 averaged less than 1% per year. Between 1940 and 1973, it rose to an average of almost 2.2% per year. This was not driven just by the boom during and in the immediate aftermath of the war. The average rate of annual TFP growth between 1950 and 1973 was still above 1.7%.
在这样的背景下，1940年后的几十年显得尤为突出。1940年至1973年间，美国人均总产出（国内生产总值，简称 GDP） 的年均增长率超过 3.1%。这一增长得益于战时和战后的生产率提高。除了人均 GDP， 全要素生产率 TFP 的增长也是衡量经济增长的一个重要指标。部分原因是它排除了资本存量、机器和建筑物增加的贡献。因此 TFP 增长率是衡量技术进步的更好指标，因为它反映了 GDP 增长中来自技术变革和效率提升的部分。1891年至1939年间，美国非农业、非政府部门的 TFP 年均增长率不到 1%。1940年至1973年间，这一数字上升至接近 2.2% 的年均增长率。 这一增长不仅是由战争期间及其直接后果的繁荣推动的。1950年至1973年间 ，TFP 的年均增长率仍保持在1.7%以上。
This unprecedented rate of expansion of the productive capacity of the economy was based on technological breakthroughs that had started in the 1920s and 1930s, but it was also vital that they were swiftly adopted and effectively organized.
这种前所未有的经济生产能力扩张速度基于20世纪20年代和30年代开始的技术突破，但迅速采用并有效组织这些技术也同样至关重要。
Mass production methods were already well established in the automobile industry, and they spread throughout American industry after the war. Car manufacturing itself continued to expand rapidly. In the 1930s, the United States produced an average of about 3 million automobiles every year. By the 1960s, production had increased to almost 8 million. It is not an exaggeration to say that America made the automobile, but then the automobile remade America.
大规模生产方法在汽车工业中已经非常成熟，并在战后扩展到整个美国工业。汽车制造业本身继续迅速扩张。20世纪30年代，美国每年平均生产约300万辆汽车，到20世纪60年代，产量已增加到近800万辆。毫不夸张地说，美国制造了汽车，而汽车又重塑了美国。
Backward and forward linkages to other industries were critical in improving the productive capacity of the economy. Mass production of cars generated growing demands for inputs from almost every sector of the economy. Even more importantly, as more highways and roads were built and more of the population had access to cars and other forms of modern transport, the geography of cities was transformed, with rapid growth of suburbs. Better transport also enabled service and entertainment options via shopping centers, larger stores, and bigger movie theaters.
与其他行业的前后相联系，对于提高经济的生产能力至关重要。汽车的大规模生产引发了几乎所有经济部门对投入品的需求增长。更重要的是，随着更多高速公路和道路的建设，以及更多人口能够使用汽车和其他现代交通工具，城市的地理格局发生了变化，郊区迅速扩张。更好的交通也使得通过购物中心、更大的商店和更大的电影院提供服务和娱乐选择成为可能。
As remarkable as the speed of overall growth and productivity improvements was the inclusive nature of prosperity. The first half of the 20th century had a hard time making growth broadly shared. Bursts of growth came with much inequality. The pattern of the post-war decades stands in stark contrast to that.
总体增长和生产率提高的速度令人瞩目，而繁荣的包容性也同样引人注目。20世纪上半叶很难实现广泛共享的增长，增长的爆发往往伴随着巨大的不平等。战后几十年的模式与之形成了鲜明对比。
For one, inequality fell rapidly during and after World War II. The share of the top 1% of the income distribution was down to less than 13% by 1960, from its high of 22% in the 1920s. Other aspects of inequality during the post-war years declined as well, in part because of tighter regulations and price controls. Two researchers who studied this episode were so struck by the declines in inequality during this era that they dubbed it the Great Compression.
一方面，不平等在二战期间及之后迅速下降，到1960年，收入分配中前1%的份额已降至不到13%。而20世纪20年代这一比例高达22%。战后年间的其他不平等方面也有所下降，部分原因是监管更加严格和价格控制。研究这一时期的2位研究者对这一时期不平等的下降印象深刻，将其称为大压缩。
Even more remarkable was the pattern of subsequent growth. Average real wages rose as fast and sometimes faster than productivity, recording an overall growth rate of almost 3% between 1949 and 1973. And this growth was broadly shared. For example, the real wage growth of low and high education men was similarly close to 3% per year during this period.
更为显著的是随后的增长模式。实际平均工资的增长速度与生产率一样快，有时甚至更快。1949年至1973年间，总体增长率达到近3%。而且，这种增长是普遍共享的。例如， 在此期间，低教育水平和高教育水平男性的实际工资增长率均接近每年3%。
What was the secret sauce of shared prosperity in the decades following World War II? The answer lies in the two elements we emphasized earlier in this chapter. A direction of technology that created new tasks and jobs for workers of all skill levels, and an institutional framework enabling workers to share productivity increases with employers and managers.
二战后数十年共享繁荣的秘诀是什么？答案在于我们在本章前面强调的两个要素：技术的方向创造了适合所有技能水平工人的新任务和新工作，以及一个使工人能够与雇主和管理者分享生产率增长的制度框架。
The direction of technology built on what began in the first half of the century. In fact, most of the technologies foundational to the era of shared prosperity were invented decades before and were implemented in the 1950s and 1960s. This is quite clear in the case of the internal combustion engine, which underwent further improvements, but the basic technology remained largely unchanged.
技术的方向建立在20世纪上半叶开始的基础上。事实上，大多数奠定共享繁荣时代基础的技术都是几十年前发明的，并在1950年代和1960年代得以实施。以内燃机为例，尽管它经历了进一步的改进，但基本技术保持 largely unchanged。
Robust post-war U.S. growth did not immediately guarantee that these technologies would benefit workers. The sharing of prosperity was contested from the day World War II came to an end. Ensuring that economic growth benefited a broad cross-section of society took hard work, as we explain next.
战后美国的强劲增长并未立即保证这些技术会惠及工人。从二战结束的那天起，繁荣的分享就一直存在争议。确保经济增长惠及社会的广泛阶层需要付出艰苦的努力，正如我们接下来所解释的那样。
Clash over automation and wages.
自动化与工资的冲突。
Concerns about technological unemployment voiced by John Maynard Keynes, discussed in Chapter 1, were perhaps even more relevant in the decades following World War II. Machine tools continued to improve, and striking advances in numerically controlled machinery built on and perfected the ideas that dated back to Jacquard's loom. Designed by Joseph Marie Jacquard in 1804, this loom was one of the most important weaving automation devices of the 19th century, performing tasks that even skilled weavers found challenging. Its breakthrough was conceptualizing and designing a machine that wove fabric according to the designs entered via a set of punch cards.
约翰·梅纳德·凯恩斯在第一章中讨论的关于技术性失业的担忧，在二战后的几十年里或许更加相关。机床继续改进，数控机床的显著进步完善了可以追溯到贾卡织机的理念。贾卡织机由约瑟夫·玛丽·贾卡于1804年设计，是19世纪最重要的织造自动化设备之一，能够完成即使是熟练织工也觉得困难的任务。它的突破在于构思和设计了一种根据一组穿孔卡片输入的设计来编织织物的机器。
The numerically controlled machinery of the 1950s and 1960s pushed this idea one step further, linking a variety of machines first to punch cards and then to computers. Now drills, lathes, mills, and other machinery could be instructed to implement production tasks previously performed by workers.
20世纪50年代和60年代的数控机床将这一理念进一步推进，最初将各种机器连接到穿孔卡片，后来又连接到计算机。现在，钻床、车床、铣床和其他机械设备可以被指示执行以前由工人完成的生产任务。
Fortune magazine captured the enthusiasm about programmable machine tool automation, also known as numerical control, in 1946, with an issue on the automatic factory, announcing that the threat and promise of laborless machines is closer than ever. A feature article in the same issue, Machines Without Men, opened with these lines. Imagine, if you will, a factory is clean, spacious, and continuously operating as a hydroelectric plant. The production floor is barren of men. The factory of the future would be operated by engineers and technicians, and without many blue-collar workers. The promise resonated with numerous American managers who were only too happy to have new ways to reduce labor costs.
财富杂志在1946年的一期自动化工厂中捕捉到了对可编程机床自动化，也称为数控 的热情，宣布无劳动机器的威胁和承诺比以往任何时候都更接近。同一期的一篇专题文章《无人工厂》以这样的句子开头：想象一下，如果可以的话，一个像水电站一样干净、宽敞、连续运行的工厂。生产楼层没有工人，未来的工厂将由工程师和技术人员操作，而不需要许多蓝领工人。这一承诺引起了众多美国管理者的共鸣，他们非常乐意找到新的方法来降低劳动力成本。
Numerical control also received substantial investment from the Navy and the Air Force, which viewed advances in automation to be of strategic importance. More important than the government's direct investment in automation technologies was its leadership and incentives for the development of digital technologies. The war effort multiplied what the Department of Defense was willing to spend on science and technology, and a significant portion went to computers and advancing the digital infrastructure.
数控还得到了海军和空军的大量投资，他们认为自动化技术的进步具有战略重要性。比政府直接投资自动化技术更重要的是，它在数字技术开发方面的领导和激励。战争努力使国防部愿意在科学和技术上的支出成倍增加，其中相当一部分用于计算机和推进数字基础设施。
Policymakers took note and came to view the challenge of job creation in the midst of rapid automation as a defining one for the age. As President Kennedy responded in 1962 when asked about automation, "I regard it as the major domestic challenge, really, of the 60s, to maintain full employment at a time when automation, of course, is replacing men."
政策制定者注意到了这一点，并将自动化迅速发展背景下的就业创造挑战视为时代的决定性挑战。正如肯尼迪总统在1962年被问及自动化时所回应的那样，我认为这是60年代真正的主要国内挑战，即在自动化当然取代人力的同时，保持充分就业。
Indeed, throughout this period, advances in automation technologies continued, even beyond numerically controlled machinery and outside of manufacturing. For example, telephone switchboards were operated manually in the 1920s, often by young women. AT&T was the largest U.S. employer of women under the age of 20. Over the next 3 decades, automatic switchboards were introduced around the country. Most manual operators were displaced, and by 1960, there were almost none left. In local markets where automatic switchboards were introduced, there were fewer jobs for young women.
确实，在这一时期，自动化技术的进步持续不断，甚至超出了数控机床的范围，扩展到了制造业之外。例如，在20世纪20年代，电话交换台是由人工操作的，通常由年轻女性操作。AT&T 是当时美国雇佣20岁以下女性最多的雇主。在接下来的30年里，自动交换台在全国范围内被引入，大多数人工操作员被取代。到1960年，几乎不再有手动操作员。在引入自动交换台的当地市场，年轻女性的就业机会减少了。
Yet fears of dwindling job opportunities did not materialize. Labor fared quite well, and demand for workers of all different skills continued to increase throughout the 1950s, 1960s, and early 1970s. Most of the women displaced from the Bell Company switchboards, for example, found opportunities in the expanding service sectors and business offices in the decades that followed.
然而，对就业机会减少的担忧并未成为现实，劳动力状况相当良好，对各种技能工人的需求在整个1950年代、1960年代和1970年代初期持续增加。例如，从贝尔公司交换台被取代的大多数女性，在随后的几十年里，在不断扩大的服务业和商业办公室中找到了机会。
In essence, technologies of the era created as many opportunities for workers as the ones they displaced. This was for the same reasons we have seen in the context of mass production in the automobile industry. Improvements in communications, transport, and manufacturing technologies gave a boost to other sectors. But even more importantly, these advances also generated new jobs in the sectors in which they were introduced. Neither numerical control nor other automatic machinery completely removed the human operator, in part because the machines were not fully automatic and created a range of additional tasks as they mechanized production.
本质上，那个时代的科技为工人创造了与被取代的岗位一样多的机会。 这与我们在汽车行业的大量生产背景下所看到的原因相同。通信、运输和制造技术的改进推动了其他行业的发展，但更重要的是，这些进步也在引入这些技术的行业中创造了新的工作岗位。无论是数控技术还是其他自动化设备，都没有完全取代人类操作员。部分原因是这些机器尚未完全自动化，并且在机械化生产过程中产生了各种额外的任务。
Recent research that studies the evolution of U.S. occupations since 1940 finds that new job titles and tasks were plentiful in many blue-collar occupations, including glaziers, mechanics, truck and tractor operators, cement and concrete finishers, and craft workers in the 1950s. In the 1960s, plenty of novel tasks for sawyers, mechanics, graders and sorters, metal molders, truck and tractor operators, and oilers and greasers were among those added. Manufacturing continued to create new jobs for technicians, engineers, and clerical workers as well.
最近的一项研究分析了自1940年以来美国职业的演变，发现许多蓝领职业中出现了大量新的职位和任务，包括1950年代的玻璃工、机械师、卡车和拖拉机操作员、水泥和混凝土修整工以及工匠。在1960年代，锯木工、机械师、分级工和分拣工、金属模具工、卡车和拖拉机操作员以及润滑工和加油工等职业中也增加了许多新的任务。制造业继续为技术人员、工程师和文员创造新的工作岗位。
In other industries, expanding tasks went beyond technical ones. Retail and wholesale industries were growing rapidly, offering a variety of jobs in customer service, marketing, and back-office support functions. Throughout the U.S. economy, administrative, clerical, and professional occupations grew faster than essentially all others during this era. Most of the tasks that workers in these occupations performed did not exist in the 1940s. As in manufacturing, when these jobs required specialized knowledge, most companies followed the practice of the first half of the century and continued to hire workers without formal qualifications. Trained to perform the necessary tasks, workers benefited from the higher wages paid for these jobs.
在其他行业中，扩展的任务超出了技术领域。零售和批发行业迅速增长，提供了各种客户服务、营销和后台支持职能的职位。在整个美国经济中，行政、文员和专业职业在这一时期的增长速度超过了几乎所有其他职业。这些职业中的大多数任务在1940年代并不存在。与制造业一样，当这些工作需要专门知识时，大多数公司遵循20世纪上半叶的做法，继续雇佣没有正式资格的工人。经过培训以执行必要任务的工人从这些工作的较高工资中受益。
Similar to the pre-war period, many expanding tasks demanded more numeracy and literacy skills, but also social skills to communicate in complex organizations and to solve problems that arose in interactions with customers and in the operation of advanced machinery. This meant that new tasks would be fully forthcoming only when workers had the necessary general skills to be trained to deal with them. Fortunately, as in the earlier era, U.S. education expanded rapidly, and the necessary skills for these new roles became readily available. Many blue-collar workers now had a high school education, and engineering, technical, design, and clerical positions could be filled with people who had some post-secondary schooling.
与战前时期类似，许多扩展的任务要求更高的数字和读写技能，同时也需要社交技能，以便在复杂的组织中进行沟通，并解决与客户互动和操作先进机器时出现的问题。这意味着，只有当工人具备必要的通用技能，可以接受培训以应对这些新任务时，这些新任务才能完全实现。幸运的是，正如在早期一样，美国教育迅速扩展，这些新角色所需的技能变得容易获得。许多蓝领工人现在接受了高中教育，工程、技术、设计和文员职位可以由接受过一些高等教育的人来填补。
Yet it would be incorrect to think that post-war technology was preordained to go in a direction that created new tasks to compensate for the ones that were being rapidly automated away. The contest over the direction of technology heated up as an integral part of the struggles between labor and management, and advances in worker-friendly technologies cannot be separated from the institutional setup that induced companies to move in this direction, especially because of the countervailing powers of the labor movement.
然而， 认为战后技术注定会朝着创造新任务的方向发展，以补偿那些迅速被自动化取代的任务，这是不正确的。技术方向的争夺成为劳资双方斗争的一个重要部分，而有利于工人的技术进步不能与促使公司朝这个方向发展的制度安排分开，特别是因为劳工运动的反作用力。
The Wagner Act and trade unions' critical role in the war effort strengthened labor, and there was every expectation that unions would be a mainstay of the institutional fabric of post-war America. Harold Ickes, FDR's Secretary of the Interior, confirmed this expectation when telling a trade union convention as the war was drawing to a close, "You are on your way, and you must let no one stop you or even slow up your march."
瓦格纳法和工会在战争中的关键作用加强了劳工的地位，人们普遍预期工会将成为战后美国制度结构的支柱。罗斯福总统的内政部长哈罗德·伊克斯在战争即将结束时对一个工会大会说：“你们正在前进，你们必须让任何人阻止或减缓你们的前进。”这进一步证实了这一预期。
The labor movement listened and showed that it meant business right after the war. The United Auto Workers, UAW, demanded large wage hikes from General Motors in their first post-war contract negotiation. When GM did not accept, a major strike ensued. The automobile sector was not alone. The same year, 1946, witnessed a broader wave of strikes, which the Bureau of Labor Statistics called the most concentrated period of labor management strife in the country's history. For example, an electrical workers' strike paralyzed another behemoth of American manufacturing, General Electric.
劳工运动在战后立即表明了其决心。在战后的首次合同谈判中，美国汽车工人联合会 UAW 向通用汽车公司要求大幅提高工资。当通用汽车公司没有接受时，一场大规模罢工随之而来。汽车业并非孤立。1946年，美国经历了更广泛的罢工浪潮，劳工统计局称之为美国历史上劳资冲突最集中的时期。例如，电气工人的罢工使美国制造业的另一巨头通用电气公司陷入瘫痪。
The labor movement was not uniformly against automation, precisely because there was an understanding that automation was inevitable and that, with the right choices, reducing costs would be beneficial for all stakeholders. What was being demanded was the use of technological advances to create new tasks for workers and allow them to share some of the cost reductions and productivity increases. As the UAW, for example, declared in 1955, "We offer our cooperation in a common search for policies and programs that will ensure that greater technological progress will result in greater human progress."
劳工运动并不是一致反对自动化，恰恰是因为他们认识到自动化是不可避免的，而且通过正确的选择，降低成本将对所有利益相关者都有益。他们要求的是利用技术进步为工人创造新的任务，并让他们分享部分成本降低和生产率提高的成果。例如，美国汽车工人联合会在1955年宣布，我们提供合作，共同寻找政策和计划，以确保更大的技术进步将带来更大的人类进步。
In 1960, GM installed a numerically controlled drill in its Fisher Body division in Detroit and classified the job of the machine's operator at the same rate as that for the operation of the manual turret drill. The union disagreed, arguing that this was a new task with additional responsibilities and requiring additional skills. But the questions were deeper. The union wanted to set a precedent, establishing that existing skilled or semi-skilled workers had a vested right to the new tasks. And this was the most troubling interpretation for management because it would mean losing control of the production process and organizational choices. The two parties could not reach an agreement, and the case went to arbitration. In 1961, the arbitrator ruled in the union's favor, concluding, "This is not a case where a management decision has eliminated a function or otherwise changed methods, processes, or means of manufacture."
1960年，通用汽车公司在底特律的废设车身分部安装了一台数控钻床，并将该机器操作员的职位定为与手动炮塔钻床操作员相同的等级。工会不同意这一决定，认为这是一个新的任务，需要额外的责任和技能。但问题更为深刻。工会希望树立一个先例，即现有的熟练或半熟练工人有权承担新任务，这对管理层来说是最令人担忧的解释， 因为这意味着将失去对生产过程和组织选择的控制。双方未能达成协议，案件提交仲裁。1961年，仲裁员裁定支持工会，结论是这不是一个管理层决定取消职能或以其他方式改变方法、流程或制造手段的案例。
The ruling's implications were sweeping. GM was required to provide additional training and pay higher wages to the operators of the numerically controlled machinery. The general lesson was that the operator has to acquire additional skills to handle the numerical control systems, and the increased effort required of the workers put on automated machines entitles them to higher rates of pay. In fact, for unions, the central issue was worker training. They insisted on training provisions to ensure that workers could be brought up to the necessary skill level to operate the new machinery and benefit from it.
裁决的影响是深远的。通用汽车公司被要求为数控机床的操作员提供额外的培训，并支付更高的工资。总体的教训是，操作员必须掌握处理数控系统的额外技能，并且自动化机器上的工人所需增加的努力使他们有权获得更高的工资。事实上，对于工会来说，核心问题在于工人培训。他们坚持培训规定，以确保工人能够达到操作新机器所需的技能水平，并从中受益。
The role of labor unions and how automation technologies were adopted and how workers fared in the process can also be seen from another iconic technology of the era: containers. The introduction of large metal containers in long-distance shipping in the 1950s revolutionized the transport industry by massively reducing freight costs across the globe. It simplified and eliminated many of the manual tasks that longshoremen used to perform, such as packing, unpacking, and repacking pallets. It also enabled the introduction of other heavy equipment for lifting and transport. In many cases, such as in the New York port, containers significantly reduced the number of longshoreman jobs.
劳工工会在自动化技术的采用以及工人在这一过程中所面临的情况中的作用，也可以从那个时代的另一个标志性技术集装箱中看出。20世纪50年代，大型金属集装箱在远洋运输中的引入，通过大幅降低全球的货运成本，彻底改变了运输行业。它简化并消除了许多码头工人过去需要执行的手动任务，如装箱、卸箱和重新装箱。它还使得其他重型装卸和运输设备的引入成为可能。在许多情况下，例如在纽约港，集装箱显著减少了码头工人的工作岗位。
On the West Coast, however, things transpired quite differently. By the time the container arrived, there was already trouble in the Pacific ports. A congressional investigation in 1955 had revealed endemic inefficiencies caused by work practices, often under the auspices of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, ILWU. Harry Bridges, a veteran and independent labor organizer heading the local ILWU branch, understood that reform of work rules was necessary for the union and longshoreman jobs to survive, arguing, "Those guys who think we can go on holding back mechanization are still back in the 30s, fighting the fight we won way back then." This led to the ILWU policy of encouraging the introduction of new technology, but in a way that was beneficial to the workers, especially their members. In 1956, the negotiating committee of the union recommended, "We believe that it is possible to encourage mechanization in the industry and at the same time establish and reaffirm our work jurisdiction, along with practical minimal manning scales, so that the ILWU will have all of the work from the railroad tracks outside the piers into the holds of the ships."
然而，在西海岸情况则大不相同。当集装箱到来时，太平洋沿岸的港口已经存在问题。1955年的一项国会调查揭示了由于工作实践导致的普遍低效，这些工作实践往往是在国际码头和仓库工会 ILWU 的监督下进行的。当地 ILWU 分支的负责人哈里·布里奇斯是一位资深且独立的劳工组织者，他认识到改革工作规则对于工会和码头工人的工作生存是必要的。他指出，那些认为我们可以继续抵制机械化的人仍然停留在30年代，还在打我们早已赢得的那场战斗。这导致了 ILWU 鼓励引入新技术的政策，但要以对工人，特别是其成员有利的方式进行。1956年，工会的谈判委员会建议，我们认为可以在鼓励行业机械化的同时， 建立和重申我们的工作管辖权以及实际的最低人员配置标准，从而使 ILWU 从码头外的铁路轨道到船舱内拥有所有的工作。
In essence, this was a similar approach to that of the UAW in its negotiations with GM. Allow automation, but make sure that there are also new jobs for workers. What made this approach work was Bridges' credibility with the rank and file and his efforts to communicate with the management on technology choices. Although not all union members were at first as open to new technology, Bridges and the local union leadership ultimately convinced them. In the words of a labor journalist covering events in the late 1950s, every longshoreman started talking about what can be done under mechanization and still maintain jobs and income, benefits, pensions, and so forth.
本质上，这与 UAW 在与通用汽车谈判时采取的方法相似，允许自动化，但要确保工人们也有新的工作。这一方法之所以奏效，是因为布里奇斯在基层中的信誉以及他在技术选择上与管理层的沟通努力。尽管并非所有工会成员最初都对新技术持开放态度，但布里奇斯和地方工会领导最终说服了他们。正如一位在20世纪50年代末报道事件的劳工记者所说，每个码头工人都开始谈论在机械化下可以做些什么，同时还能保持就业和收入、福利、养老金等。
Containers automated work, but they also increased productivity and expanded the amount of cargo going through Pacific ports. Ships could be loaded faster and with much larger quantities of goods. As traffic grew, so did demand for longshoremen, and the union started asking for faster adoption of cranes and other machines. As Bridges told management in 1963, the days of sweating on these jobs should be gone, and that is our objective.
集装箱自动化了工作，但也提高了生产率，增加了通过太平洋港口的货物量。船只可以更快地装载，而且可以装载更多的货物。随着交通量的增长，对码头工人的需求也增加了。工会开始要求更快地采用起重机和其他机器。正如布里奇斯在1963年告诉管理层的那样，这些工作的辛苦日子应该结束了，这是我们的目标。
Autos and shipping were not exceptional. There was steady automation throughout the economy during the post-war decades, but in many cases, new opportunities for labor were created at the same time. Recent research estimates that, by itself, such automation would have reduced the labor share of national income by 0.5 percentage points every year in the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. Notably, however, the displacement effects of automation technologies were almost perfectly counterbalanced by other technological advances that created new tasks and opportunities for workers. As a result, across each of the most major sectors of the economy, manufacturing, services, construction, and transport, labor's share remained steady. This balanced pattern ensured that productivity increases translated into average wage growth, as well as into growth in the earnings of workers from different skill groups.
汽车和航运并非特例，在战后几十年里，整个经济都在稳步自动化，但在许多情况下，同时创造了新的劳动机会。最近的研究估计，仅自动化本身在20世纪50年代、60年代和70年代，每年就会使劳动收入占国民收入的比例减少 0.5个百分点。然而，值得注意的是，自动化技术的替代效应几乎完全被创造新任务和机会的其他技术进步所抵消。因此，在经济的各个主要部门——制造业、服务业、建筑业和运输业，劳动收入份额保持稳定。这种平衡模式确保了生产率的提高转化为平均工资的增长，以及不同技能群体工人工资的增长。
New tasks during this era played a critical role both in driving productivity growth and in spreading the gains across the skill distribution. In industries with new tasks, we see higher productivity growth as well as higher demand for lower-skilled workers, who thus also benefited from technological progress.
在这个时代，新任务在推动生产率增长和将收益扩展到技能分布中发挥了关键作用。在有新任务的行业中，我们看到了更高的生产率增长以及对低技能工人的更高需求，因此这些工人也从技术进步中受益。
American choices about technology and rent sharing during these decades were defining in many ways. But to Europeans, any problems in North America were trivial compared to their more existential struggles.
在这些几十年中，美国在技术和租金共享方面的选择，在许多方面都是决定性的。 但对欧洲人来说，北美存在的任何问题与他们更根本的斗争相比，都是微不足道的。
Abolition of want.
消除贫困。
Germany's population suffered heavily from the war. Many cities, including Hamburg, Cologne, Dusseldorf, Dresden, and even Berlin, had been leveled by Allied bombing. More than 10% of the German population had perished, and possibly 20 million Germans were homeless. Several million German speakers were forced to move westward.
德国的人口在战争中遭受了巨大损失，包括汉堡、科隆、杜塞尔多夫、德累斯顿，甚至柏林在内的许多城市都因盟军的轰炸而被夷为平地。超过10%的德国人口丧生，可能有2000万德国人流离失所，数百万讲德语的人被迫向西迁移。
France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Denmark, which had been occupied and savagely treated by the Nazis, lay in ruins as well. Much of the road networks in these countries had been destroyed. As in Germany, most of the resources had been directed toward armaments, and shortages were endemic.
法国、比利时、荷兰和丹麦等国在纳粹占领期间遭受了野蛮对待，也处于废墟之中。这些国家的许多道路网络已被摧毁。与德国一样，大多数资源都被用于军备，短缺现象普遍存在。
Britain, even if spared the ravages of occupation, was also suffering from the aftermath of the war. The nation had fallen behind in terms of adopting modern appliances. Few households had refrigerators and ovens, already standard in North America, and only half of the houses had indoor plumbing with hot water.
英国虽然免受占领的摧残，但也遭受了战争的后遗症。该国在采用现代家电方面落后了，很少有家庭拥有冰箱和烤箱，这些在北美已经是标准配置，而且只有半数的家庭有带热水的室内管道设施。
Out of these ashes of war came something quite unexpected. The next 3 decades witnessed breakneck-paced economic growth in much of Europe, from Scandinavia to Germany, France, and Britain. GDP per capita in real terms increased at an average rate of around 5.5% in Germany between 1950 and 1973. The same number was just over 5% for France, 3.7% for Sweden, and 2.9% for the UK. In all these cases, growth was remarkably broadly shared. The share of top 1% households in national income, which in the late 1910s hovered above 20% in Germany, France, and the UK, fell to less than 10% in the 1970s in all 3 countries.
从战争的灰烬中出现了一些完全出乎意料的事情。在接下来的30年里，从斯堪的纳维亚到德国、法国和英国，欧洲的大部分地区经历了令人难以置信的经济增长。1950年至1973年间，德国的实际人均 GDP 平均每年增长约 5.5%， 法国的这一数字略高于 5%， 瑞典为 3.7%， 英国为 2.9%。 在所有这些国家，增长都是相当普遍的。在20世纪10年代末，德国、法国和英国的前1%家庭在国民收入中的份额超过了 20%， 到20世纪70年代，这一比例在所有3个国家都降至不到 10%。
The foundations of this shared prosperity were no different than what happened in the United States. The first leg was provided by technologies that were broadly labor-friendly, creating new tasks at the same time as they were automating work. Here, Europe followed the United States, which had pulled even further ahead of the continent in terms of industrial technology. Advances that were implemented in America spread to Europe, and industrial technology and mass production methods were adopted rapidly. There were all sorts of incentives for European companies to embrace these technologies, and the post-war reconstruction program under the auspices of the Marshall Plan provided an important framework for technology transfer. So did many European governments generous support for research and development.
这种共享繁荣的基础与美国的情况并无不同。第一大支柱是由广泛有利于劳动的技术提供的，这些技术在自动化工作的同时创造了新的任务。在这方面，欧洲跟随了美国，美国在工业技术方面已经远远领先于欧洲大陆。在美国实施的进展迅速传播到欧洲，工业技术和大规模生产方法被迅速采用。欧洲公司有各种各样的动力来采用这些技术， 而战后在马歇尔计划框架下的重建计划为技术转移提供了重要的框架。许多欧洲政府对研发的慷慨支持也是如此。
In this way, a direction of technology that sought to make best use of both skilled and unskilled workers spread from the United States to Europe. Many more countries thus started investing both in manufacturing and services for their growing mass markets.
通过这种方式，旨在充分利用熟练和非熟练工人的技术方向从美国传播到了欧洲。因此，越来越多的国家开始投资于制造业和服务，以满足其不断增长的大众市场。
In most of Europe, as in the US, this path of economic development was bolstered by increasing educational investments and worker training programs, which ensured that there were workers with the skills to fill the new positions. As high-earning workers became the middle class, they boosted the demand for the new products and services that their industries were starting to mass produce.
在欧洲的大部分地区，就像在美国一样，这条经济发展道路得到了不断增加的教育投资和工人培训计划的支持，确保了有足够具备技能的工人来填补新的岗位。随着高收入工人成为中产阶级，他们对行业开始大规模生产的新产品和服务的需求也得到了提升。
However, there was no uniformity in technological choices across countries. Each organized its economy in unique ways, and these choices naturally affected how new industrial knowledge was used and further developed. Whereas in Nordic countries technological investments were made in the context of the corporatist model, German industry developed a distinctive system of apprenticeship training, which structured both labor management relations and technology choices, as we will discuss in greater detail in Chapter 8.
然而，各国在技术选择上并没有统一性，每个国家都以独特的方式组织其经济，这些选择自然影响了新工业知识的使用和进一步发展。在北欧国家，技术投资是在社团主义模式的背景下进行的，而德国工业则发展了一套独特的学徒培训系统，这不仅结构化了劳资关系，还影响了技术选择。我们将在第8章中详细讨论。
Equally critical was the second leg of shared prosperity, the power of the labor movement and the overall institutional foundation that emerged in Europe after the war.
同样重要的是共享繁荣的第二个支柱，劳工运动的力量以及战后在欧洲形成的总体制度基础。
The U.S. started strengthening the labor movement and building a regulatory state with some timidity in the 1930s. The same pattern of small steps, interspersed with several reversals, characterized the evolution of U.S. institutions in the post-war era as well. Other pillars of the modern social safety net and regulations were introduced slowly, culminating in President Lyndon Johnson's Great Society program during the 1960s.
美国在20世纪30年代开始加强劳工运动并建立监管国家，但行动有些迟疑。同样的模式小步前进，见或出现几次倒退，也表现在战后美国制度的演变中。现代社会保障网和监管的其他支柱也是逐步引入的，最终在20世纪60年代以林登·约翰逊总统的伟大社会计划告终。
Shaken by 2 world wars, many European nations had a greater appetite for building new institutions, and perhaps they were even readier to learn from the Scandinavian example.
经历了2次世界大战的冲击，许多欧洲国家对建立新制度表现出更大的兴趣，或许他们甚至更愿意从北欧模式中学习。
In Britain, a government commission led by William Beveridge published a landmark report in 1942. It declared that a revolutionary moment in the world's history is a time for revolutions, not for patching. The report identified 5 giant problems for British society as want, disease, ignorance, squalor, and idleness, and started by stating, abolition of want requires, first, improvement of state insurance, that is to say provision against interruption and loss of purchasing power. The report offered a blueprint for a state-run insurance program protecting people from cradle to grave, with redistributive taxation, social security, unemployment insurance, worker compensation, disability insurance, child benefits, and nationalized health care.
在英国，由威廉·贝弗里奇领导的政府委员会于1942年发布了一份具有里程碑意义的报告。报告宣称，在世界历史的革命时刻是进行革命的时候，而不是修补的时候。报告确定了英国社会面临的5大问题：贫困、疾病、无知、贫民窟和失业， 并开篇指出，消除贫困首先需要改善国家保险及提供购买力中断和损失的保障。该报告为一个从摇篮到坟墓的国家保险计划提供了蓝图，包括累进税制、社会保障、失业保险、工伤赔偿、残疾保险、儿童福利和国家医疗保健。
These proposals were an immediate sensation. The British public embraced them in the middle of the war. When the report's news reached the troops, they reportedly cheered and were energized. Immediately after the war, the Labour Party, campaigning on a promise to implement the report in full, swept to power.
这些提议立即引起了轰动。在战争期间，英国公众就接受了这些提议。当报告的消息传到部队时，士兵们据说欢呼雀跃，士气大振。战争结束后，工党以全面实施该报告为竞选承诺，一举夺得了政权。
Similar state insurance arrangements were adopted in most European countries. Japan implemented its own version.
类似的国家保险安排在大多数欧洲国家也得到了采纳。日本也实施了自己的版本。
Social progress and its limits.
社会进步及其局限性。
In the long sweep of history, the decades that followed the end of World War II are unique. There has never been, as far as anyone knows, another epoch of such rapid and shared prosperity.
在漫长的历史长河中，第二次世界大战结束后的几十年是独一无二的。据我们所知，历史上从未有过如此快速且共享的繁荣时期。
Ancient Greeks and Romans experienced hundreds of years of growth before the modern era, but this growth was much slower, in the range of about 0.1–0.2% a year. It was also based on savage exploitation of excluded groups, most importantly an army of slaves and large numbers of non-citizens, working as forced laborers in both Greece and Rome. Patrician or aristocratic classes were the main beneficiary of this growth, although a broader cadre of citizens experienced some prosperity as well.
古希腊和罗马在现代之前经历了数百年的增长，但这种增长要缓慢得多，年增长率大约在 0.1% 到 0.2% 之间。这种增长还基于对被排除群体的野蛮剥削，最重要的是大量奴隶和在希腊和罗马作为强制劳工工作的非公民。贵族或贵族阶层是这种增长的主要受益者，尽管更广泛的公民群体也经历了一些繁荣。
Growth during the Middle Ages was slow and unequal, as we saw in Chapter 4. The rate of growth picked up after the onset of the British Industrial Revolution, starting around 1750, but this was lower than the growth rates experienced in the 1950s and 1960s, which averaged over 2.5% per annum in much of the Western world.
中世纪的增长缓慢且不平等，正如我们在第4章中所见。英国工业革命开始后，大约从1750年开始，增长速度加快，但这一时期的增长率低于1950年代和1960年代。当时西方世界的年增长率平均超过 2.5%。
Other aspects of post-war growth were equally distinctive. Secondary and post-secondary education used to be a privilege of the very wealthy and the upper middle classes. This changed after the war, and by the 1970s, secondary education, and even higher education, became much more democratic in almost all of the West.
战后增长的其他方面同样具有独特性。中等和高等教育曾经是极富阶层和上中产阶级的特权。战后这一情况发生了变化，到20世纪70年代，中等教育甚至高等教育在西方几乎所有国家都变得更加民主化。
The health of the population improved tremendously as well. Conditions were not as bad in the UK and elsewhere as they had been in the early 19th century. Nevertheless, infectious diseases were common in the first half of the 20th century, and their burden fell much more heavily on the poor. This changed in the decades following World War II. Life expectancy at birth in Britain increased from 50 years in 1900 to 72 in 1970. In the United States, the increase was similar, from 47 in 1900 to 71 in 1970, and in France, from 47 to 72. In all cases, improvements in health care and health conditions for the working classes, thanks to investments in public health and hospitals and clinics, drove the change.
人口健康状况也得到了极大的改善。尽管英国和其他地方的情况不像19世纪初那样糟糕，但在20世纪上半叶，传染病仍然很普遍， 对穷人的影响尤为严重。这种情况在二战后的几十年里发生了变化。英国的出生时预期寿命从1900年的50岁增加到1970年的72岁。在美国，这一数字从1900年的47岁增加到1970年的71岁，而在法国从47岁增加到72岁。在所有这些情况下，由于对公共卫生、医院和诊所的投资，工薪阶层的医疗保健和健康状况的改善推动了这一变化。
We should not get carried away with this upbeat assessment. Even as an unparalleled episode of shared prosperity transpired in the Western world, three groups were excluded from both political power and some of the economic benefits: women, minorities, especially Black Americans in the U.S., and immigrants.
我们不应过于乐观。即使在西方世界经历了前所未有的共同繁荣时期，仍有3类群体被排除在政治权利和部分经济利益之外：女性、少数族裔，尤其是美国的非裔美国人以及移民。
Many women were still locked in patriarchal power relations within families and their communities. This had begun changing after enfranchisement earlier in the century, and then accelerated with the entry of women into the labor force during and after World War II, and with broader changes in social attitudes. As a result, in the post-war decades, women's economic conditions improved, and the gender pay gap narrowed. Nevertheless, discrimination in the family, schools, and workplaces continued. Greater gender parity in managerial positions and in terms of pay, as well as greater social liberation, has been slow in coming.
许多女性仍然被束缚在家庭和社区中的父权制权力关系中。这种情况在本世纪初女性获得选举权后开始改变，随后在二战期间及战后女性进入劳动力市场以及社会态度的广泛变化中加速。因此，在战后的几十年里，女性的经济状况得到了改善，性别薪酬差距也有所缩小。然而，家庭、学校和工作场所中的性别歧视仍然存在。在管理职位和薪酬方面的性别平等以及更大的社会解放进展缓慢。
Minorities fared worse. Although the economic conditions of Black Americans had started improving and the wage gap between them and white Americans narrowed in the 1950s and 1960s, the U.S. remained a racist society, especially in the South. Black workers were often excluded from good jobs, sometimes by unions. Lynchings continued well into the 1960s, and many politicians from both parties ran on overtly or covertly racist platforms throughout much of this period.
少数族裔的情况更糟。尽管20世纪50年代和60年代非裔美国人的经济状况开始改善，他们与白人之间的工资差距也有所缩小，但美国仍然是一个种族主义社会，尤其是在南部。黑人工人经常被排除在好工作之外，有时甚至被工会排除在外。私刑一直持续到20世纪60年代，许多来自两党的政客在这段时期内公开或隐秘地以种族主义为竞选平台。
Some immigrants were also excluded from the core coalition. Guest workers from Turkey and southern Europe, brought into Germany because of the country's labor shortage after the war, remained second-class citizens throughout this era. The U.S. turned to Mexican immigrants to work its agricultural fields, and they often toiled under harsh conditions for very low pay and without benefits. Immigrants were no longer welcome when economic conditions or the political tides turned. For example, the Bracero program, which at its peak in the late 1950s brought more than 400,000 Mexicans per year to work on U.S. farms, was discontinued in 1964 when Congress became concerned about immigrants taking American jobs.
一些移民也被排除在核心联盟之外。由于战后劳动力短缺，德国从土耳其和南欧引进的客籍工人在整个时期内一直是二等公民。美国转向墨西哥移民来耕种其农业田地，他们经常在恶劣的条件下工作，工资非常低且没有福利。当经济状况或政治风向发生变化时，移民不再受欢迎。例如，1950年代末高峰期，每年吸引超过40万名墨西哥人到美国农场工作的合同工计划在1964年被终止，因为国会担心移民会抢走美国人的工作。
The biggest excluded groups from the shared prosperity of these decades were not inside but outside Europe and North America.
过去几十年，共享繁荣的最大被排除群体不在欧洲和北美内部，而在其外部。
A few non-Western countries, such as Japan and South Korea, grew fast and achieved some amount of shared prosperity. Notably, this was based on adopting and sometimes improving on the large-scale industrial production systems developed in the United States. It was also supported by domestic arrangements that encouraged an equitable split of the fruits of growth. In Japan, long-term employment relationships and accompanying high-wage policies were critical for the sharing of the gains from growth. In South Korea, shared prosperity owed much to the threat from North Korea and the labor movement's strength, especially after the country democratized in 1988.
一些非西方国家，如日本和韩国，实现了快速增长，并取得了一定程度的共享繁荣。值得注意的是，这基于采用并有时改进了美国开发的大规模工业生产系统。这种繁荣还得到了国内制度的支持，这些制度鼓励公平分配增长的成果。在日本，长期雇佣关系和伴随的高薪政策对于分享增长收益至关重要。在韩国，共享繁荣很大程度上归功于来自朝鲜的威胁和劳工运动的力量，尤其是在1988年国家民主化之后。
But the East Asian experience was the exception, not the rule. The populations of remaining European colonies had little voice and little chance at shared prosperity. Independence, which arrived for most colonies between 1945 and 1973, did not mean the end of misery, violence, and repression. Many of the former European colonies soon discovered that colonial institutions fell into the hands of authoritarian rulers, who used the system they inherited to enrich themselves and their cronies, and squeeze everyone else. Europe stood back from this, sometimes providing support to kleptocrats in order to access natural resources. America's Central Intelligence Agency stepped in to help coups against democratically elected politicians, for example, in Iran, Congo, and Guatemala, and was always ready to support U.S.-friendly rulers, whether they were corrupt or even murderous. Most of the non-Western world remained far behind in terms of economic development.
但东亚的经验是例外，而非普遍规则。剩余的欧洲殖民地的民众几乎没有发言权，也几乎没有机会共享繁荣。大多数殖民地在1945年至1973年间获得独立，但这并不意味着苦难、暴力和压迫的结束。许多前欧洲殖民地很快发现，殖民机构落入了独裁统治者手中，他们利用继承的制度来 enrich 自己和亲信，压榨其他人。欧洲对此袖手旁观，有时甚至支持 kleptocrats 以获取自然资源。美国中央情报局介入帮助推翻民选政治家的政变，例如在伊朗、刚果和危地马拉，并且总是准备支持亲美的统治者，无论他们是否腐败甚至残忍。大多数非西方世界在经济发展方面仍然远远落后。
Meanwhile, another, equally fateful limit to progress was brewing at home. The economic model underlying shared prosperity was being increasingly challenged in the United States, and the balance of power gradually shifted away from labor and government regulation after the direction of technology moved toward greater automation. Shared prosperity started unraveling soon thereafter, as we will see in Chapter 8.
与此同时，另一个同样具有决定性的进步限制正在国内酝酿。支撑共同繁荣的经济模式在美国正面临越来越多的挑战。随着技术方向转向更高的自动化，权力平衡逐渐从劳动和政府监管转向其他方面。共同繁荣随后开始瓦解，我们将在第8章中看到。
8. Digital damage.
数字损害。
The good news about computers is that they do what you tell them to do. The bad news about computers is that they do what you tell them to do.
计算机的好消息是，他们会按照你的指令行事。计算机的坏消息是，他们会按照你的指令行事。
Attributed to Ted Nelson.
归因于泰德·尼尔森。
One might say that the process by which progressive introduction of new computerized, automated, and robotized equipment can be expected to reduce the role of labor is similar to the process by which the introduction of tractors and other machinery first reduced and then completely eliminated horses and other draft animals in agriculture.
有人可能会说，逐步引入新的计算机化、自动化和机器人设备的过程，可以预期会减少劳动力的作用。这与最初引入拖拉机和其他机械减少，并最终完全消除农业中马匹和其他益处的过程相似。
Vasily Leontiev, Technological Advance, Economic Growth, and the Distribution of Income, 1983.
瓦西里、列昂蒂夫，技术进步、经济增长与收入分配， 1983年。
The beginnings of the computer revolution can be found on the 9th floor of MIT's Tech Square building. In 1959-1960, a group of often unkempt young men coded there in assembly language into the early hours of the morning. They were driven by a vision, sometimes referred to as the hacker ethic, which foreshadowed what came to energize Silicon Valley entrepreneurs.
计算机革命的开端可以在麻省理工学院科技广场大楼的第9层找到。1959至1960年，一群经常不修边幅的年轻人在那里用汇编语言编程到凌晨。他们受到一种愿景的驱使，这种愿景有时被称为黑客伦理，预示了后来激发硅谷企业家精神的东西。
Key to this ethic was decentralization and freedom. Hackers felt great disdain for the major computer company of that era, IBM, International Business Machines. In their view, IBM wanted to control and bureaucratize information, whereas they believed that access to computers should be completely free and unlimited. Anticipating a mantra that would later become much misused by tech entrepreneurs, hackers argued that all information should be free. Hackers mistrusted authority, so much so that there was an almost anarchist element to their thinking.
这种伦理的核心是去中心化和自由。黑客对那个时代的大型计算机公司 IBM 国际商业机器公司感到极大的蔑视。在他们看来， IBM 想要控制和官僚化信息，而他们认为对计算机的访问应该是完全自由和无限制的。预见到后来被科技企业家滥用的口号，黑客们主张所有信息都应该是自由的。黑客不信任权威，以至于他们的思想中几乎带有无政府主义的成分。
What became the more famous branch of the hacker community, emerging in Northern California in the early 1970s, was similarly distrustful of large companies. One of its luminaries, Lee Felsenstein, was a political activist who viewed computers as a means of liberating people and liked to quote, "Secrecy is the keystone of all tyranny," from the science fiction novel Revolt in 2100. Felsenstein worked on hardware improvements to democratize computing and break the grip of IBM and other incumbents.
20世纪70年代初在北加州兴起的黑客社区的更著名分支同样不信任大公司。其中一位杰出人物里费尔斯坦 Lee Felsenstein 是一位政治活动家，他将计算机视为解放人民的手段，并喜欢引用科幻小说《2100年的叛乱》中的一句话：保密是所有暴政的基石。费尔斯坦致力于硬件改进，以民主化计算，并打破 IBM 和其他现有企业的垄断。
Another Northern California hacker, Ted Nelson, published what can be considered as a handbook of hacking, Computer Lib, which starts with the motto, "The public does not have to take what is dished out," and continues.
另一位北加州的黑客特德·尼尔森 （Ted Nelson） 出版了一本可以视为黑客手册的《计算机解放》。该书以公众不必接受强加于他们的东西为座右铭，并继续写道
This book is for personal freedom.
本书是为了个人自由，
and against restriction and coercion.
反对限制和强迫。
A chant you can take to the streets.
你可以带到街头的口号。
Computer power to the people.
计算机的力量属于人民。
Down with cyber crud.
打倒网络垃圾。
Cyber crud here is Nelson's term for the lies that powerful people tell about computers and information, about how their experts had to control them.
这里的网络垃圾是尼尔森用来形容有权势的人关于计算机和信息的谎言。他们声称专家必须控制这些技术。
The hackers were not misfits at the margins of the computer revolution. They were instrumental in many advances in both software and hardware. They symbolized the values and attitudes that many computer scientists and entrepreneurs held, even when they did not share the hackers' work and sanitary habits.
黑客并不是计算机革命边缘的不合群者，他们在软件和硬件的许多进步中发挥了关键作用。他们象征着许多计算机科学家和企业家所持有的价值观和态度，即使他们不分享黑客的工作和卫生习惯。
The view that the future of computing and information lay with decentralization was not confined to the scruffy, male hackers of Tech Square at MIT and Berkeley. Another pioneer, Grace Hopper, was pushing for greater decentralization in computing at the Department of Defense in the 1970s. Hopper played an important role as a software innovator, devising early programming conventions that culminated in the new language COBOL. Hopper also viewed computing as a way of broadening access to information, and she influenced how computing was used in one of the largest organizations in the world, the U.S. Armed Forces.
认为计算和信息的未来在于去中心化的观点，并不仅限于麻省理工学院和伯克利技术广场那些邋遢的男性黑客。另一位先驱格雷斯·霍珀在20世纪70年代就在国防部推动计算的更大去中心化。霍珀作为软件创新者发挥了重要作用，他制定的早期编程规范最终形成了新的编程语言 COBOL。霍珀还将计算视为扩大信息访问的一种方式，它影响了计算在世界上最大的组织之一美国武装部队中的使用。
With the most promising technology of the era in the hands of visionaries like this, an astute contemporary could have reasonably predicted that the next several decades would further bolster countervailing powers against big business, create new productive tools for workers, and lay the foundations of even stronger shared prosperity.
在这个时代，最有前途的技术掌握在像这样的远见者手中，一个敏锐的当代人可以合理的预测，接下来的几十年将进一步增强对抗大企业的力量，为工人创造新的生产工具，并为更强大的共享繁荣奠定基础。
In the event, something very different transpired, and digital technologies became the graveyard of shared prosperity. Wage growth slowed down, the labor share of national income declined sharply, and wage inequality surged starting around 1980. Although many factors, including globalization and the weakening of the labor movement, contributed to this transformation, the change in the direction of technology was most important. Digital technologies automated work and disadvantaged labor vis-a-vis capital, and lower-skilled workers vis-a-vis those with college or postgraduate degrees.
在这次事件中发生了一些非常不同的事情，数字技术成为了共享繁荣的目的。工资增长放缓，劳动收入占国民收入的比例急剧下降，自1980年左右开始，工资不平等急剧加剧。尽管全球化和劳工运动的削弱等许多因素促成了这一转变，但技术方向的改变最为重要。数字技术自动化了工作，使劳动相对于资本处于不利地位，使低技能工人相对于拥有大学或研究生学位的工人处于不利地位。
This redirection cannot be understood without recognizing the broader social changes taking place in the United States. Businesses became better organized against labor and government regulations. But even more importantly, a new vision maintaining that maximizing profits and shareholder values was for the common good became an organizing principle for much of society. This vision, and the massive enrichment it offered, pushed the tech community in a direction very different from the one envisaged by the early hackers. The new vision was of a digital utopia, based on the top-down design of software to automate and control labor. The resulting path of technology not only manufactured inequality, but also failed to deliver on its promise of spectacular productivity growth, as we will see.
要理解这一转变，必须认识到美国正在发生的更广泛的社会变化。企业更好地组织起来对抗劳工和政府监管，但更重要的是，一种新的观点认为，最大化利润和股东价值是为了公共利益。这一观点成为了社会的组织原则。这一愿景及其提供的巨大财富，推动了技术社区朝着与早期黑客所设想的非常不同的方向发展。新的愿景是一个数字乌托邦，基于自上而下的软件设计来自动化和控制劳动。技术的发展路径不仅制造了不平等，而且未能实现其承诺的显著生产率增长，正如我们将看到的。
A reversal.
一次逆转。
Any hopes that the decades after the initial phases of the computer revolution would bring more shared prosperity were dashed rather swiftly. Economic growth after the mid-1970s would look nothing like growth in the 1950s or 1960s. Some of the slowdown was a result of the oil crises of 1973 and then 1979, which triggered high levels of unemployment and inflation, stagflation, throughout the Western world. But the more fundamental transformation in the structure of economic growth was about to come.
任何希望计算机革命初期之后的几十年能带来更多的共同繁荣，都迅速破灭了。1970年代中期之后的经济增长将与1950年代或1960年代的经济增长大不相同。 部分放缓是由于1973年和1979年的石油危机，这些危机引发了整个西方世界的高失业率和高通货膨胀滞胀。但更根本的转变在于经济增长结构的变化，这种变化即将来临。
U.S. median real wages, hourly compensation, grew at above 2.5% per year between 1949 and 1973. Then from 1980 onward, median wages all but stopped growing, increasing only 0.45% per year, even though the average productivity of workers continued to rise, with an annual average growth rate of over 1.5% from 1980 to the present.
1949年至1973年间，美国中位数实际工资每小时薪酬年增长率超过 2.5%。然后从1980年起，中位数工资几乎停止增长，每年仅增长 0.45%。尽管工人的平均生产率继续上升，1980年至今的年均增长率超过 1.5%。
This growth slowdown was far from equally shared. Workers with postgraduate degrees still enjoyed rapid growth, but men with a high school diploma or less saw their wages fall by about 0.45% on average every year between 1980 and 2018.
这种增长放缓远非平等共享。拥有研究生学位的工人仍然享受着快速的增长，但高中文凭或以下的男性工人的工资在1980年至2018年间平均每年下降约 0.45%。
It was not just a widening gap between workers with postgraduate degrees and those with low levels of education. Every dimension of inequality skyrocketed from 1980 onward. For example, the share of the richest 1% of U.S. households in national income rose from around 10% in 1980 to 19% in 2019.
这不仅仅是拥有研究生学位的工人与受教育程度较低的工人之间的差距在扩大。从1980年起，每一个不平等的维度都在急剧上升。例如，美国最富有的 1% 的家庭在国民收入中的份额从1980年的约 10% 上升到2019年的 19%。
Wage and income inequality tells only part of the story. The United States used to pride itself for its American dream, which meant people from modest backgrounds rising in terms of income and children doing better than their parents. From the 1980s onward, this dream came under growing pressure. For children born in 1940, 90% of them earned more than their parents did, in inflation-adjusted terms. But for children born in 1984, the percentage was only 50%. The U.S. public is fully aware of the bleak prospects for most workers. A recent survey by the Pew Research Center found that 68% of Americans think that today's children will be financially worse off than their parents' generation.
工资和收入不平等只是故事的一部分。美国曾经以美国梦为荣，这意味着来自普通背景的人在收入方面有所提升，孩子们比他们的父母做得更好。从1980年代开始，这一梦想面临着越来越大的压力。对于1940年出生的孩子，90%的人的实际收入超过了他们的父母，但对于1984年出生的孩子，这一比例仅为 50%。美国公众完全意识到大多数工人的前景暗淡。皮尤研究中心最近的一项调查发现，68%的美国人认为今天的孩子将比他们父母那一代在经济上更差。
Other dimensions of economic progress were reversed, too. In 1940, black men and women earned less than half what white Americans earned. By 1979, hourly wages for black men rose to 86% of the level for white men. After that time, the gap widened, with black men now earning only 72% as much as white men. There is a similar reversal for black women.
其他经济进步的维度也出现了逆转。1940年，黑人男女的收入不到白人美国人的收入的一半。到1979年，黑人男性的时薪上升到白人男性的 86%。从那以后，差距扩大，黑人男性现在只赚到白人男性的 72%。黑人女性的情况也有类似的逆转。
The distribution of income between capital and labor also changed significantly. Throughout most of the 20th century, about 67–70% of national income went to workers, and the rest went to capital, in the form of payments for machinery and profits. From the 1980s onward, things started getting much better for capital and much worse for workers. By 2019, labor's share of national income had dropped to under 60%.
资本和劳动之间的收入分配也发生了显著变化。在整个20世纪的大部分时间里，大约67%至70%的国民收入流向了工人，其余部分流向了资本，以机器支付和利润的形式。从1980年代开始，资本的境况变得越来越好，而工人的境况则越来越糟。到2019年，劳动在国民收入中的份额已降至60%以下。
These broad trends are not confined to the United States, although for various reasons they have been less pronounced in other countries. Already by 1980, the U.S. was more unequal than most other industrialized economies and subsequently had one of the sharpest rises in inequality. Several others were not far behind.
这些广泛的趋势不仅限于美国，尽管由于各种原因，其他国家的这些趋势表现得不那么明显。早在1980年，美国的不平等程度就已经高于大多数其他工业化经济体，并且随后出现了最急剧的不平等上升。其他一些国家也不远落后。
Labor's share of national income has been on a protracted downward trend in most industrialized economies. In Germany, for example, it fell from close to 70% in the early 1980s to around 60% in 2015. At the same time, the income distribution became more skewed in favor of the very richest people. From 1980 to 2020, the share of the top 1% increased from about 10% to 13% in Germany, and from 7% to almost 13% in the UK. During the same period, inequality increased even in Nordic countries. The share of the top 1% rose from about 7% to 11% in Sweden, and from 7% to 13% in Denmark.
在大多数工业化经济体中，劳动在国民收入中的份额一直在持续下降。例如，在德国，这一比例从1980年代初的接近70%下降到2015年的约60%。同时，收入分配变得更加偏向最富有的人。从1980年到2020年，德国前1%人口的收入份额从约10%增加到13%，英国则从7%增加到近13%。在同一时期，即使在北欧国家，不平等也有所增加。瑞典前1%人口的收入份额从约7%上升到11%，丹麦则从7%上升到13%。
What happened?
发生了什么？
At some level, what happened is clear. There were two pillars of shared prosperity in the post-war period. Alongside automation, new opportunities were created for all kinds of workers, and robust rent sharing, meaning the splitting of productivity and profit gains between capital and labor, kept wages buoyant. After about 1970, both pillars collapsed, most spectacularly in the United States.
在某种程度上，发生的事情是明确的。战后时期有两大支柱支撑着共同繁荣，一方面，自动化为各种工人创造了新的机会；另一方面，稳健的租金共享及生产率和利润增长在资本和劳动力之间的分配，使工资保持稳定。大约从1970年开始，这两个支柱都崩溃了。尤其是在美国，这一现象尤为明显。
Even at the best of times, the directions of technology and high wages are contested. Left to their own devices, many managers would try to reduce labor costs by limiting wage raises and also by prioritizing automation, which eliminates labor from some tasks and weakens the bargaining power of workers. These biases then influence the direction of innovation, pushing technology more toward automation. As we saw in Chapter 7, these tendencies were partly contained by collective bargaining during the decades that followed World War II, and unions further encouraged companies to introduce more skilled tasks and systematic training together with new machinery.
即使在最好的时候，技术和高工资的方向也是有争议的。如果任由其自行发展，许多管理者会试图通过限制加薪和优先考虑自动化来降低劳动力成本。自动化消除了某些任务中的劳动力，削弱了工人的议价能力。这些偏见随后影响了创新的方向，推动技术更加倾向于自动化。正如我们在第7章中所见，这些趋势在二战后的几十年里部分被集体谈判所遏制。工会进一步鼓励公司引入更多技术性任务和系统培训，与新机器一起。
The emaciation of the labor movement over the last several decades has been a double whammy for shared prosperity. Wage growth slowed down partly because U.S. labor unions became weaker, and could not negotiate the same terms for their workers. Even more importantly, without strong unions, worker voice on the direction of technology disappeared.
在过去几十年中，劳工运动的衰弱对共享繁荣造成了双重打击。工资增长放缓部分原因是美国的工会变得较弱，无法为工人争取到同样的待遇。更重要的是，没有强大的工会，工人在技术方向上的发言权消失了。
Two other changes amplified the decline of labor and inequality. First, without countervailing powers from the labor movement, corporations and their managers developed a very different vision. Cutting labor costs became a priority, and sharing productivity gains with workers came to be viewed as akin to a failure of management. In addition to taking a harder line in wage negotiations, corporations shifted production toward non-unionized plants in the United States and increasingly abroad. Many firms introduced incentive pay, which rewarded managers and high performers, but at the expense of lower-skill workers. Outsourcing became fashionable as another cost-cutting strategy. Many low-skill functions, including cafeteria work, cleaning, and security, used to be performed by employees of large organizations such as General Motors or General Electric. These employees used to benefit from the overall wage increases that these companies' workforces enjoyed. In the cost-cutting vision of the post-1980s, however, this practice was seen as a waste, so managers outsourced these functions to low-wage outside providers, severing another channel of wage growth for workers.
另外两个变化加剧了劳工的衰落和不平等。首先，没有来自劳工运动的制衡力量，企业和管理者发展出了非常不同的愿景。削减劳动力成本成为优先事项，而与工人分享生产率增长被视为管理的失败。除了在工资谈判中采取更加强硬的立场外，企业还将生产转向美国的非工会工厂，以及越来越多地转向海外。许多公司引入了激励薪酬，这奖励了管理者和高绩效者，但以低技能工人为代价。外包成为另一种成本削减策略。许多低技能职能，包括食堂工作、清洁和安保，过去由通用汽车或通用电气等大型组织的员工执行。这些员工过去曾受益于这些公司员工整体工资的增长。然而，在1980年代后的成本削减愿景中，这种做法被视为浪费，因此管理者将这些职能外包给低工资的外部供应商，切断了工人薪资增长的另一个渠道。
Second, it was not only companies choosing more automation from a given menu of technologies. With the new direction of the digital industry, the menu itself shifted powerfully toward greater automation and away from worker-friendly technologies. With a whole slew of digital tools enabling new ways of substituting machines and algorithms for labor, and little countervailing powers to oppose this move, many corporations embraced automation enthusiastically and turned their back on creating new tasks and opportunities for workers, especially those without a college degree. Consequently, although productivity, output per worker, continued to increase in the U.S. economy, worker marginal productivity, how much that an additional hour of labor boosts production, did not keep up.
其次，不仅仅是公司在给定的技术菜单中选择更多的自动化，随着数字行业的新方向，技术菜单本身也强有力地转向了更多的自动化，远离了对工人友好的技术。随着一系列数字工具使机器和算法替代劳动力的新方式成为可能，且几乎没有反对这种转变的力量，许多公司热情地拥抱了自动化，并背离了为工人，尤其是那些没有大学学位的工人创造新任务和机会的做法。因此，尽管美国经济的生产率、每工人的产出继续增长，但工人的边际生产率、额外1小时劳动对生产的提升程度并未跟上。
It bears repeating that shared prosperity was not destroyed by automation per se, but by an unbalanced technology portfolio prioritizing automation and ignoring the creation of new tasks for workers. Automation was also rapid in the decades following World War II, but was counterbalanced by other technological changes that raised the demand for labor. Recent research finds that from 1980 onward, automation accelerated. More significantly, there were fewer new tasks and technologies that created opportunities for people. This change accounts for much of the deterioration of workers' position in the economy. The labor share in manufacturing, where the acceleration of automation and the slowdown in the creation of new tasks has been most pronounced, declined from around 65% in the mid-1980s to about 46% in the late 2010s.
值得重申的是，共享繁荣并非被自动化本身摧毁，而是被一个不平衡的技术组合所破坏。这个组合优先考虑自动化，而忽视了为工人创造新任务。在二战后的几十年里，自动化也迅速发展，但其他提高劳动力需求的技术变革起到了平衡作用。最近的研究发现，从1980年起，自动化加速了。更重要的是，为人们创造新任务和新技术的机会减少了。这一变化解释了工人在经济中地位的大部分恶化。制造业的劳动份额、自动化加速和新任务创造放缓最为明显，从1980年代中期的约 65% 下降到2010年代末的约 46%。
Automation has also been a major booster of inequality because it concentrates on tasks typically performed by low and middle skill workers in factories and offices. Almost all the demographic groups that experienced real wage declines since 1980 are those that once specialized in tasks that have since been automated. Estimates from recent research suggest that automation accounts for as much as 3/4 of the overall increase in inequality between different demographic groups in the United States.
自动化也是加剧不平等的主要因素，因为它集中在工厂和办公室中低技能和中等技能工人通常执行的任务上。自1980年以来，几乎所有经历实际工资下降的人口群体都是那些曾经专门从事后来被自动化的任务的群体。最近的研究估计，自动化可能占美国不同人口群体之间总体不平等增加的2/3。
The automotive industry is indicative of these trends. U.S. car companies were some of the most dynamic employers in the country in the first 8 decades of the 20th century, and as we saw in Chapter 7, they were at the forefront of not just automation but also the introduction of new tasks and jobs for workers. Blue-collar work in the automotive industry was plentiful and well-paid. Workers without college degrees and sometimes even without high school diplomas were hired and trained to operate new, sophisticated machinery, and they received quite attractive wages.
汽车行业是这些趋势的典型代表。美国汽车公司在20世纪的前80年是该国最具活力的雇主之一。正如我们在第7章中所见，他们不仅在自动化方面处于领先地位，还在为工人引入新任务和新工作方面处于前沿。汽车行业中的蓝领工作既丰富又高薪，没有大学学位，有时甚至没有高中文凭的工人被雇佣并培训操作新的复杂机器，他们获得了相当有吸引力的工资。
The nature and availability of work in the automobile industry changed fundamentally in recent decades, however. Many of the production tasks in the body shop, such as painting, welding, and precision work, as well as a range of assembly jobs, have been automated using robots and specialized software. The wages of blue-collar workers in the industry have not increased much since 1980. Achieving the American dream through the automotive industry is much harder today than in the 1950s or 1960s.
然而，在过去的几十年里，汽车行业的性质和工作机会发生了根本性的变化。车身车间的许多生产任务，如喷漆、焊接和精密工作，以及一系列装配工作，已经通过机器人和专业软件实现了自动化。自1980年以来，该行业蓝领工人的工资几乎没有增长。如今，通过汽车行业实现美国梦比1950年代或1960年代要困难得多。
One can see the implications of this change in technology and organization of production in the hiring strategies of the industry. Since the 1980s, the U.S. automotive giants stopped hiring and training low-education workers for complex production tasks and started accepting just higher-skilled applicants with formal qualifications, and only after a battery of aptitude and personality tests and interviews. This new human resource strategy was enabled by the fact that there were many more applicants than available jobs, and many of them had post-secondary education.
人们可以在行业招聘策略中看到这种技术和生产组织变化的影响。自1980年代以来，美国汽车巨头停止了招聘和培训低学历工人从事复杂生产任务，转而只接受具有正式资格的高技能申请人，并且在一系列能力和性格测试及面试之后，这种新的人力资源策略得以实施，是因为申请者远多于可用职位，其中许多人拥有高等教育背景。
The effects of automation technologies on the American dream are not confined to the automotive industry. Blue-collar jobs on other factory floors and clerical jobs in offices, which used to provide opportunities for upward mobility to people from disadvantaged backgrounds, have been the main target of automation by robots and software throughout the U.S. economy. In the 1970s, 52% of U.S. workers were employed in these middle-class occupations. By 2018, this number had fallen to 33%. Workers who once occupied these jobs were often pushed toward lower-paying positions, such as construction work, cleaning, or food preparation, and witnessed their real earnings plummet. As these jobs disappeared throughout the economy, so did many of the opportunities for workers with less than a postgraduate degree.
自动化技术对美国梦的影响不仅限于汽车行业，其他工厂车间的蓝领工作和办公室的文员工作，这些曾经为来自不利背景的人提供向上流动机会的工作，已成为美国经济中机器人和软件自动化的主要目标。在1970年代，52%的美国工人受雇于这些中产阶级职业，到2018年，这一数字下降到33%。曾经从事这些工作的人们往往被推向低薪岗位，如建筑工作、清洁或食品准备，并目睹他们的实际收入大幅下降。随着这些工作在整个经济中的消失，许多没有研究生学位的工人的机会也随之减少。
Although the abatement of rent sharing and the automation focus of new technologies have been the most important drivers of inequality and the decline of the labor share, other factors have also played a role. Offshoring has contributed to worsening conditions for labor. Numerous jobs in car manufacturing and electronics have been shifted to lower-wage economies, such as China or Mexico. Even more important has been rising merchandise imports from China that have adversely affected many U.S. manufacturing industries and the communities in which they were concentrated. The total number of jobs lost to Chinese competition between 1990 and 2007, just before the Great Recession, may be as high as 3 million. However, the effects of automation technologies and the eclipse of rent sharing on inequality have been even more extensive than the consequences of this China shock.
尽管租金共享的减少和新技术的自动化重点是导致不平等和劳动份额下降的最重要因素，但其他因素也发挥了作用。外包对劳动条件的恶化做出了贡献，汽车制造和电子行业的许多工作已转移到工资较低的经济体，如中国或墨西哥。更重要的是，来自中国的商品进口增加对美国许多制造业及其集中地区的社区产生了不利影响。在2007年大衰退之前，1990年至2007年间因中国竞争而失去的总就业岗位可能高达300万个。然而，自动化技术和租金共享的衰落对不平等的影响甚至比这种中国冲击的后果更为广泛。
Import competition from China impacted mostly low value-added manufacturing sectors, such as textiles, apparel, and toys. Automation, on the other hand, has concentrated in higher value-added and higher-wage manufacturing sectors, such as cars, electronics, metals, chemicals, and office work. It is the dwindling of this latter set of jobs that has played a more central role in the surge in inequality. As a result, although competition from China and other low-wage countries has reduced overall manufacturing employment and depressed wage growth, it has been the direction of technological change that has been the major driver of wage inequality.
来自中国的进口竞争主要影响了低附加值的制造业部门，如纺织、服装和玩具。另一方面，自动化集中在高附加值和高工资的制造业部门，如汽车、电子、金属、化工和办公室工作。正是这些后一类工作的减少，在不平等的激增中发挥了更为核心的作用。因此，尽管来自中国和其他低工资国家的竞争减少了整体制造业就业并抑制了工资增长，但技术变革的方向一直是工资不平等的主要驱动因素。
These technology and trade trends have sometimes devastated local communities as well. Many areas in the industrial heartland of the United States, such as Flint and Lansing in Michigan, Defiance in Ohio, and Beaumont in Texas, used to specialize in heavy industry and offered employment opportunities to tens of thousands of blue-collar workers. After 1970, however, these places were pushed into decline as workers were displaced from their jobs by automation. Other metropolitan areas, such as Des Moines in Iowa and Raleigh-Durham and Hickory in North Carolina, that used to specialize in textiles, apparel, and furniture were equally adversely affected by competition from cheap Chinese imports. Whether from automation or import competition, job losses in manufacturing put downward pressure on worker incomes throughout the local economy and reduced demand for retail, wholesale, and other services, in some cases plunging an entire region into a deep, long-lasting recession.
这些技术和贸易趋势有时也摧毁了当地社区。美国工业心脏地带的许多地区，如密歇根州的弗林特和兰辛、俄亥俄州的迪法恩斯和德克萨斯州的伯蒙特，过去专门从事重工业，为成千上万的蓝领工人提供了就业机会。然而，1970年之后，随着自动化导致工人失业，这些地方开始衰退。其他大都市区，如爱荷华州的德梅因和北卡罗来纳州的罗利达勒姆和西科里，过去专门从事纺织、服装和家具，也受到了来自廉价中国进口商品的竞争的同等不利影响。无论是自动化还是进口竞争，制造业的失业都对当地经济中的工人收入产生了下行压力，减少了对零售、批发和其他服务的需求，在某些情况下使整个地区陷入长期的严重衰退。
The fallout from these regional effects has gone beyond economics and gives us a microcosm of the problems that the U.S. economy has been facing more broadly. As manufacturing jobs disappeared, social problems multiplied. Marriage rates fell, out-of-wedlock childbirth increased, and mental health problems rose in the worst affected communities. More broadly, job losses and worsening economic opportunities, especially for Americans without a college degree, appear to have been a major driver of the rise in what economists and Case and Angus Deaton call deaths of despair, premature deaths caused by drugs, alcohol, and suicide. Partly as a result of these deaths, U.S. life expectancy at birth has declined for several years in a row, which is unparalleled in the recent history of Western nations.
这些地区效应的后果已经超出了经济范畴，为我们提供了一个美国经济更广泛问题的缩影。随着制造业岗位的消失，社会问题也日益增多，婚姻率下降，非婚生育增加，最受影响社区的心理健康问题也日益严重。更广泛的说，失业和经济机会的恶化，尤其是对于没有大学学位的美国人来说，似乎是经济学家安妮·凯斯和安格斯·迪顿所称的绝望之死增加的主要原因，由药物、酒精和自杀导致的过早死亡。部分由于这些死亡，美国的出生时预期寿命已经连续几年下降，这在西方国家的近期历史上是前所未有的。
In some popular discussions of rising inequality, globalization is pitted against technology as competing explanations. It is often implied that technology represents the inevitable forces leading to inequality, while there is some degree of choice about how much globalization and import competition from low-wage countries the United States and other advanced economies should have allowed.
在一些关于不平等加剧的流行讨论中，全球化和技术被对立起来作为相互竞争的解释，通常暗示技术代表了导致不平等的不可避免的力量，而美国和其他发达经济体在多大程度上允许全球化和来自低工资国家的进口竞争，则有一定的选择余地。
This is a false dichotomy. Technology does not have a preordained direction, and nothing about it is inevitable. Technology has increased inequality largely because of the choices that companies and other powerful actors have made. Globalization is not separate from technology in any case. The huge boom in imports from countries thousands of miles away, and the complex global supply chains involved in the offshoring of jobs to China or Mexico are enabled by advances in communication technologies. With better digital tools to track and coordinate activities in faraway facilities, companies reorganize production and send offshore many of the assembly and production tasks they used to perform in-house. In the process, they also eliminated many middle-skill, blue-collar jobs, exacerbating inequality.
这是一个错误的二分法。技术并没有预定的方向，也没有任何事情是不可避免的。技术加剧了不平等，主要是因为公司和其他有影响力的行为者所做出的选择。无论如何，全球化和技术并不是分开的。从数千英里外的国家大量进口商品，以及将工作外包到中国或墨西哥所涉及的复杂全球供应链，都是由通信技术的进步所推动的。通过更好的数字工具来跟踪和协调远距离设施的活动，公司重组了生产，并将许多原本内部完成的组装和生产任务转移到了海外。在这个过程中， 他们还淘汰了许多中等技能的蓝领工作，加剧了不平等。
In fact, globalization and automation have been synergistic, both driven by the same urge to cut labor costs and sideline workers. They have both been facilitated by the lack of countervailing powers in workplaces and in the political process since 1980.
实际上，全球化和自动化是相辅相成的，两者都由减少劳动力成本和边缘化工人的同一冲动驱动。自1980年以来，由于工作场所和政治过程中缺乏制衡力量，这两者都得到了促进。
Automation, offshoring, and import competition from China have also impacted other advanced economies, but in more nuanced forms. Collective bargaining did not decline as much in most of Europe. In the Nordic countries, union coverage has remained high. Not coincidentally, even though their inequality levels also increased, they did not experience the declines in real wages that have been such a major part of U.S. labor market trends. In Germany, as we will see, companies often shifted workers from blue-collar occupations into new tasks, charting a somewhat different, more labor-friendly direction of technology. In France, too, minimum wages and unions have limited the rise in inequality, albeit at the cost of greater joblessness.
自动化、离岸外包和来自中国的进口竞争也影响了其他发达经济体，但形势更为复杂。在大多数欧洲国家，集体谈判的下降幅度没有那么大。在北欧国家，工会覆盖率一直很高。不出所料，尽管他们的不平等水平也有所上升，但他们并没有经历实际工资下降的问题，这在美国劳动力市场趋势中是一个主要部分。在德国，我们将看到公司经常将工人从蓝领职业转移到新的任务中，从而为技术发展指明了一个更为劳动友好的方向。在法国，最低工资和工会也限制了不平等的上升，尽管是以更高的失业率为代价。
These caveats notwithstanding, technology trends have been broadly similar across most Western countries and have had analogous implications. Most tellingly, jobs in blue-collar and clerical occupations have declined in almost all industrialized economies.
尽管有这些保留意见，技术趋势在大多数西方国家大体相似，并产生了类似的影响。最明显的是，几乎所有工业化经济体中的蓝领和文员职位都在减少。
All of this then begs two obvious questions. How did businesses manage to become so powerful vis-a-vis labor and to cripple rent sharing? And why did technology turn anti-labor? The answer to the first question, as we will see below, is related to a series of institutional transformations in the United States and other Western nations. The answer to the second also builds on these institutional changes, but crucially involves the emergence of a new utopian, but in reality, largely dystopian, digital vision, which push technologies and practices in an increasingly anti-labor direction. In the next several sections, we start with the institutional developments and return to how the idealistic hacker ethic of the 1960s and 1970s morphed into an agenda for automation and worker disempowerment.
所有这些都引出了两个显而易见的问题：企业是如何在与劳动力的较量中变得如此强大，并削弱租金共享的？技术为何变得对劳动力不利？第一个问题的答案，正如我们将在下文看到的，与美国及其他西方国家的一系列制度变革有关。第二个问题的答案也建立在这些制度变革的基础上，但关键在于一种新的乌托邦，但在现实中主要是反乌托邦数字愿景的出现。这种愿景推动了技术和实践向越来越不利于劳动力的方向发展。在接下来的几节中，我们将从制度发展开始，回到20世纪60年代和70年代的理想主义黑客伦理如何演变为自动化和削弱工人的议程。
The liberal establishment and its discontents.
自由主义建制派及其不满。
We saw in Chapter 7 how a sort of balance between business and organized labor emerged in the United States after the 1930s. It was undergirded by robust wage growth across jobs ranging from the unskilled to the highly skilled, and by a broadly worker-friendly direction of technology. In consequence, the political and economic landscape of the United States looked very different by the 1970s than in the early decades of the 20th century. Gone was the overwhelming political and economic cloud of megabusinesses, such as the Carnegie Steel Company and John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil.
在第7章中， 我们看到了20世纪30年代之后，在美国出现的一种企业与有组织劳动力之间的平衡。这种平衡得到了从非熟练到高技能的各种工作的强劲工资增长的支持，并且技术的发展方向总体上对工人友好。因此，到20世纪70年代，美国的政治和经济景观与20世纪初的几十年相比有了很大的不同。像卡内基钢铁公司和约翰 ·D· 洛克菲勒的标准石油公司这样的大型企业的压倒性政治和经济影响力已经不复存在。
Emblematic of these changes was the consumer protection activism led by Ralph Nader, whose book Unsafe at Any Speed, published in 1965, was a manifesto for keeping corporations accountable. In this instance, activism focused on automobile manufacturers, although Nader's target was all misbehaviors by business, especially big business.
这些变化的象征是拉尔夫·纳德领导的消费者保护活动。他的书《任何速度都不安全》于1965年出版，成为要求企业负责的宣言。在这种情况下，活动主要集中在汽车制造商身上，尽管纳德的目标是所有企业的不当行为，特别是大企业的不当行为。
Several iconic government regulations resulted from consumer activism. The National Traffic and Motor Vehicle Safety Act of 1966, which set the first safety standards for automobiles, was a direct response to the issues that Nader publicized. The Environmental Protection Agency was launched in 1970, with an explicit remit to prevent pollution and environmental damage by businesses. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, came into existence in December of the same year to protect the health and well-being of workers. Although some of these problems were previously monitored by the Bureau of Labor Standards, OSHA gained much greater authority over businesses. The Consumer Product Safety Act, enacted in 1972, was even more far-reaching, giving an independent agency authority to set standards, recall products, and bring lawsuits against companies to protect consumers against the risk of injury or death.
消费者活动导致了几项具有标志性的政府法规。1966年的国家交通和机动车安全法首次为汽车设定了安全标准，直接回应了纳德所揭露的问题。环境保护署于1970年成立，明确任务是防止企业造成的污染和环境破坏。职业安全与健康管理局 OSHA 于同年12月成立，旨在保护工人的健康和福祉。尽管这些问题之前由劳工标准局监督，但 OSHA 对企业的权力大大增强。1972年颁布的《消费者产品安全法》影响更为深远，赋予一个独立机构制定标准，召回产品以及对可能造成伤害或死亡风险的公司提起诉讼的权利，以保护消费者。
Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 had already banned employment discrimination on the basis of race, gender, color, religion, and national origin, but this act had little bite without an agency enforcing it. That changed with the launch of the Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1972, tasked with going after individual employers for discrimination against Black Americans and other minorities.
1964年的民权法第7条已经禁止基于种族、性别、肤色、宗教和国籍的就业歧视，但如果没有执行机构，这项法律几乎没有任何效力。这种情况随着1972年平等就业机会法的出台而改变。该法的任务是追究个别雇主对非裔美国人和其他少数族裔的歧视行为。
The Food and Drug Administration, FDA, which had been around since the beginning of the century, significantly increased its powers because of the Kefauver-Harris Amendment of 1962 and the U.S. Public Health Service reorganizations of 1966-1973. The impetus for these changes came from a number of highly publicized scandals in Europe and the United States, convincing lawmakers that the agency needed to be more independent and approve only drugs that were safe and effective. The year 1974 also witnessed the beginning of the Department of Justice's action to break up AT&T, which had dominated the telephone sector in the U.S.
食品和药物管理局 FDA 自20世纪初成立以来，由于1962年的凯福福哈里斯修正案和1966年至1973年的美国公共卫生服务重组，其权力显著增强。这些变化的推动力来自欧洲和美国的一系列备受关注的丑闻，使立法者相信该机构需要更加独立，并且只批准安全有效的药物。1974年， 美国司法部开始采取行动，拆分在美国电话行业占据主导地位的 AT&T。
These changes reflected a new, more muscular regulatory approach. Many were implemented under a Republican president, Richard Nixon. Nixon's embrace of regulation was not a sharp break with the post-war Republican establishment. Dwight Eisenhower had already moved in the same direction, defining himself as a modern Republican, meaning that he was going to maintain most of what was left of the New Deal.
这些变化反映了一种新的、更加强硬的监管方式。许多措施是在共和党总统理查德·尼克松的任期内实施的。尼克松对监管的接受并不是与战后共和党主流的急剧断裂。德怀特·艾森豪威尔已经朝着同一方向前进，自称为现代共和党人，这意味着他将保留大部分新政的遗留成果。
It was not just regulation. The 1960s witnessed the success of the civil rights movement and greater mobilization among left-wing Americans supporting civil rights and further political reforms. Lyndon Johnson initiated the Great Society program and the War on Poverty, adapting some key tenets of a European-style social safety net to the U.S. context.
这不仅仅是监管。20世纪60年代见证了民权运动的成功和左翼美国人支持民权和进一步政治改革的更大动员。林登·约翰逊启动了伟大社会计划和反贫困战争，将欧洲式社会保障网的一些关键原则适应于美国的背景。
Not everyone saw these changes as beneficial. Constraints on business conduct often benefited workers and consumers, but were resented by business owners and executives. Segments of the business sector had been organizing against regulations and legislation strengthening labor unions since the beginning of the 20th century. Their activity accelerated during the New Deal, when executives from some of the largest corporations, including DuPont, Eli Lilly, General Motors, General Mills, and Bristol-Myers, founded organizations such as the American Enterprise Association, which later became the American Enterprise Institute, or AEI, and the American Liberty League to formulate criticisms of and alternatives to New Deal policies.
并非所有人都认为这些变化是有益的。对商业行为的限制通常有利于工人和消费者，但企业主和高管对此感到不满。自20世纪初以来，商业部门的部分领域一直在组织反对加强工会的法规和立法。在新政期间，来自一些最大公司的高管，包括杜邦、礼来、通用汽车、通用磨坊和百时美施贵宝，成立了诸如美国企业协会，后来成为美国企业研究所或 AEI 和美国自由联盟等组织，以制定对新政策的批评和替代方案。
After the war, many business people continued to be animated by a belief that the country was being lost to the liberals. In his 1965 book, The Liberal Establishment, Who Runs America and How, M. Stanton Evans wrote that the chief point about the liberal establishment is that it is in control.
战后，许多商界人士仍然坚信国家正在被自由派所失去。在1965年的著作《自由派体制：谁在控制美国以及如何控制》中 ，M. 斯坦顿·埃文斯写道：“自由派体制的关键在于它处于控制地位。”
Early pro-business, right-wing organizations, and think tanks received funding from executives and wealthy Americans philosophically opposed to the New Deal. As is often the case, philosophy was mixed with material interests. Tax-exempt philanthropic and charitable donations by large U.S. corporations have tended to support causes aligned with their strategic interests. For example, energy companies philanthropically funding anti-climate science think tanks.
早期支持商业的右翼组织和智库从反对新政的企业高管和富有的美国人那里获得了资金。正如经常发生的情况一样，哲学观点与物质利益交织在一起。美国大型企业的免税慈善捐赠往往支持与其战略利益一致的事业，例如，能源公司慈善资助反对气候科学的智库。
The pernicious role of money in U.S. politics has been much discussed, but the story is more nuanced than what is sometimes presumed. Corruption at the federal level is not unknown, and political stances sometimes change because of campaign contributions from wealthy donors. Most of the time, however, politicians and their staff need to be persuaded that a particular approach to public policy serves either the public interest or their constituency. Copious amounts of money alone cannot achieve this unless an alternative vision of how the market economy should be organized becomes accepted. During the 1950s and 1960s, elements of such a vision started to come together.
金钱在美国政治中的恶劣作用已经广受讨论，但这个故事比有时所认为的要复杂得多。联邦层面的腐败并非闻所未闻，政治立场有时会因为来自富有的捐赠者的竞选捐款而改变。然而，大多数时候，政客及其工作人员需要被说服，认为某种特定的公共政策方法符合公共利益或他们的选民利益。仅靠大量的金钱是无法实现这一点的，除非一种关于市场经济应该如何组织的替代愿景被接受。在20世纪50年代和60年代，这种愿景的某些元素开始形成。
What is good for General Motors?
什么对通用汽车有利？
In 1953, President Dwight Eisenhower nominated Charles Wilson, then the president of General Motors, as Secretary of Defense. During his confirmation hearing, Wilson had to defend his controversial decision to hold on to substantial shares of GM, and he coined the aphorism, "What was good for our country was good for General Motors," and vice versa.
1953年，德怀特·艾森豪威尔总统提名当时担任通用汽车总裁的查尔斯·威尔逊为国防部长。在确认听证会上，威尔逊不得不为其决定保留大量通用汽车股份的争议决定进行辩护，并提出了对国家有利的、对通用汽车也有利、反之亦然的名言。
Wilson was arguing that he could not imagine a situation in which he would have to do something good for the country that would not be good for GM. But people misconstrue him as claiming that what was good for GM was good for the country, for understandable reasons. By the 1980s, the view that what was good for business, or even large corporations, was good for the country had become commonplace. This was an about-face from the prevailing attitudes of the 1930s, and the idea was now taking hold that shifting the rules to favor companies and to boost profits was the best possible way to help everyone.
威尔逊争辩说，他无法想象一种情况，即为国家做好事对他来说不会对通用汽车公司 GM 也有好处，但人们误解了他，认为他认为对通用汽车公司有好处的事情对国家也有好处，这是可以理解的。到了20世纪80年代，认为对商业或大公司有好处的事情对国家也有好处的观点已经变得司空见惯，这与20世纪30年代的主流态度形成了鲜明对比。现在人们普遍认为，通过改变规则来支持公司并提高利润是帮助所有人的最佳方式。
This intellectual reversal was rooted in a lot of hard work by political entrepreneurs and organizations. An intellectual leader in this endeavor was the conservative magazine National Review, founded by William F. Buckley Jr. in 1955. Buckley intended his publication to counter the trends from the left because, in its maturity, literate America rejected conservatism in favor of radical social experimentation. He continued, "Since ideas rule the world, the ideologues, having won over the intellectual class, simply walked in and started to run things."
这种思想上的转变源于政治企业家和组织的大量努力。在这项努力中，思想领袖之一是1955年由威廉 ·F. 巴克利 Jr. 创立的保守派杂志《国家评论》。巴克利创办该杂志的目的是对抗左派的趋势，因为成熟的、有文化的美国拒绝了保守主义，转而支持激进的社会实验。他继续说道，既然思想统治世界，那么意识形态家们在赢得知识分子阶层的支持后，就直接走进来，开始掌管一切。
The Business Roundtable, an influential business organization, agreed that business has very serious problems with the intellectual community, the media, and the youth. The continuing hostility of these groups menaces all business. The Roundtable's 1975 advertisement in Reader's Digest read, "The way we earn our daily bread in this country is under attack as never before," and identified the threat as arguments such as the free enterprise system makes us selfish and materialistic, and free enterprise concentrates wealth and power in the hands of a few. The Chamber of Commerce, representing in theory all U.S. businesses, joined the Business Roundtable and also started pushing against government regulations.
有影响力的商业组织商业圆桌会议同意商界与知识界、媒体和年轻人之间存在非常严重的问题，这些群体的持续敌意威胁到所有商业。1975年，商业圆桌会议在读者文摘上刊登的广告称， 我们在这个国家谋生的方式正以前所未有的方式受到攻击，并指出威胁在于诸如自由企业制度使我们自私和物质化和自由企业制度将财富和权力集中在少数人手中等论点。代表理论上所有美国企业的商会也加入了商业圆桌会议，开始反对政府监管。
George H.W. Bush's 1978 speech to top executives at a conference in Boston, while Bush was seeking the Republican presidential nomination, captured this mood. Less than 50 years ago, Calvin Coolidge could say that the business of America is business. Today, the business of America seems to be the regulation of business.
乔治 H.W. 布什在1978年波士顿的一次高层管理人员会议上发表演讲，当时他正在寻求共和党的总统提名。这次演讲捕捉到了这种情绪。不到50年前，卡尔文·柯立芝曾说：“美国的事业就是商业。”今天，美国的事业似乎变成了对商业的监管。
Efforts by various think tanks and leaders notwithstanding, still missing was a coherent paradigm that what was good for business was good for everybody. The productivity bandwagon was a key part of this new vision, but with its logic extended even further. Organizational changes or laws that are good for business must also be good for society at large because, with a similar reasoning, they will increase demand for workers and translate into shared prosperity. Take it one step further, and you get trickle-down economics, a term identified today with President Ronald Reagan's economic policies in the 1980s, including the idea of cutting taxes on the very rich. When the rich face lower taxes, they will invest more, increasing productivity and benefiting everybody in society.
尽管有各种智库和领导人的努力，但仍然缺乏一个连贯的范式，即对商业有利的，就是对每个人都有利。生产率的热潮是这一新愿景的关键部分，但其逻辑被进一步扩展。对商业有利的组织变革或法律也必须对整个社会有利，因为类似的逻辑表明，它们将增加对工人的需求，并转化为共享的繁荣。再进一步，你就会得到涓滴经济学这一术语今天与罗纳德·里根总统在1980年代的经济政策联系在一起，包括对超级富有的阶层减税的想法。当富人面临较低的税收时，他们会更多的投资，提高生产率，从而惠及整个社会。
Applying this perspective to regulation leads to conclusions that are diametrically opposed to the ideas that energized Ralph Nader and other consumer activists. According to this free market view, if the market economy is working well, regulation is at best unnecessary. If incumbent firms are marketing unsafe or low-quality products, consumers will be upset, and this creates an opportunity for other companies or new entrants to offer better alternatives, to which consumers will enthusiastically switch.
将这一视角应用于监管，得出的结论与激发拉尔夫·纳德和其他消费者活动家的观念截然相反。根据这种自由市场观点，如果市场经济运行良好，监管最多是不必要的。如果现有企业销售不安全或低质量的产品，消费者会感到不满，这为其他公司或新进入者提供了一个提供更好替代品的机会，消费者会热情地转向这些替代品。
The same competitive process that underlies the productivity bandwagon can then act as a force to discipline product quality as well. Seen through these lenses, regulation may even be counterproductive, harming consumers and workers. If the market process was already incentivizing businesses to offer safe and high-quality products, additional regulations would only divert effort and reduce profitability, forcing businesses to increase prices or reduce labor demand.
驱动生产率热潮的同一竞争过程，也可以作为提高产品质量的力量。从这个角度来看，监管甚至可能是适得其反的，损害消费者和工人。如果市场过程已经激励企业提供安全和高质量的产品，额外的监管只会分散精力，降低盈利能力，迫使企业提高价格或减少劳动力需求。
These ideas about the idealized market process have been part of economic theory ever since Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations introduced the notion of the invisible hand, a metaphor for the notion that the market provides good outcomes for everyone if there is enough competition. There has always been debate on this point, with the other side taken by people like John Maynard Keynes, who points out that markets do not function in an idealized way. For example, as we have seen, the productivity bandwagon collapses when there is not enough competition in the labor market. The same is true without sufficient competition in the product market. Nor can we count on the market process delivering high quality when consumers have a hard time distinguishing unsafe products from better ones.
这些关于理想化市场过程的观点，自亚当·斯密的《国富论》引入看不见的手这一概念以来，一直是经济理论的一部分。看不见的手是一个比喻，意指如果竞争足够充分，市场将为每个人提供良好的结果。这一点一直存在争议。另一方的观点由约翰·梅纳德·凯恩斯等人提出，他指出市场并非以理想化的方式运作。例如，正如我们所见，当劳动力市场竞争不足时，生产率热潮就会崩溃；产品市场竞争不足时也是如此。当消费者难以区分不安全产品和优质产品时，我们也不能指望市场过程能提供高质量的产品。
The pendulum has periodically swung between more market-friendly and market-skeptical perspectives in academia and in policy circles. The post-war decades were decidedly on the market-skeptical side, partly under the influence of Keynes's ideas and the policies and regulations introduced during the New Deal era. But there were many pockets of die-hard pro-market economists, for example, at the University of Chicago and Stanford University's Hoover Institution.
学术界和政策圈对市场的友好和怀疑态度周期性的摇摆。战后几十年明显偏向市场怀疑论，部分受到凯恩斯思想和新政时期引入的政策和监管的影响，但也有许多坚定的市场支持者，例如芝加哥大学和斯坦福大学胡佛研究所的经济学家。
These ideas started coalescing into a more coherent whole in the 1970s. There were many contributing factors at play here. Some intellectuals, such as Friedrich Hayek, offered widely read critiques of the post-war policy consensus. Hayek developed his theories in interwar Vienna, where free market notions were popular and the disaster of central planning in the nearby Soviet Union only too visible. Hayek left Austria in the early 1930s and landed at the London School of Economics, where he further developed many of his ideas. In 1950, he moved to the University of Chicago, where his influence grew.
这些想法在20世纪70年代开始逐渐形成一个更加连贯的整体。这里有许多促成因素。一些知识分子，如弗里德里希·哈耶克，对战后政策共识提出了广泛阅读的批评。哈耶克在2次世界大战期间的维也纳发展了他的理论，当时自由市场观念很流行，而临近的苏联中央计划的灾难显而易见。哈耶克在20世纪30年代初离开奥地利，来到伦敦经济学院，进一步发展了他的许多想法。1950年，他移居芝加哥大学，影响力逐渐扩大。
Particularly important was Hayek's view that markets, as a decentralized system, were much better at using the dispersed information in society. In contrast, whenever central planning or government regulation was used to allocate resources, there was a loss of information about what consumers truly wanted and about how productivity improvements could be implemented.
尤其重要的是，哈耶克认为，作为分散系统的市场，在利用社会中的分散信息方面要好得多。相比之下，每当使用中央计划或政府监管来分配资源时，就会失去关于消费者真正需求的信息，以及如何实施生产率改进的信息。
To be sure, regulation is never an easy process, and the post-war era was filled with unintended consequences and inefficiencies created by regulators. For example, the airline industry was tightly regulated by the Civil Aeronautics Board during much of this time. The board set schedules, routes, and airline fares, and decided which new airlines could enter new markets. As civil aviation technology improved and demand for air travel grew, these regulations became more arcane and contributed to massive inefficiencies in the industry. The Airline Deregulation Act of 1978 allowed airlines themselves to set fares. This made it easier for new airlines to enter the market, increasing competition and driving down prices in ways that were generally welcomed by consumers.
当然，监管从来都不是一个容易的过程。战后时期充满了监管者造成的意外后果和低效率。例如，民航局在这一时期大部分时间里对航空业进行了严格监管。该局制定了时间表、航线和航空票价，并决定哪些新航空公司可以进入新市场。随着民用航空技术的进步和航空旅行需求的增长，这些规定变得越来越复杂，导致行业出现巨大低效率。1978年的航空业 Deregulation 法， 允许航空公司自行设定票价，这使得新航空公司更容易进入市场，增加了竞争，降低了价格，总体上受到消费者的欢迎。
On the side of angels and shareholders,
站在天使和股东的一边，
the idea that unregulated markets work in the interest of the nation and the common good became the basis for a new approach to public policy. Missing from this emerging consensus was a clear set of recommendations for business leaders. How should they behave, and what would justify their actions? The answers came from two economists at the University of Chicago, George Stigler and Milton Friedman. Stigler's and Friedman's views about economics and politics overlapped with Hayek's, but in some ways went further. Both Stigler and Friedman were more opposed to regulations than Hayek was.
无监管市场符合国家和公共利益的观点成为新公共政策方法的基础。这种新兴共识中缺失的是一套明确的建议，指导企业领导者应如何行事，以及什么可以证明他们的行为是合理的。答案来自芝加哥大学的两位经济学家乔治·斯蒂格勒和米尔顿·弗里德曼。斯蒂格勒和弗里德曼关于经济和政治的观点与哈耶克的观点有重叠，但在某些方面走得更远。斯蒂格勒和弗里德曼比哈耶克更反对监管。
Friedman, who, like Hayek and Stigler, was awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics, made important contributions to many areas, including macroeconomics, price theory, and monetary policy. Arguably, however, his most influential work did not appear in an academic journal, but in a short piece published in September 1970 in the New York Times Magazine, immodestly titled A Friedman Doctrine. Friedman argued that the social responsibility of business was misconstrued. Business should care only about making profits and generating high returns for their shareholders. Simply put, the social responsibility of business is to increase its profits.
弗里德曼像哈耶克和斯蒂格勒一样，获得了诺贝尔经济学奖。他在许多领域做出了重要贡献，包括宏观经济学、价格理论和货币政策。然而，可以说，他最具影响力的作品并不是发表在学术期刊上，而是一篇发表在1970年9月《纽约时报》杂志上的短文，标题为《弗里德曼主义》。弗里德曼认为，企业的社会责任被误解了，企业应该只关注盈利，为股东创造高回报。简而言之，企业的社会责任是增加其利润。
Friedman articulated an idea that was already in the air. The previous decades had witnessed stinging criticisms of government regulations and more voices in favor of the market mechanism. Nevertheless, the impact of the Friedman doctrine is hard to exaggerate. At one fell swoop, it crystallized a new vision in which big businesses that made money were heroes, not the villains that Ralph Nader and his allies painted them as. It also gave business executives a clear mandate: raise profits.
弗里德曼阐述了一个已经在空气中弥漫的观点。过去的几十年里，政府监管受到了尖锐的批评，支持市场机制的声音越来越多。然而，弗里德曼学说的影响难以夸大。他一针见血地阐明了一个新的愿景，在这个愿景中，赚钱的大企业是英雄，而不是拉尔夫·纳德及其盟友所描绘的恶棍。他还为商界高管提供了一个明确的指令：提高利润。
The doctrine also received support from a different angle. Another economist, Michael Jensen, argued that managers of publicly listed corporations were not sufficiently committed to their shareholders and were instead pursuing projects that glorified themselves or built wasteful empires. Jensen maintained that these managers needed to be controlled more tightly, but because that was difficult, the more natural path was to have their compensation tied to the value they created for shareholders. This meant giving managers big bonuses and stock options in order to focus them on boosting the company's stock price.
这一学说还从另一个角度获得了支持。另一位经济学家迈克尔·詹森认为，上市公司的管理者对股东的承诺不够，反而在追求那些美化自己或建立浪费帝国的项目。詹森认为，这些管理者需要受到更严格的控制，但由于这很难实现，更自然的路径是将他们的薪酬与为股东创造的价值挂钩。这意味着给予管理者大额奖金和股票期权，以使他们专注于提升公司的股价。
The Friedman Doctrine, along with the Jensen Amendment, brought us the shareholder value revolution. Corporations and managers should strive to maximize market value. unregulated markets, combined with the productivity bandwagon, would then work for the common good.
弗里德曼学说加上詹森的补充，带来了股东价值革命。企业和管理者应努力最大化市场价值。不受监管的市场加上生产力的浪潮，将为公共利益服务。
The Business Roundtable agreed and suggested that citizens should be educated in economics because greater economic knowledge would make them more favorable to business and supportive of policies such as lower taxes that would boost economic growth and benefit everybody. In 1980, it stated, "The Business Roundtable believes that future changes in tax policy should aim at improving the investment or supply side of the economy in order to increase the quality and scope of our productive capacity."
商业圆桌会议同意并建议，公民应接受经济学之教育，因为更多的经济知识会使他们更支持商业，并支持如减税等能够促进经济增长并使所有人受益的政策。1980年，他声明，商业圆桌会议认为，未来税收政策的改变应旨在改善经济的投资或供应面，以提高我们的生产能力和范围的质量。
Two additional implications of this doctrine may have been even more important. First, it justified all sorts of efforts at money-making, for boosting profits was in alignment with the common good. Some companies pushed this even further. The combination of the Friedman Doctrine and the lavish stock options to top executives motivated several executives to venture into gray areas and then into the red. The journey of the energy giant Enron, a darling of the stock market, is emblematic. The Houston-based company was selected as America's most innovative company 6 years in a row by Fortune magazine. But in 2001, it was revealed that Enron's financial success was in large part a result of systematic misreporting and fraud, which boosted the company's stock market performance and made hundreds of millions of dollars for its executives. Although Enron was the culprit that is most keenly remembered today, many other corporations and executives were involved in similar shenanigans, and several more scandals were revealed in the early 2000s.
这一学说的两个额外含义可能更为重要。首先，它为各种赚钱的努力提供了正当性，因为提高利润与公共利益是一致的。一些公司甚至更进一步。弗里德曼学说与对高层管理人员的丰厚股票期权相结合，促使一些高管涉足灰色地带，甚至进入禁区。能源巨头安然公司的历程具有代表性。这家总部位于休斯顿的公司连续6年被《财富》杂志评为美国最具创新力的公司。但2001年，安然的财务成功被揭露，在很大程度上是系统性虚假报告和欺诈的结果，这提升了公司的股市表现，并为高管们赚取了数亿美元。尽管安然公司是今天最令人记忆深刻的罪魁祸首，但许多其他公司和高管也参与了类似的不正当行为。2000年初还揭露了更多的丑闻。
Second, the doctrine altered the balance between managers and workers. Sharing of productivity gains between companies and workers was a key pillar of broad-based prosperity after 1945. It was bolstered by labor's collective bargaining power to make corporations pay high wages, by social norms of sharing the benefits of growth, and even by ideas of welfare capitalism, as we saw in Chapter 7. The Friedman Doctrine pushed in a different direction. Good CEOs did not have to pay high wages. Their social responsibility was solely to the shareholders. Many high-profile CEOs, such as General Electric's Jack Welch, heeded the advice and took a tough stance against wage raises.
其次，这一学说改变了管理层与员工之间的平衡。1945年后，公司与员工之间共享生产率增长是广泛繁荣的关键支柱。这得到了劳工集体谈判力量的支持，使公司支付高工资、社会规范分享增长的好处，甚至包括福利资本主义的理念。正如我们在第7章中所见，弗里德曼学说则指向了不同的方向。优秀的 CEO 不必支付高工资，他们的社会责任仅限于股东。许多知名 CEO， 如通用电气的杰克·韦尔奇，听从了这一建议，并对加薪采取了强硬立场。
Nowhere can the impact of the Friedman Doctrine be seen more clearly than in business schools. The 1970s were the beginning of the professionalization of managers, and the share of managers trained in business schools increased rapidly during this period. In 1980, about 25% of CEOs in publicly listed firms had a business degree. By 2020, this number exceeded 43%. Many faculty at business schools embraced the Friedman doctrine and shared this vision with aspiring managers.
弗里德曼学说的影响在商学院中表现得最为明显。20世纪70年代是管理者职业化的开始，这一时期商学院培养的管理者比例迅速增加。1980年，约25%的上市公司 CEO 拥有商业学位，到2020年，这一比例超过了43%。许多商学院的教师接受了弗里德曼学说，并将这一愿景传递给了有抱负的管理者。
Recent research shows that managers who attended business schools started implementing the Friedman doctrine, especially when it came to wage setting. They stopped wage growth in their firms, compared to similar companies run by managers who did not attend business schools. Managers in the United States and Denmark without an MBA share with their workers about 20% of any increase in value added. For managers inculcated in business schools, this number is 0. Somewhat disappointingly for business schools and for economists from the Friedman-Jensen School, there is no evidence that business school-trained managers increase productivity, sales, exports, or investment. But they do increase shareholder value because they cut wages. They also pay themselves more handsomely than other managers.
最近的研究表明，上过商学院的管理者开始实施弗里德曼学说，尤其是在工资设定方面。与由未上过商学院的管理者经营的类似公司相比，他们停止了公司内部的工资增长。在美国和丹麦，没有 MBA 学位的管理者会将任何增加值的增加与员工分享约20%，而对于商学院培养的管理者，这个数字是0。对于商学院和弗里德曼、詹森学派的经济学家来说，令人失望的是，没有证据表明商学院培养的管理者能提高生产率、销售额、出口或投资，但他们确实通过削减工资增加了股东价值。他们也比其他管理者支付给自己更高的薪酬。
Resistance to the New Deal, accompanied by the anti-regulation, anti-labor philosophical stances of some business executives and the Friedman doctrine, was not enough, however. In the early 1970s, wholesale deregulation and dismantling the labor movement were fringe ideas, even if more businesses were becoming vocal about the burdens of growing regulations. That changed with the oil price shock of 1973 and the stagflation that followed, which were interpreted as a failure of the existing system and signs that the U.S. economy was not working anymore. A course correction was needed, and the Friedman doctrine and its bolstering of the power of businesses against regulations and organized labor came to be seen as the answer.
对新政的抵制，加上一些企业高管的反监管、反劳工哲学立场和弗里德曼学说，还不足以改变局面。20世纪70年代初，全面解除监管和瓦解劳工运动还是边缘思想，尽管越来越多的企业开始大声抱怨日益增长的监管负担。1973年的石油危机和随之而来的滞胀被解读为现有体系的失败，以及美国经济不再运作的迹象，需要进行调整。而弗里德曼学说及其增强企业对抗监管和组织劳工的力量被视为答案。
Ideas that used to be advocated by think tanks outside of the mainstream started gaining adherence among lawmakers and businesses. Barry Goldwater, the Republican presidential candidate in the 1964 election, failed to get the support of the broader business community in part because his anti-regulation ideas appeared extreme at that time. By 1979, Goldwater was boasting, "Now that almost every one of the principles I advocated in 1964 have become the gospel of the whole spread of the spectrum of politics, there really isn't a heck of a lot left." Ronald Reagan reaffirmed this conclusion shortly after his election, when he told a crowd of conservative activists, "Had there not been a Barry Goldwater willing to make that lonely walk, we would not be talking of a celebration tonight."
过去由主流之外的智库倡导的想法，开始在立法者和企业中获得支持。1964年大选中的共和党总统候选人巴里·戈德华特，由于他的反监管理念在当时显得过于极端，未能获得更广泛商界的支持。到1979年，戈德华特自豪地宣称：“现在我在1964年所倡导的几乎所有原则都已成为整个政治光谱的福音，真的没有什么可说的了。”罗纳德·里根在他当选后不久也重申了这一结论。他对一群保守派活动人士说：“如果没有巴里·戈德华特愿意走那条孤独的道路，我们今晚就不会在这里庆祝了。”
Big is beautiful.
大即是美。
Even if one bought into the view that the market mechanism works seamlessly, regulations are mostly unnecessary, and the business of business should be maximizing shareholder value, there was still a tricky issue from the viewpoint of large corporations.
即使人们认同市场机制运作的天衣无缝，监管大多没有必要，企业的目标应该是最大化股东价值的观点，但从大公司的角度来看，仍有一个棘手的问题。
Many businesses have considerable ability to set their price because they dominate parts of the market or have a loyal clientele. Think of the market power of Coca-Cola, for example, which controls 45% of the carbonated soft drinks market and can significantly shape the industry's prices. Monopoly means that the market mechanism starts breaking down. Things are even worse when these corporations can block entry by new competitors or when they are able to acquire competing businesses, as the robber barons of late 19th century America understood all too well.
许多企业由于在市场中占据主导地位或拥有忠实客户，具有相当大的定价能力。以可口可乐为例，它控制了45%的碳酸软饮料市场，能够显著影响行业的价格。垄断意味着市场机制开始失效。当这些公司能够阻止新竞争对手进入市场，或者能够收购竞争对手时，情况会更糟，正如19世纪末的美国强盗大亨们所深知的那样。
Adam Smith, the original proponent of the market mechanism magic, was damning in his account of how even small groups of businessmen getting together could damage the common good. In a famous passage in The Wealth of Nations, he wrote, "People of the same trade seldom meet together, even for merriment and diversion, but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public, or in some contrivance to raise prices." Building on Smith's ideas, many free market advocates have remained skeptical of large corporations, and some of them raise alarms when mergers and acquisitions increase the power of big players.
亚当·斯密，市场机制的最初倡导者，对即使是小团体的商人聚在一起也可能损害公共利益的情况进行了严厉的批评。在《国富论》中，他写道，同一行业的商人很少聚在一起，即使是出于娱乐和消遣的目的，但他们的谈话最终会变成对公众的阴谋，或者策划提高价格。基于私密的思想，许多自由市场倡导者对大公司持怀疑态度，其中一些人在合并和收购增加大公司权力时发出警报。
Thwarting the workings of the market is not the only reason for being suspicious of big businesses. A well-known proposition in economics is the Arrow replacement effect, named after the Nobel Prize-winning economist Kenneth Arrow and later popularized by the business scholar Clayton Christensen as the innovator's dilemma. It states that large corporations are timid innovators because they are afraid of eroding their own profits from existing offerings. If a new product will eat into the revenues a corporation enjoys from what it is already doing, why go there? In contrast, a new entrant could be very keen on doing something quite different because it cares only about those new profits. The available evidence bears out this conjecture. Among innovative firms, younger and smaller ones invest almost twice as much in research as a fraction of their sales and subsequently tend to grow much faster than older and larger businesses.
怀疑大公司的原因不仅仅是因为他们阻碍了市场的运作。经济学中一个著名的命题是阿罗替代效应，以诺贝尔经济学奖得主肯尼斯·阿罗命名，后来被商业学者克莱顿·克里斯滕森普及为创新者的困境。该理论认为，大公司是胆小的创新者，因为他们害怕侵蚀现有产品的利润。如果新产品会侵蚀公司现有业务的收入，为什么还要这样做呢？相比之下，新进入者可能会非常热衷于做一些完全不同的事情，因为他们只关心这些新利润。现有的证据支持这一假设。在创新型企业中，年轻和小型企业将其销售额的一部分用于研究的投资几乎是老企业和大型企业的2倍，随后他们的增长速度也远快于老企业和大型企业。
Even more important is the impact of large corporations on political and social power. U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis nailed this when he stated, "We may have democracy, or we may have wealth concentrated in the hands of a few, but we can't have both." He was opposed to large corporations not just because they increased market concentration and created conditions of monopoly, undercutting the market mechanism. He maintained that as they became very large, they exercised disproportionate political power, and the wealth they created for their owners further degraded the political process. Brandeis did not focus as much on social power, for example, whose ideas and vision we listen to, but his reasoning extends to that domain as well. When a few companies and their executives achieve higher status and greater power, it becomes harder to counter their vision.
更为重要的是，大型企业对政治和社会权力的影响。美国最高法院法官路易斯·布兰代斯对此有深刻见解。他曾说过：“我们或许可以拥有民主，或者我们可以让财富集中在少数人手中，但两者不能兼得。”他反对大型企业，不仅仅是因为他们加剧了市场集中度，创造了垄断条件，削弱了市场机制。他还指出，随着这些企业变得越来越大，他们行使了不成比例的政治权利，而他们为所有者创造的财富进一步破坏了政治进程。布兰代斯没有过多关注社会权利，例如，我们听从谁的观点和愿景，但他的论点同样适用于这一领域。当少数公司及其高管获得更高的地位和更大的权力时，要反对他们的愿景就变得更加困难。
By the 1960s, however, several economists were already articulating ideas that were more skeptical of the utility of antitrust measures aimed at limiting the power of big business. Particularly important in this was George Stigler, who saw antitrust action as part of the overall meddling of governments, just like regulations. Stigler's ideas influenced legal scholars with some knowledge of economics, most notably Robert Bork.
然而，到了20世纪60年代，一些经济学家已经开始表达对反垄断措施效用的怀疑，这些措施旨在限制大企业的权利。在这方面，乔治·斯蒂格勒尤为重要。他认为反垄断行动是政府干预的一部分，就像监管一样。斯蒂格勒的思想影响了对经济学有一定了解的法律学者，最著名的是罗伯特·伯克。
Bork's influence and persona extended far beyond academia. He was Richard Nixon's Solicitor General and then became acting Attorney General after his predecessor and his deputy resigned, rather than accepting the pressure from the president to fire Archibald Cox, the independent prosecutor going after the Watergate scandal. Bork did not have the same qualms and relieved Cox of his duties as soon as he took up the post.
伯克的影响和个性远不止局限于学术界。他曾是理查德·尼克松的总检察长，后来在前任和副手因不愿接受总统解雇调查水门事件的独立检察官阿奇博尔德·考克斯的压力而辞职后，成为代理总检察长。伯克没有同样的顾虑，一上任就解除了考克斯的职务。
Bork's greater influence was through his scholarship, however. He took Stigler's and related ideas and articulated a new approach to antitrust and regulation of monopoly. At the center was the idea that large corporations dominating their market were not necessarily a problem that required government intervention. The key question was whether they harmed consumers by raising prices, and the onus was on government authorities to prove that they were doing so. Otherwise, these companies could be presumed to benefit consumers through greater efficiency, and public policy should stand aside. So big companies like Google and Amazon may look like and walk like monopolies, but according to this doctrine, no government action was needed until they could be proven to have increased prices.
然而，伯克的影响更多是通过他的学术研究。他采纳了斯蒂格勒和其他相关的思想，阐述了一种新的反垄断和垄断监管方法。核心观点是，主导市场的大型企业不一定是一个需要政府干预的问题。关键问题是，他们是否通过提高价格损害了消费者，政府当局必须证明他们确实如此。否则，这些公司可以被假定通过更高的效率使消费者受益，公共政策应保持中立。因此，像谷歌和亚马逊这样的大公司可能看起来像垄断企业，但根据这一理论，除非能够证明他们提高了价格，否则无需政府采取行动。
The Mann Economics Institute for Federal Judges, founded in 1976 with corporate funding, instructed scores of judges in economics during intensive training camps. But the economics they taught was a very specific version based on Friedman's, Stigler's, and Bork's ideas. Judges who attended these training sessions became influenced by their teaching and began using more of the language of economics in their opinions. Strikingly, they also started issuing more conservative decisions and ruling consistently against regulatory agencies and antitrust action. The Federalist Society, founded in 1982 with similarly generous support from anti-regulation executives, had a similar aim, grooming pro-business, anti-regulation law students, judges, and Supreme Court justices. It has been phenomenally successful. 6 of the current Supreme Court justices are among its alumni.
1976年，由企业资助成立的曼尼联邦法官经济研究所，在密集的培训营中向数百名法官教授经济学，但所教授的经济学是基于弗里德曼、斯蒂格勒和伯克思想的非常特定的版本。参加这些培训课程的法官受到了教学的影响，开始在他们的判决中更多地使用经济学语言。值得注意的是，他们也开始做出更加保守的判决，并一致反对监管机构和反垄断行动。1982年成立的联邦主义者协会同样得到了反监管高管的慷慨支持，其目标类似，培养亲商业、反监管的法学生、法官和最高法院大法官。他取得了巨大的成功，目前最高法院的6位大法官都是其校友。
The consequences of the new approach to big business were sweeping. Today, the United States has some of the largest and most dominant corporations ever. Google, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft are jointly worth about 1/5 of U.S. GDP. The value of the largest 5 corporations at the beginning of the 20th century, when the public and reformers were up in arms about the problem of monopoly, was not more than 1/10 of GDP. This is not just about the tech sector. From 1980 to today, concentration, market power of the largest firms, increased in more than 3/4 of U.S. industries.
新的对待大企业的方法产生了广泛的影响。如今，美国拥有历史上最大和最具主导地位的公司，谷歌、脸书、苹果、亚马逊和微软的总价值约占美国 GDP 的1/5。20世纪初，当公众和改革者对垄断问题感到愤怒时，最大的5家公司的价值不超过 GDP 的1/10。这不仅仅是关于科技行业。从1980年至今，美国超过3/4的行业的集中度，最大公司的市场力量有所增加。
The new antitrust approach has been critical in this. The Department of Justice has blocked only a handful of mergers and acquisitions over the last 4 decades. This hands-off approach allowed Facebook to buy WhatsApp and Instagram, Amazon to acquire Whole Foods, Time Warner and America Online to join together, and Exxon to merge with Mobil, reversing part of the breakup of Standard Oil. In the meantime, Google and Microsoft have purchased scores of startups and small companies that could have turned into their rivals.
新的反垄断方法在这方面起到了关键作用。司法部在过去的40年中仅阻止了少数几起合并和收购。这种放任不管的做法使得 Facebook 能够收购 WhatsApp 和 Instagram， 亚马逊能够收购全食超市，时代华纳和美国在线能够合并，埃克森能够与美孚合并，部分逆转了标准石油的拆分。与此同时，谷歌和微软收购了数十家初创企业和小公司，这些公司本可能成为他们的竞争对手。
The implications of the rapid growth of big businesses are wide-ranging. Many economists argue that they are now enjoying greater market power, which they are exercising both to thwart innovation from rivals and to enrich their top executives and shareholders. Gargantuan monopolies are often bad news for consumers because they distort prices and innovation. They also spell trouble for the productivity bandwagon because they reduce competition for workers. They powerfully multiply inequality at the top by enriching their already wealthy shareholders. Large corporations have sometimes boosted the earnings of their employees by sharing their profits with them. But another part of the institutional changes of the last several decades meant that this was not likely to happen. The eclipse of worker power.
大型企业快速发展的影响是多方面的。许多经济学家认为，这些企业现在享有更大的市场力量，他们不仅利用这种力量来遏制竞争对手的创新，还使他们的高层管理人员和股东受益。巨大的垄断通常对消费者不利，因为他们扭曲了价格和创新。他们还对生产率提升构成了威胁，因为他们减少了对工人的竞争。他们通过使已经富有的股东更加富有，从而在顶层加剧了不平等。大型企业有时通过与员工分享利润来提高员工的收入，但过去几十年的制度变化的另一部分意味着这种情况不太可能发生，工人权利的衰落。
A lost cause.
一个失败的事业。
The effects of the Friedman Doctrine on wage setting, may have been as important as its direct impact. If managers maximizing shareholder value were on the side of the angels, then anything standing on their path was a distraction or, worse, an impediment to the common good. Hence, the Friedman Doctrine gave an additional impetus to managers to campaign against the labor movement.
弗里德曼学说对工资设定的影响可能与其直接影响一样重要。如果以股东价值最大化为目标的管理者站在了天使的一边，那么任何阻碍他们路径的事物都是一种干扰，甚至更糟的是对公共利益的阻碍。因此，弗里德曼学说为管理者反对劳工运动提供了额外的动力。
Despite American unions' important role in the shared prosperity of the decades that followed World War II, their relationship with management was always strained. When unions win elections for representation in a plant, we see a striking increase in the likelihood that the plant will close. This is partly because of multi-plant corporations shifting their production to non-unionized establishments. Executives delay unionization votes and adopt various tactics to convince workers to reject unions. If this fails, the jobs are moved elsewhere.
尽管美国工会在二战后几十年的共同繁荣中发挥了重要作用，但他们与管理层的关系始终紧张。当工会在工厂代表选举中获胜时，工厂关闭的可能性显著增加。这在很大程度上是因为多工厂公司将其生产转移到非工会化的设施。高管们会推迟工会化投票，并采用各种策略来说服工人拒绝工会。如果失败，工作机会就会被转移到其他地方。
The conflict inherent in this relationship has both idiosyncratic and institutional roots. Some unions developed close ties with organized crime because of their presence in activities that were controlled by the mafia. Leaders such as Jimmy Hoffa, president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, came to signify this dark side and likely contributed to the decline in public support for labor organizations. Hoffa served time in prison for bribery and various other crimes, and was probably murdered by the mafia.
这种关系中的冲突既有特殊原因，也有制度根源。一些工会因为参与了由黑手党控制的活动而与有组织犯罪建立了密切联系。像吉米·霍法这样的领导人，作为国际卡车司机兄弟会的主席，代表了这一黑暗面，可能对公众对劳工组织的支持度下降有所贡献。霍法因贿赂和其他各种罪行入狱，并可能被黑手党杀害。
More important than the flaws of the union leaders has been the way in which American unions were organized. We saw in Chapter 7 that collective agreements in Sweden and other Nordic countries were organized in the context of the corporatist model, which attempted to cultivate greater communication and cooperation between management and workers. They also set wages at the industry level. The German system combines industry-level wage bargaining together with work councils at the firm level, which represent the worker voice on corporate boards. In the United States, on the other hand, the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act weakened some of the pro-union provisions of the Wagner Act and legislated that collective bargaining had to take place at the business unit level. It also banned secondary industrial action, such as boycotts in sympathy with strikers. Consequently, American unions organize and negotiate wages in their immediate workplaces, with no industry coordination. This arrangement breeds more conflictual relations between business and labor. When managers think that a hard line against unions can reduce wages and create a cost advantage relative to competitors, they are less likely to accept union demands.
比工会领导人的缺点更重要的是美国工会的组织方式。我们在第7章中看到，瑞典和其他北欧国家的集体协议是在社团主义模式的背景下组织的。该模式试图促进管理层和工人之间的更多沟通和合作。他们还设定了行业工资。德国的体系将行业级别的工资谈判与企业级别的工作委员会结合起来，后者在公司董事会中代表工人的声音。而在美国，1947年的塔夫特哈特利法案削弱了瓦格纳法案中的一些支持工会的规定，并规定集体谈判必须在企业单位层面进行。它还禁止了刺激工业行动，如支持罢工者的抵制行动。因此，美国工会在其直接工作场所组织和谈判工资没有行业协调。这种安排导致了企业和劳工之间更多的冲突关系。当管理者认为对工会采取强硬立场可以降低工资，并相对于竞争对手创造成本优势时，他们就不太可能接受工会的要求。
Starting around 1980, the balance of power shifted further away from the labor movement. Particularly important was Ronald Reagan's tough stance against the Professional Air Traffic Controllers Organization in 1981. When the organization's negotiations with the Federal Aviation Administration stalled, it called a strike, even though industrial action by government employees was illegal. President Reagan was swift in firing striking workers, calling them a peril to national safety. Where Reagan led, private businesses followed, and several large employers hired new workers when confronted with industrial actions rather than giving in to union demands.
从1980年左右开始，权力的天平进一步偏离了劳工运动。尤为重要的是，罗纳德·里根在1981年对专业空中交通管制组织采取的强硬立场。当该组织与联邦航空管理局的谈判陷入僵局时，他发起了罢工，尽管政府雇员的工业行动是非法的。里根总统迅速解雇了罢工工人，称他们是对国家安全的威胁。里根带头之后，私营企业也纷纷效仿，几家大型雇主在面临工业行动时雇佣了新工人，而不是屈服于工会的要求。
Even before Reagan and the corporate pushback, the United States was past peak unionization. Nevertheless, in the early 1980s, there were still about 18 million union workers, and 20% of wage and salary workers belonged to unions. Since then, there has been a steady decline, partly because of the tougher anti-union stance of businesses and politicians, and partly because employment in the more heavily unionized manufacturing sector has dwindled. In 2021, only 10% of workers were union members. Additionally, by the 1980s, most of the cost of living escalator clauses that ensured automatic wage increases without full-scale agreements had been negotiated out of union contracts, further weakening the hands of labor and the prospect for sharing of productivity gains with workers.
即使在里根和企业反击之前，美国的工会化程度已经过了顶峰。然而，到20世纪80年代初，仍有约1800万工会工人，20%的工资和薪金工人属于工会。自那以后，工会成员人数一直在稳步下降，部分原因是企业和政界对工会采取了更严厉的反工会立场，部分原因是就业人数在工会化程度较高的制造业部门减少。2021年，只有10%的工人是工会成员。此外，到20世纪80年代，大多数确保自动工资增长而无需全面协议的生活成本调整条款已被从工会合同中谈判出去，进一步削弱了劳工的力量和与工人分享生产率增长的前景。
This anti-labor shift is not unique to the United States. Margaret Thatcher, who was elected British Prime Minister in 1979, prioritized deregulation, enacted myriad pro-business laws, and vigorously fought unions. So British unions have also lost much of their earlier strength.
这种反劳工的转变并非美国独有。1979年当选为英国首相的玛格丽特·撒切尔优先考虑放松管制，实施了多项有利于企业的法律，并积极对抗工会，因此英国的工会也失去了早期的大部分力量。
A grim re-engineering.
严峻的重组。
Rising industrial concentration and the waning of rent sharing were a first salvo against the shared prosperity model of the 1950s and 1960s, but by themselves would not have created the tremendous turnaround we witnessed. For that, the direction of technology would also have to move in an anti-labor direction. This is where digital technologies enter the story in a big way.
工业集中度的提高和租金共享的减弱是对1950年代和1960年代共享繁荣模式的首次冲击，但仅凭这些还不足以造成我们所见证的巨大转变。为此，技术的方向也必须转向反劳工，这就是数字技术在其中发挥重要作用的地方。
The Friedman Doctrine encouraged corporations to increase profits by whatever means necessary, and by the 1980s, this idea was embraced by the corporate sector. Executive compensation, in the form of stock options, strongly supported this shift. The culture at the top of corporations began to change. In the 1980s, a big story for corporate America was rivalry from efficient Japanese manufacturers, first in consumer electronics and then in the auto industry. The people who ran U.S. firms felt a pressing need to respond.
弗里德曼学说鼓励企业通过任何必要手段增加利润。到20世纪80年代，这一理念被企业界广泛接受。 以股票期权形式的高管薪酬强烈支持了这一转变，企业高层的文化开始发生变化。20世纪80年代，对美国企业来说，一个大问题是来自高效日本制造商的竞争，首先是在消费电子领域，然后是汽车工业。管理美国公司的人员感到迫切需要做出回应。
As a result of the broadly balanced investments in automation and new tasks in the 1950s and 1960s, worker marginal productivity had increased, and the labor share of income in manufacturing remained broadly constant, hovering close to 70% between 1950 and the early 1980s. But by the 1980s, many American managers came to see labor as a cost, not as a resource, and to withstand foreign competition, these costs needed to be cut. This meant reducing the amount of labor used in production through automation. Recall that automation increases output per worker, but, by sidelining labor, it limits and may even reduce worker marginal productivity. When this happens on a large enough scale, there is less demand for workers and lower wage growth.
由于20世纪50年代和60年代在自动化和新任务方面的广泛平衡投资，工人的边际生产率有所提高，制造业的劳动收入份额保持大致稳定，在1950年到20世纪80年代初期间徘徊在70%左右。但到了20世纪80年代，许多美国管理者开始将劳动力视为成本，而不是资源。为了抵御外国竞争，这些成本需要削减。这意味着通过自动化减少生产中使用的劳动力。请记住，自动化提高了每个工人的产出，但通过边缘化劳动力，它甚至可能降低工人的边际生产率。当这种情况大规模发生时，对工人的需求减少，工资增长放缓。
To cut labor costs, U.S. businesses needed a new vision and new technologies, which came, respectively, from business schools and the nascent tech sector. The main ideas on cost cutting are well summarized in a 1993 book by Michael Hammer and James Champy, Re-Engineering the Corporation, a manifesto for business revolution. The book argues that U.S. corporations had become highly inefficient, especially because there were too many middle managers and white-collar workers. The U.S. corporation should therefore be re-engineered to compete more vigorously, and new software could provide the tools.
为了削减劳动力成本，美国企业需要新的愿景和新技术，这些分别来自商学院和新兴的科技行业。关于成本削减的主要观点，在迈克尔·哈默和詹姆斯·钱皮1993年合著的《企业再造：商业革命宣言》一书中得到了很好的总结。该书认为，美国企业已经变得非常低效，特别是因为中层管理者和白领员工过多。因此，美国企业应该进行再造，以更激烈的竞争，而新的软件可以提供工具。
To be fair, Hammer and Champy emphasized that re-engineering was not just automation, but they also took the view that more effective use of software would eliminate many unskilled tasks. Much of the old, routine work is eliminated or automated. If the old model was simple tasks for simple people, the new one is complex jobs for smart people, which raises the bar for entry into the workforce. Few simple, routine, unskilled jobs are to be found in a re-engineered environment. In practice, the smart people for the complex jobs were almost always workers with college or postgraduate degrees. Well-paying jobs for non-college workers became scant in re-engineered environments.
公平地说，哈默和钱皮强调，重组不仅仅是自动化，但他们也认为更有效的使用软件将消除许多非技术性工作。许多旧的、常规的工作被消除或自动化。如果旧模式是简单的工作给简单的人，那么新模式就是复杂的工作给聪明的人，这提高了进入劳动力市场的门槛。在重组的环境中，很少能找到简单、常规、非技术性的工作。实际上，这些复杂工作的聪明人几乎总是拥有大学或研究生学位的工人。在重组的环境中，非大学工人的高薪工作变得稀缺。
The high priests of the emerging vision came from the newly burgeoning management consulting field. Management consulting barely existed in the 1950s, and its growth coincides with efforts to remake corporations through better use of digital technology. Together with business schools, leading management consulting companies such as McKinsey and Arthur Andersen also pushed cost-cutting. As these ideas were increasingly preached by articulate management experts, it became harder for workers to resist.
新兴愿景的高级祭司来自新兴的管理咨询领域。管理咨询在20世纪50年代几乎不存在，其增长与通过更好地使用数字技术改造公司的努力相吻合。与商学院一起，像麦肯锡和安达信这样的领先管理咨询公司也推动了成本削减。随着这些理念被越来越多的管理专家所宣扬，工人越来越难以抵抗。
Just like the Friedman Doctrine, re-engineering the corporation crystallized ideas and practices that were already being implemented. By the time the book came out, several large U.S. corporations had used software tools to downsize their workforces or expand operations without having to hire new employees. By 1971, IBM was prominently advertising its word processing machines as a tool for managers to increase their productivity and automate various office jobs.
就像弗里德曼学说一样，《重组公司》这本书也凝聚了已经实施的理念和实践。当这本书出版时，几家大型美国公司已经使用软件工具来裁员，或在不增加新员工的情况下扩大业务。到1971年 ，IBM 已经开始大力宣传其文字处理机作为管理者提高生产力和自动化各种办公室工作的工具。
In 1981, IBM launched its standardized personal computer with a range of additional capabilities, and soon new software programs for automation of clerical work, including administrative and back-office functions, were being developed. As far back as 1980, Michael Hammer anticipated more extensive office automation.
1981年 ，IBM 推出了其标准化的个人计算机，具备一系列附加功能。很快，用于自动化文书工作的新软件程序，包括管理和后台功能，开始被开发。早在1980年，迈克尔·哈默就预见了更广泛的办公自动化。
Office automation is simply an extension of the kinds of things that data processing has been doing for years, updated to take advantage of new hardware and software possibilities. Distributed processing to replace mail, source data capture to reduce retyping, and end-user-oriented systems are the ways in which office automation will be brought beyond the traditional applications and to the aid of all segments of the office.
办公自动化只是数据处理多年来一直在做的事情的延伸，更新以利用新的硬件和软件可能性。分布式处理以替代邮件，原数据捕获以减少重新输入，以及面向最终用户系统，这些是办公自动化将超越传统应用，并为办公室所有部门提供帮助的方式。
A vice president of Xerox company around the same time was predicting, "We may, in fact, witness the full blossoming of the post-industrial revolution when routine intellectual work becomes as automated as heavy mechanical work did during the 19th century." Other commentators were more worried about these developments, but still expected the automation of all phases of information manipulation from gathering to dissemination.
大约同一时间，施乐公司的一位副总裁预测，事实上，我们可能会见证后工业革命的全面开花，那时常规的脑力劳动将像19世纪的重体力劳动一样实现自动化。其他评论者对这些发展更为担忧，但仍预期所有信息处理阶段，从收集到传播，都将实现自动化。
Interviews from the 1980s with workers both on shop floors and in offices indicated their anxiety in the face of new digital technologies. As one worker put it, "We don't know what will be happening to us in the future. Modern technology is taking over. What will be our place?"
20世纪80年代对工厂和办公室工人的采访显示，他们面对新的数字技术时感到焦虑。正如一位工人所说：“我们不知道未来会发生什么。现代技术正在接管一切。我们的位置在哪里？”
It was the arrival of these early digital technologies that made Vasily Leontiev, another Nobel Prize-winning economist, worry in 1983 that human labor would go the way of the horses and become mostly unnecessary for modern production.
正是这些早期数字技术的出现，使得另一位诺贝尔经济学奖得主瓦西里·列昂蒂夫在1983年担心，人类劳动力将像马一样变得对现代生产几乎不再必要。
These expectations were not completely off the mark. A case study of the introduction of new computer software in a large bank finds that the new technologies adapted in the 1980s and early 1990s led to a significant reduction in the number of workers employed in check processing. Back-office tasks were automated equally rapidly across various industries during the same time.
这些预期并非完全错误。 一项关于大型银行引入新计算机软件的案例研究发现，20世纪80年代和90年代初采用的新技术导致了处理支票的员工数量显著减少。同一时期，各种行业的后台任务也迅速实现了自动化。
As these technologies spread, many relatively high-wage occupations started declining. In 1970, about 33% of American women were in clerical jobs, which paid decent salaries. Over the next 6 decades, this number declined steadily and is now down to 19%. Recent research documents that these automation trends have been a powerful contributor to the wage stagnation and declines for low and middle-skill office workers.
随着这些技术的普及，许多相对高薪的职业开始减少。1970年，大约33%的美国女性从事办公室文员工作，这些工作薪酬可观。在接下来的60年里，这一数字稳步下降，现在已降至19%。最近的研究表明，这些自动化趋势是导致低技能和中等技能办公室员工工资停滞和下降的强大因素。
But where did the software to support downsizing come from? Not from the early hackers, who were steadfastly opposed to corporate control over computers. Designing software to fire workers would have been anathema to them. Lee Felsenstein anticipated this type of demand and railed against it. The industrial approach is grim and doesn't work. The design motto is designed by geniuses for use by idiots, and the watchword for dealing with the untrained and unwashed public is keep their hands off. Instead, he insisted on the importance of the user's ability to learn about and gain some control over the tool. In the words of one of his associates, Bob Marsh, we wanted to make the microcomputer accessible to human beings.
但是，支持裁员的软件是从哪里来的呢？不是来自早期的黑客，他们坚决反对公司对计算机的控制。设计软件来解雇员工，对他们来说是不可接受的。里费尔斯坦预见了这种需求，并对此进行了抨击。工业方法是阴暗且行不通的，设计口号是天才设计，傻瓜使用。对待未受过训练和未被接纳的公众的座右铭是让他们远离。相反，他强调了用户学习和对工具获得一些控制能力的重要性。他的一个同事鲍勃·马什说：“我们希望让微型计算机对人类变得可访问。”
William, Bill, Henry Gates III had a different idea. Gates enrolled at Harvard to study pre-law and then mathematics, but left school in 1975 to found Microsoft with Paul Allen. Allen and Gates built on the path-breaking work of many other hackers to produce a rudimentary compiler using BASIC for the Altair, which they then turned into an operating system for IBM. Gates had his eye on monetization from the beginning. In a 1976 open letter, he accused hackers of stealing software programmed by Allen and himself. As the majority of hobbyists must be aware, most of you steal your software.
威廉·亨利·盖茨三世，比尔·盖茨有一个不同的想法。盖茨在哈佛大学注册学习法律、预科和数学，但于1975年离开学校，与保罗·艾伦共同创立了微软。艾伦和盖茨在许多其他黑客的开创性工作的基础上，为 Altair 开发了一个使用 BASIC 的初级编译器，然后将其转化为 IBM 的操作系统。盖茨从一开始就着眼于商业化。在1976年的一封公开信中，他指责黑客窃取了艾伦和他自己编写的软件。大多数业余爱好者应该都知道，你们中的大多数人都在窃取软件。
Gates was determined to find a way of making a lot of money from software. Selling to large, established companies was the obvious way forward. Where Microsoft and Bill Gates led, much of the rest of the industry followed. By the early 1990s, a major part of the computer industry, including emerging household names such as Lotus, SAP, and Oracle, supplied office software to big corporations and were spearheading the next phase of office automation.
盖茨决心找到一种通过软件赚大钱的方法。向大型、成熟的公司销售软件是显而易见的前进方向。微软和比尔·盖茨所引领的整个行业的大部分都紧随其后。到20世纪90年代初，计算机行业的一个重要部分，包括像 Lotus、SAP 和 Oracle 这样的新兴知名品牌，都在向大公司提供办公软件，并引领着办公自动化的下一阶段。
Although automation based on office software was likely more important for employment, the overall trends can also be seen in the effects of another iconic technology of the era, industrial robots.
尽管基于办公软件的自动化对就业可能更为重要，但总体趋势也可以从该时代另一项标志性技术的影响中看出：工业机器人。
Robots are the quintessential automation tool, targeting the performance of repetitive manual tasks, including the moving of objects, assembly, painting, and welding. Autonomous machines performing human-like tasks have captured popular imaginations since Greek mythology. The idea came into clearer focus with RUR, an imaginative 1920 play by the Czech writer Karel Čapek that introduced the word robot. In this science fiction tale, robots run factories and work for humans, but it does not take them long to turn against their masters. Fears of robots doing all sorts of bad things have been part of the public conversation ever since. Science fiction aside, one thing is for certain: robots do automate work.
机器人是典型的自动化工具，旨在执行重复的手动任务，包括物体的移动、装配、喷漆和焊接。自古希腊神话以来，自主机器执行类似人类的任务就一直吸引着大众的想象力。这一概念在捷克作家卡雷尔·恰佩克1920年的富有想象力的戏剧RUR中变得更加清晰。该戏剧引入了机器人这个词。在这部科幻故事中，机器人运营工厂，为人类工作，但他们很快就开始反抗他们的主人。自那以后，对机器人做各种坏事的恐惧就一直是公众讨论的一部分。撇开科幻不谈，有一件事是确定的：机器人确实实现了工作的自动化。
The United States was a laggard in robotics in the 1980s, in part because it was not under the same demographic pressures that affected countries such as Germany and Japan. In the 1990s, robots started spreading rapidly in U.S. manufacturing. Just like automation software in offices, robots did what their designers intended them to do. They reduced the labor intensity of production. For example, the automotive industry was completely revolutionized by robots and, as a result, now employs many fewer workers in traditional blue-collar tasks.
20世纪80年代，美国在机器人技术方面落后，部分原因是它没有像德国和日本那样受到人口结构压力的影响。到了90年代，机器人开始在美国制造业中迅速普及，就像办公室中的自动化软件一样，机器人完成了设计者赋予他们的任务，减少了生产的劳动强度。例如，汽车行业完全被机器人技术革新，结果现在在传统蓝领任务中雇佣的工人少了很多。
Robots increase productivity. However, in U.S. manufacturing, rather than launching the productivity bandwagon, they have reduced employment and wages. As with the automation of white-collar jobs with office software, the elimination of blue-collar jobs by robotics technology was swift. Some of the best jobs available to workers without a college degree in the 1950s and 1960s were in welding, painting, material handling, and assembly, and these jobs have steadily disappeared. In 1960, almost 50% of American men were in blue-collar occupations. This number has subsequently fallen to about 33%.
机器人提高了生产率，然而，在美国制造业中，他们并没有启动生产率的提升，反而减少了就业和工资。就像办公室软件自动化白领工作一样，机器人技术迅速淘汰了蓝领工作。20世纪50年代和60年代，对于没有大学学位的工人来说，焊接、喷漆、物料搬运和装配是最有前途的工作。这些工作一直在逐渐消失。1960年，近50%的美国男性从事蓝领职业，这一数字随后下降到约33%。
Once again, a matter of choice.
再次，这是一个选择的问题。
Could the turn toward automation, starting around 1980, be the inevitable result of technology's progress? Perhaps advances in computers were by their nature more amenable to automation. Although it is difficult to dismiss this possibility entirely, there is plenty of evidence that the direction of technology and the emphasis on cost-cutting were choices.
从1980年左右开始的自动化趋势，是否是技术进步的必然结果？也许计算机技术的进步本质上更有利于自动化。尽管完全排除这种可能性是困难的，但有大量证据表明，技术的方向和成本削减的重视程度是选择的结果。
Digital technologies, even more so than electricity, discussed in Chapter 7, are general purpose, enabling a wide range of applications. Different choices on their direction will likely translate into gains and losses for different segments of the population. In fact, many of the early hackers thought that computers could empower workers and enrich their work rather than automate it. We will see in Chapter 9 that they were not wrong. Several important digital tools powerfully complemented human labor. Unfortunately, however, most efforts in the blossoming computer industry went toward automation.
数字技术甚至比第7章讨论的电力更具通用性，能够支持广泛的应用。对其方向的不同选择可能会对不同的人群带来收益和损失。事实上，许多早期的黑客认为计算机可以增强工人的能力，丰富他们的工作，而不是自动化。我们将在第9章看到，他们并没有错。几个重要的数字工具有力地补充了人类的劳动。然而，不幸的是，蓬勃发展的计算机行业中的大多数努力都集中在了自动化上。
Moreover, although they had access to the same software tools and robotics technology, other countries made very different choices than their American counterparts. For example, German manufacturing firms still had to negotiate with unions and explain their decisions to worker representatives on their corporate boards. They were also understandably wary of laying off workers who had gone through years of apprenticeship in the company and developed a range of relevant skills. They thus made technological and organizational adjustments to increase the marginal productivity of the workers they had already trained, blunting automation's impact.
此外，尽管拥有相同的软件工具和机器人技术，其他国家做出了与美国同行非常不同的选择。例如，德国制造企业仍然需要与工会谈判，并向公司董事会的工人代表解释他们的决定。他们也合理地担心解雇那些在公司接受多年学徒培训并发展出一系列相关技能的工人。因此，他们进行了技术和组织调整，以提高已经培训的工人的边际生产率，从而减轻自动化的影响。
Consequently, even though industrial automation has been faster in Germany, with the number of robots per industrial workers more than twice that in the United States, companies made efforts to retrain blue-collar workers and reallocate them to new tasks, often in technical, supervisory, or white-collar occupations. This creative use of worker talent is also visible in how German companies use new software in manufacturing. At the center of programs such as Industry 4.0 or Digital Factory, which became popular in German manufacturing in the 1990s and 2000s, was the use of computer-assisted design and computer-aided quality control that enabled well-trained workers to contribute to design and inspection, for instance, by working on virtual prototypes or by using software tools to detect problems. These efforts ensured that worker marginal productivity increased, even as the German industry rapidly introduced new robots and software tools. Tellingly, following robot adoption, the reallocation of blue-collar workers to new, technical tasks is more pronounced in German workplaces, where labor unions are stronger.
因此，尽管德国的工业自动化速度更快，每名工业工人的机器人数量是美国的2倍多，但公司还是努力对蓝领工人进行再培训，并将他们重新分配到新的任务中，通常是技术、监督或白领职业。这种对工人技能的创造性利用也体现在德国公司在制造业中使用新软件的方式上。在20世纪90年代和21世纪初流行的德国制造业项目，如工业 4.0 或数字工厂中，核心是使用计算机辅助设计和计算机辅助质量控制，使训练有素的工人能够参与设计和检查，例如通过在虚拟原型上工作或使用软件工具检测问题。这些努力确保了，即使德国工业迅速引入新的机器人和软件工具，工人的边际生产率也有所提高。值得注意的是，在采用机器人之后，蓝领工人被重新分配到新的技术任务的情况，在德国工作场所更为明显，那里的工会力量更强。
Germany started the post-war era with labor shortages because of the significant fraction of its male population that had perished in the war. Labor scarcity continued as birth rates declined in Germany faster than in the rest of Europe, creating an acute need for working-age people in the country by the 1980s. In the same way that a shortage of skilled labor encouraged more worker-friendly uses of technology in the 19th century United States, it induced German firms to find ways of making best use of their employees' capabilities by investing in skills during apprenticeship programs that now run 3 or 4 years. It also encouraged the retraining of workers for more technical tasks as automation technologies were adopted.
德国在战后时期因大量男性人口在战争中丧生而面临劳动力短缺。随着德国的出生率比欧洲其他地区下降得更快，到20世纪80年代，该国对工作年龄人口的需求变得尤为迫切。就像19世纪美国的熟练劳动力短缺鼓励了更有利于工人的技术使用一样，这也促使德国公司通过投资长达3到4年的学徒计划来找到充分利用员工能力的方法。这也鼓励了在采用自动化技术时对工人进行再培训，以承担更多技术任务。
As a result of these priorities and adjustments, the number of workers in the auto industry in Germany rose between 2000 and 2018. These gains have been accompanied by an increase in the fraction of white-collar and technical occupations, such as engineering, design, and repair, in the industry from 30% to 40%. In the meantime, U.S. automakers, whose output followed a similar trajectory to their German counterparts, reduced employment by about 25% and did not undertake similar occupational upgrading.
由于这些优先事项和调整，德国汽车行业的工人数量在2000年至2018年间有所增加。这些增长伴随着行业中的白领和技术职业，如工程、设计和维修比例的增加，从30%增加到40%。与此同时，尽管美国汽车制造商的产量与德国同行相似，但其就业人数减少了约25%，并未进行类似的职业升级。
This was not just a German story. Japanese firms, also facing a declining labor force, have been even faster in adopting robots. But they too combined automation with the creation of new tasks. With the emphasis on flexible production and quality, Japanese companies did not automate all of the jobs on the factory floor, instead creating a range of complex and well-paid tasks for their employees. They also invested as much in software for flexible planning, supply chain management, and design tasks as software tools used for automation. Overall, during the same time period, Japanese automakers did not reduce their workforces in the same way that their American peers did.
这不仅仅是一个德国的故事。面对劳动力减少的问题，日本公司采用机器人的速度甚至更快，但他们也将自动化与新任务的创造相结合。日本公司强调灵活生产和质量，没有将工厂的所有工作都自动化，而是为员工创造了一系列复杂且薪酬丰厚的任务。他们还在灵活规划、供应链管理和设计任务的软件工具上投入了与自动化软件工具同等的资源。总体而言，在同一时期，日本汽车制造商并没有像其美国同行那样减少劳动力。
In Finland, Norway, and Sweden, where collective bargaining remained important and a large share of the industrial workforce is still covered by collective agreements, corporations have continued to share productivity gains with workers, and automation has often been combined with other technological adaptations more favorable to labor.
在芬兰、挪威和瑞典，集体谈判仍然重要，工业劳动力中仍有很大比例受集体协议的覆盖。企业继续与工人分享生产率的提高，自动化通常与其他更有利于劳动者的科技适应措施相结合。
In the 1950s and 1960s, U.S. labor unions could also object to excessive automation technologies or demand other changes to protect workers, as in Germany. But by the 1990s, the U.S. labor movement was enfeebled. With the prevailing vision emphasizing cost-cutting and the superiority of fully automated processes, American labor came to be seen as something to be eliminated from the production process, rather than as people with skills who could become more valuable with training and appropriate technological investments. These automation and labor-cutting choices then became self-reinforcing, for automation also reduced the number of unionized blue-collar workers, delivering another blow to the labor movement.
在20世纪50年代和60年代，美国劳工组织也可以像德国那样反对过度的自动化技术或要求其他改变以保护工人。但到了20世纪90年代，美国的劳工运动已经衰弱。随着普遍强调成本削减和完全自动化过程的优越性，美国劳动力被视为需要从生产过程中消除的因素，而不是通过培训和适当的技术投资可以变得更加有价值的有技能的人。这些自动化和裁员的选择随后变得自我强化，因为自动化也减少了工会化的蓝领工人数量， 对劳工运动造成了又一次打击。
Government policy also contributed to these developments. The U.S. tax system has always favored capital relative to labor, imposing lower effective taxes on capital earnings than labor income. Starting in the 1990s, the asymmetry of capital taxation and labor income taxation intensified, especially for equipment and software capital. Successive administrations reduced corporate income and federal income taxes on the richest Americans, pushing down the tax rate on capital because returns on capital investments and corporate profits go disproportionately to those people. Starting in 2000, capital tax cuts went into overdrive with increasingly generous depreciation allowances on equipment and software capital. Although these were at first supposed to be temporary, they were often extended and then made more generous.
政府政策也促成了这些发展。美国的税收制度一直倾向于资本而非劳动，对资本收益征收的有效税率低于劳动收入。从1990年代开始，资本税收和劳动收入税收的不对称性加剧，特别是对于设备和软件资本。历届政府减少了对最富有的美国人的公司所得税和联邦所得税，降低了资本的税率，因为公司利润中的资本投资回报不成比例地流向了这些人。从2000年开始，资本减税进入了加速阶段，对设备和软件资本的折旧补贴越来越慷慨。尽管这些补贴最初被认为是暂时的，但它们经常被延长，后来变得更加慷慨。
Overall, whereas the average tax rate on labor income, based on payroll and federal income taxes, remained over 25% for the last 30 years, the effective tax rates on equipment and software capital, including all capital gains and income taxes, fell from around 15% to less than 5% in 2018. These tax incentives meant that businesses had even a greater appetite for automation equipment, and their demand fueled further development of automation technologies in a self-reinforcing cycle.
总体而言，基于工资税和联邦所得税，过去30年中劳动收入的平均税率一直保持在25%以上，而设备和软件资本的有效税率，包括所有资本利得税和所得税，从大约15%下降到2018年的不到5%。这些税收激励措施意味着企业对自动化设备的需求更大，而这种需求又推动了自动化技术的进一步发展，形成了一个自我强化的循环。
The evolution of federal research and science policy may have been another contributing factor. Starting from before World War II, government funding of science and private sector research was generous, especially in areas that were national defense priorities. This was a powerful inducement to new critical areas, such as antibiotics, semiconductors, satellites, aerospace, sensors, and the Internet.
联邦研究和科学政策的演变可能是另一个促成因素。从第二次世界大战前开始，政府对科学和私营部门研究的资助就非常慷慨，尤其是在那些国家防御优先的领域。这为抗生素、半导体、卫星、航空航天、传感器和互联网等新的关键领域提供了强大的激励。
Over the last 5 decades, both government strategic technology leadership and funding declined. Federal spending on research and development fell from around 2% of GDP in the mid-1960s to about 0.6% today. The government also became more likely to support the research priorities set by leading corporations. This new landscape then allowed large corporations, especially in the digital area, to determine the direction of technology. Their incentives and mindset pushed toward more and more automation.
在过去的50年中，政府在战略技术领导和资金投入方面都出现了下降。联邦政府在研发上的支出从20世纪60年代中期的约占 GDP 的2%下降到今天的约 0.6%。政府也更倾向于支持领先企业设定的研究重点。这一新的格局使大型企业，尤其是在数字领域的企业，能够决定技术的发展方向。他们的激励机制和思维方式推动了越来越多的自动化。
U.S. technologies and business strategies spread more broadly, even if countries differed in how they adopted and configured automation technologies, as we have seen. The Friedman Doctrine and ideas related to the use of digital tools in order to cut costs influence business practices in the United Kingdom and the rest of Europe. For example, the effects of managers trained in business schools are remarkably similar in Denmark and the United States. Management consulting expanded throughout the Western world, and new digital technologies and robots were adopted rapidly. Automation and globalization reduced the fraction of the labor force working in blue-collar and clerical occupations in essentially all industrialized nations. Thus, despite variation across countries, the direction of progress in the U.S. has had a significant global impact.
美国的技术和商业战略传播得更广泛，即使各国在采用和配置自动化技术方面存在差异，正如我们所见。弗里德曼学说和关于使用数字工具以降低成本的想法，影响了英国和欧洲其他地区的商业实践。例如，受过商学院培训的管理者在丹麦和美国的影响惊人的相似。管理咨询在西方世界扩展，新的数字技术和机器人被迅速采用。自动化和全球化减少了几乎所有工业化国家中蓝领和文员职业的劳动力比例。因此，尽管各国之间存在差异，美国的进步方向对全球产生了重大影响。
Digital utopia.
数字乌托邦。
The direction of technology that prioritized automation cannot be understood unless we recognize the new digital vision that emerged in the 1980s. This vision combined the drive to cut labor costs, rooted in the Friedman Doctrine, with elements of the hacker ethic, but abandoned the philosophy of early hackers such as Lee Felsenstein that was anti-elitist and suspicious of corporate power. Felsenstein admonished IBM and other big corporations because they were trying to misuse technology with their ideology of design by geniuses for use by idiots. The new vision instead embraced the top-down design of digital technologies aimed at eliminating people from the production process.
除非我们认识到20世纪80年代出现的新数字愿景，否则无法理解优先考虑自动化的技术方向。这一愿景结合了根植于弗里德曼学说的降低劳动力成本的驱动力和黑客伦理的元素，但放弃了早期黑客儒里费尔斯坦的反精英主义和对大公司权力的怀疑态度。费尔斯坦曾谴责 IBM 和其他大公司，因为他们试图用天才设计、傻瓜使用的理念来滥用技术。新的愿景则拥抱了旨在从生产过程中消除人的自上而下的数字技术设计。
There was a euphoria reminiscent of the way that Ferdinand de Lesseps used to talk about building the Suez and Panama Canals, about what technology could achieve, provided that it was shepherded by talented programmers and engineers. Bill Gates summed up this techno-optimism when he proclaimed, "Show me a problem, and I'll look for technology to fix it." That technology may be socially biased, in their favor and against most people, does not seem to have occurred to Gates and his confederates.
人们对技术所能实现的目标充满乐观，这种情绪让人联想到费迪南德·德雷塞普斯谈论建设苏伊士运河和巴拿马运河时的激情，前提是技术由有才华的程序员和工程师引导。比尔·盖茨总结了这种技术乐观主义，他说：“给我一个问题，我就会寻找技术来解决它。技术可能具有社会偏见，对他们有利，对大多数人不利。”这一点似乎没有引起盖茨和他的同伙的注意。
The transformation from the hacker ethic to corporate digital utopia was largely about following the money and social power. By the 1980s, software engineers could either have their ideals or gain tremendous riches by signing up with companies that were becoming larger and more powerful. Many chose the latter.
从黑客伦理到企业数字乌托邦的转变，主要是关于追随金钱和社会权利。到了20世纪80年代，软件工程师可以选择坚持自己的理想，或者通过加入正在变得更大、更强大的公司来获得巨大的财富。许多人选择了后者。
Meanwhile, anti-authoritarianism morphed into a fascination with disruption, meaning that disrupting existing practices and livelihoods was welcome or even encouraged. The precise words differed, but the underlying thinking was reminiscent of British entrepreneurs in the early 1800s who felt fully justified in ignoring any collateral damage they created along their path, especially on workers. Later, Mark Zuckerberg would make "move fast and break things" a mantra for Facebook.
同时，反权威主义演变成对颠覆的迷恋，这意味着颠覆现有的实践和生计是受欢迎的，甚至是被鼓励的。虽然用词不同，但这种思维方式让人联想到19世纪初的英国企业家，他们认为自己完全有理由无视在他们前进道路上造成的任何附带损害，尤其是对工人的损害。后来，马克·扎克伯格将快速行动、打破常规作为 Facebook 的座右铭。
An elitist approach came to dominate almost the entire industry. Software and programming were things in which very talented people excelled, and the less able were of limited use. Journalist Gregory Ferenstein interviewed dozens of tech startup founders and leaders who expressed these opinions. One founder stated that very few are contributing enormous amounts to the greater good, be it by starting important companies or leading important causes. It was also generally accepted that those few seen as contributing to the public good by launching new businesses should be handsomely rewarded. As the Silicon Valley entrepreneur Paul Graham, one of Businessweek's 25 most influential people on the web, put it, "I've become an expert on how to increase economic inequality, and I've spent the past decade working hard to do it. You can't prevent great variations in wealth without preventing people from getting rich, and you can't do that without preventing them from starting startups."
一种精英主义方法几乎主导了整个行业。软件和编程是极有才华的人擅长的事情，而能力较弱的人则作用有限。记者格雷戈里·费伦斯坦采访了数十位科技初创企业的创始人和领导者，他们表达了这些观点。一位创始人表示，很少有人对更大的善做出巨大贡献，无论是通过创办重要公司还是领导重要事业。人们普遍认为，那些通过创办新企业为公共利益做出贡献的少数人应该得到丰厚的回报。正如《商业周刊》评选的互联网25位最具影响力人物之一硅谷企业家保罗·戈雷厄姆所说，我已经成为如何增加经济不平等的专家，并在过去10年里努力实现这一目标。没有阻止人们致富，你就无法防止财富的巨大差异，而没有阻止他们创办初创企业，你就无法阻止他们致富。
Even more consequential was the elitism of this vision when it came to the nature of work. Most people were not smart enough to even excel at the jobs that were assigned to them, so the use of software designed by technology leaders to reduce corporations' dependence on these fallible people was fully justified. Hence, automating work became an integral part of this vision, and perhaps its most powerful implication.
更具深远影响的是，这种愿景在工作性质方面的精英主义。大多数人不够聪明，甚至无法在分配给他们的工作中表现出色，因此，技术领导者设计的软件减少企业对这些不可靠人员的依赖是完全合理的。因此，自动化工作成为这一愿景的组成部分，也许是其最有力的含义。
Not in the productivity statistics.
不在生产率统计中。
The productivity bandwagon is foundational to this vision of a digital utopia. If many workers are made worse off by technological improvements, it becomes much harder to claim that productivity gains are in the common good.
生产率的热潮是这一数字乌托邦愿景的基础。如果许多工人因技术进步而处境恶化，那么声称生产率提高对公共利益有益就变得更加困难。
The bandwagon is less likely to operate when employers have too much power relative to workers, when technology is moving in an anti-labor direction, and when productivity gains do not translate into employment growth in other sectors. But there is an even more fundamental problem. During the last several decades, there has been less productivity growth to share, even though we are bombarded with new products and apps every day.
当雇主相对于工人拥有过多权力，技术朝着不利于劳动的方向发展，以及生产率提高未能转化为其他部门的就业增长时，这种热潮就不太可能发挥作用。但还有一个更根本的问题，在过去的几十年里，尽管我们每天都会接触到新产品和应用程序，但可供分享的生产率增长却减少了。
Generations that lived in the 1960s and 1970s used the same rotary dial, telephone, and the same TV set for decades, until they broke down and buying new equipment became inevitable. Today, most middle-class families upgrade their mobile phones, TVs, or other electronics every year or two. New models are faster, glossier, and more capable because of their myriad new features. For example, Apple releases a new iPhone almost every year.
20世纪60年代和70年代的人们使用同一部旋转拨号电话和同一台电视机数十年，直到它们坏掉，不得不购买新设备。如今，大多数中产阶级家庭每1-2年就会升级他们的手机、电视或其他电子产品，新机型更快、更光鲜，功能更多，因为它们拥有众多新特性。例如， 苹果公司几乎每年都会发布新款 iPhone。
Indeed, the rate of overall innovation appears to have skyrocketed. In 1980, there were 62,000 domestic patents filed with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. By 2018, this number had increased to 285,000, a nearly five-fold rise. Over the same period, the population of the United States rose by less than 50%.
确实，整体创新的速度似乎急剧上升。1980年，美国专利商标局收到了62000项国内专利申请，到2018年，这一数字增加到285000项，几乎增长了5倍。在同一时期，美国人口仅增长了不到50%。
Moreover, much of the growth in both patenting and research spending is driven by new patents in electronics, communication, and software, the fields that were supposed to propel us forward. But look a little closer, and the fruits of the digital revolution are much harder to see. In 1987, Nobel Prize winner Robert Solow wrote, "You can see the computer age everywhere but in the productivity statistics," pointing out the small gains from investments in digital technologies.
此外，专利申请和研发支出的大部分增长是由电子、通信和软件领域的新专利推动的，这些领域本应推动我们前进。但仔细观察，数字革命的成果却难以察觉。1987年，诺贝尔奖得主罗伯特·索洛写道：“你可以在任何地方看到计算机时代，但生产力统计数据中却看不到。”他指出了对数字技术投资的微小收益。
Those more optimistic about computers told Solow that he had to be patient. Productivity growth would soon be upon us. More than 35 years have passed, and we are still waiting. In fact, the US and most other Western economies have had some of the most unimpressive decades in terms of productivity growth since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution.
那些对计算机更为乐观的人告诉索洛，他必须耐心等待，生产率增长很快就会到来。30多年过去了，我们仍在等待。事实上，自工业革命开始以来，美国和大多数其他西方经济体在生产率增长方面经历了最不令人印象深刻的几十年。
Focusing on the same measure of productivity we discussed in Chapter 7, Total Factor Productivity, TFB, U.S. average growth since 1980 has been less than 0.7%, compared to TFB growth of approximately 2.2% between the 1940s and 1970s. This is a remarkable difference. It means that if TFB growth had remained as high as it had been in the 1950s and 1960s, every year since 1980 the U.S. economy would have had a 1.5% higher GDP growth rate. The productivity slowdown is not just a problem of the era following the global financial crisis of 2008. U.S. productivity growth between the booming years of 2000 and 2007 was less than 1%.
专注于我们在第7章讨论的同一生产率指标及全要素生产率 TFP， 自1980年以来，美国的平均增长率为 0.7% 以下，而1940年代到1970年代的 TFP 增长率为约 2.2%。这是一个显著的差异。这意味着，如果 TFP 增长率保持在1950年代和1960年代的高水平，那么自1980年以来，美国经济每年的 GDP 增长率将高出 1.5%。生产率放缓不仅仅是2008年全球金融危机后时代的问题，在2000年至2007年这一繁荣时期，美国的生产率增长率也低于 1%。
This evidence notwithstanding, technology leaders maintain that we are lucky to be alive in this age of technology and innovation. The journalist Neil Irwin summarizes this optimistic view succinctly in the New York Times. We are in the golden age of innovation, an era in which digital technology is transforming the underpinnings of human existence.
尽管有这些证据，技术领导者仍然认为我们有幸生活在这个技术和创新的时代。纽约时报记者尼尔·欧文简洁地总结了这种乐观的观点：我们正处于创新的黄金时代，一个数字技术正在改变人类存在基础的时代。
Slow productivity growth is then simply a problem of not fully recognizing all the benefits we are getting from new innovations. For example, Google's chief economist, Halvarian, argues that slow productivity growth is rooted in mismeasurement. We are not accurately incorporating consumer benefits from products such as smartphones that simultaneously act like cameras, computers, global positioning devices, and music players. nor are we appreciating the true productivity gains from better search engines and abundant information on the web. The chief economist of Goldman Sachs, Jan Hatzius, agrees. We think it is more likely that the statisticians are having a harder and harder time accurately measuring productivity growth, especially in the technology sector. He reckons that the true productivity growth of the U.S. economy since 2000 could be several times greater than statistical agencies' estimates.
生产率增长缓慢的问题，简单来说，就是我们没有充分认识到新创新带来的所有好处。例如，谷歌的首席经济学家哈尔·瓦里安 （Halvarian） 认为，生产率增长缓慢的根源在于测量不准确。我们没有准确地将智能手机等产品的消费者利益纳入统计。这些产品同时具备相机、电脑、全球定位设备和音乐播放器的功能。我们也没有充分认识到更好的搜索引擎和网络上的丰富信息带来的真正生产率提升。高盛的首席经济学家杨·哈茨乌斯 （Jan Hatzius） 也同意这一观点。我们认为，统计学家越来越难以准确测量生产率增长，尤其是在技术部门。他认为，自2000年以来，美国经济的真实生产率增长可能是统计机构估计的几倍。
In principle, consumer and productivity benefits from new technologies should be in the TFB numbers we reported, which are based on GDP growth adjusted for changes in prices, quality, and product variety. Thus, products that significantly increase consumer welfare should translate into much higher TFB growth. In practice, of course, such adjustments are imperfect and mismeasurement can arise. Nevertheless, these problems are unlikely to explain away the productivity slowdown.
从原则上讲，新技术带来的消费者和生产率利益应该反映在我们报告的全要素生产率 TFP 数字中。这些数字基于调整了价格、质量和产品种类变化的 GDP 增长。因此，显著提高消费者福利的产品应该转化为更高的 TFP 增长。当然，实际上这些调整是不完美的，可能会出现测量不准确的问题。然而，这些问题不太可能解释生产率增长放缓的现象。
The same problem of undercounting quality improvements and broader social benefits from new products has been around ever since national income statistics were first devised. It is far from clear that digital technologies have worsened this problem. Indoor plumbing, antibiotics, and the highway system generated a panoply of new services and indirect effects that were only imperfectly measured in national statistics. Moreover, measurement problems cannot account for the current productivity slowdown. Industries with greater investment in digital technologies show neither differential productivity deceleration nor any evidence of faster quality improvements than those that are less digital.
自从国民收入统计数据首次编制以来，新产品的质量改进和更广泛的社会利益被低估的问题就一直存在。数字技术是否加剧了这一问题，这一点远非明确。室内管道、抗生素和高速公路系统产生了许多新的服务和间接效应，这些在国民统计数据中也仅是部分测量。此外，测量问题无法解释当前的生产率放缓。在数字技术投资更多的行业中，既没有显示出生产率减速的差异，也没有显示出质量改进更快的证据。
A few economists, such as Tyler Cowen and Robert Gordon, believe that this disappointing productivity performance reflects dwindling opportunities for revolutionary breakthroughs. In contrast to techno-optimists, they claim the great innovations are behind us, and improvements from now on will be incremental, leading only to slow productivity growth.
一些经济学家，如泰勒·科文和罗伯特·戈登，认为这种令人失望的生产率表现反映了革命性突破的机会正在减少。与技术乐观主义者相反，他们声称伟大的创新已经过去，从现在起的改进将只是渐进的，只会导致生产率缓慢增长。
There is no consensus among economists about what exactly is going on, but there is little support for the notion that the world is running out of ideas. In fact, as we saw in Chapter 1, there have been tremendous advances in the tools of scientific and technical inquiry and in communication and information acquisition. Rather than being afflicted by a shortage of ideas, quite a bit of evidence suggests that the U.S. and Western economies are squandering the available opportunities and scientific know-how. There is a lot of research and innovation, yet these economies are not getting the expected returns on these activities.
经济学家们对究竟发生了什么并没有达成共识，但很少有人支持世界正在耗尽想法的观点。事实上，正如我们在第1章中所看到的，科学和技术探究工具以及通信和信息获取方面已经取得了巨大的进步。与其说是因为缺乏想法，大量的证据表明，美国和西方经济体正在浪费现有的机会和科学知识，有很多研究和创新。然而，这些经济体并没有从这些活动中获得预期的回报。
The simple fact is that the U.S. research and innovation portfolio has become highly imbalanced. Although more resources keep pouring into computers and electronics, almost all other manufacturing sectors are lagging. Recent research shows that new innovations appear to benefit more productive larger firms, whereas the second and third-tier firms are falling behind across the industrialized world, most likely because their investments in digital technologies are not paying off.
一个简单的事实是，美国的研究和创新组合已经严重失衡。尽管越来越多的资源投入到计算机和电子行业，几乎所有其他制造业部门都在落后。最近的研究表明，新的创新似乎更有利于生产率更高的大公司，而第2和第3梯队的公司在工业化世界中正在落后，这很可能是因为他们在数字技术上的投资没有得到回报。
More fundamentally, productivity gains from automation may always be somewhat limited, especially compared to the introduction of new products and tasks that transform the production process, such as those in the early Ford factories. Automation is about substituting cheaper machines or algorithms for human labor, and reducing production costs by 10 or even 20% in a few tasks will have relatively small consequences for TFB or the efficiency of the production process. In contrast, introducing new technologies, such as electrification, novel designs, or new production tasks, has been at the root of transformative TFB gains throughout much of the 20th century.
更根本的是，自动化带来的生产率提升可能总是有限的，尤其是在与引入新产品和任务相比时，这些新产品和任务可以彻底改变生产过程，例如早期福特工厂的情况。自动化是用更便宜的机器或算法替代人工劳动，并通过减少某些任务中的生产成本10%甚至20%来实现。这相对于 TFP 全要素生产率或生产过程的效率来说，影响相对较小。相比之下，引入新技术，如电气化、新设计或新的生产任务，一直是20世纪大部分时间里 TFP 转型增长的根源。
As innovation has turned its back on boosting worker marginal productivity and creating new tasks for humans over the last 40 years, it has also left many low-hanging fruits. One place we can get a sense of these foregone productivity opportunities is in the automobile industry. Although the introduction of robots and specialized software has increased output per worker in the industry, there is evidence that investing more in humans would have boosted productivity by more. This is what Japanese car companies, such as Toyota, discovered starting in the 1980s. When they automated more and more tasks, they saw that productivity was not increasing by much because, without the workers in the loop, they were losing flexibility and the ability to adapt to changes in demand and production conditions. In response, the company took a step back and reinstated workers' central role in crucial production tasks.
在过去的40年中，创新已经背离了提高工人边际生产率和为人类创造新任务的目标，同时也留下了许多低垂的果实。我们可以在汽车行业中感受到这些措施的生产率机会。尽管机器人和专用软件的引入提高了该行业的工人产出，但有证据表明，更多的投资于人类会进一步提高生产率。这是丰田等日本汽车公司在20世纪80年代开始发现的。当他们越来越多地自动化任务时，他们发现生产率并没有大幅提高，因为没有工人的参与，他们失去了灵活性和适应需求和生产条件变化的能力。作为回应，公司退后一步，重新确立了工人在关键生产任务中的核心作用。
Toyota has demonstrated the same possibilities in the United States, too. GM's Fremont, California, plant suffered from low productivity, unreliable quality, and labor conflict, and it shut down in 1982. In 1983, Toyota and GM launched a joint venture to produce cars for both companies and reopened the Fremont facility, retaining its previous union leadership and workforce. But Toyota applied its own management principles, including the approach of combining advanced machinery with worker training, flexibility, and initiative. Soon Fremont reached productivity and quality levels comparable to those of Toyota's Japanese plants, much higher than those of U.S. automakers.
丰田在美国也展示了同样的可能性。通用汽车位于加利福尼亚州弗里蒙特的工厂因生产率低下、质量不可靠和劳资冲突而于1982年关闭。1983年，丰田和通用汽车成立了一家合资企业，为两家公司生产汽车，并重新开放了弗里蒙特工厂，保留了之前的工会领导和员工。但丰田应用了自己的管理原则，包括将先进机械与工人培训、灵活性和主动性相结合的方法。很快，弗里蒙特的生产率和质量水平达到了与丰田日本工厂相当的水平，远高于美国汽车制造商的水平。
The Tesla electric car company, led by Elon Musk, learned the same lessons more recently. Driven by Musk's digital utopia, Tesla originally planned to automate almost every part of car production. It did not work. As costs multiplied and delays prevented Tesla from meeting demand, Musk himself admitted, yes, excessive automation at Tesla was a mistake. To be precise, my mistake. Humans are underrated.
由埃隆·马斯克领导的特斯拉电动汽车公司最近也学到了同样的教训。在马斯克的数字乌托邦愿景驱动下，特斯拉最初计划几乎完全自动化汽车生产，但这并没有奏效。随着成本的增加和延误，导致特斯拉无法满足需求。马斯克本人承认，是的，特斯拉过度自动化是一个错误。准确地说，是我的错误。人类被低估了。
This should not have been a big surprise. Karel Capek, who christened robots, also recognized their limitations and inability to do the finer things that humans do. Only years of practice will teach you the mysteries and bold certainty of a real gardener, who treads at random and yet tramples on nothing.
这本不应该是一个大惊喜。卡雷尔·恰佩克，机器人的命名者，也认识到了机器人的局限性和无法完成人类所能做的精细工作。只有多年的实践才能教会你真正园丁的奥秘和大胆的确定性。他们随意行走，却从不践踏任何东西。
Unexploited low-hanging fruit is even more consequential in the realm of innovation than in the way factories are organized. In the quest for greater automation, managers have ignored technological investments that could boost worker productivity by providing better information and platforms for collaboration and creating new tasks, as we discuss in Chapter 9. With a more balanced portfolio of innovations, rather than the excessive automation focus fueled by the digital utopia, the economy could have achieved faster productivity growth.
在创新领域，未被利用的低垂果实比在工厂组织方式中更为重要。在追求更高自动化的过程中，管理者忽视了能够通过提供更好的信息和协作平台，以及创造新任务来提高工人生产力的技术投资。我们在第9章中对此进行了讨论。通过一个更加平衡的创新组合，而不是由数字乌托邦驱动的过度自动化，经济本可以实现更快的生产率增长。
Toward dystopia.
走向反乌托邦。
The most important driver of the increase in inequality and the loss of ground for most American workers is the new social bias of technology. We have seen throughout that we should not bank on technology inexorably benefiting everybody. The productivity bandwagon works only under specific circumstances. It does not operate when there is insufficient competition between employers, little or no worker power, and ceaseless automation.
导致不平等加剧和大多数美国工人地位下降的最重要因素是技术的新社会偏见。我们已经看到，我们不应指望技术会不可避免地使每个人受益。只有在特定情况下，生产率的提升才会起作用。当雇主之间的竞争不足，工人几乎没有权利，自动化不断推进时，生产率的提升机制就无法运作。
In the decades that followed World War II, automation was rapid but went together with equally innovative technologies that increased worker marginal productivity and the demand for labor. It was the combination of these two forces, as well as an environment that encouraged competition between corporations and collective bargaining, that made the productivity bandwagon effective.
在第二次世界大战后的几十年里，自动化迅速发展，但同时也伴随着提高了工人边际生产率和劳动力需求的创新技术。 正是这两种力量的结合，以及鼓励企业之间竞争和集体谈判的环境，使得生产率的提升机制得以有效运作。
Things look very different from 1980 onward. During this era, we see faster automation, but only a few technologies counterbalancing the anti-labor bias of automation. Wage growth also slowed down as the labor movement became increasingly impaired. In fact, lack of resistance from the labor movement was likely an important cause of the greater emphasis on automation. Many managers, even during periods of relatively shared prosperity, have a bias toward automation, for this enables them to reduce labor costs and diminish the bargaining power of workers. Once countervailing powers from the labor movement and government regulation weakened, rent sharing subsided, and a natural bias toward automation set in. Now the productivity bandwagon had far fewer people on board.
从1980年开始，情况看起来非常不同。在这个时代，我们看到自动化速度加快，但只有少数技术能够抵消自动化对劳动力的不利影响。工资增长也放缓，因为劳工运动变得越来越无力。事实上，劳工运动缺乏抵抗可能是导致更加强调自动化的关键原因。即使在相对共享繁荣的时期，许多管理者也倾向于自动化，因为这使他们能够降低劳动力成本并削弱工人的议价能力。一旦来自劳工运动和政府监管的制衡力量减弱，租金共享减少，对自动化的自然倾向就出现了。现在，生产率的列车上的人越来越少。
Worse, without countervailing powers, digital technologies became engulfed in a new digital utopia, elevating the use of software and machinery to empower companies and sideline labor. Digital solutions imposed from above by technology leaders came to be regarded almost by definition to be in the public interest. Yet what most workers got was much more dystopian. They lost their jobs and their livelihoods.
更糟糕的是，没有制衡力量，数字技术被卷入了一个新的数字乌托邦，提升软件和机器的使用，以增强公司实力并边缘化劳动力。技术领导者自上而下强加的数字解决方案几乎被默认为符合公共利益。然而，大多数工人得到的却是更加反乌托邦的结果，他们失去了工作和生计。
There were other ways of developing and using digital technologies. Early hackers, guided by a different vision, pushed the technology frontier toward greater decentralization and out of the hands of large corporations. Several notable successes were based on this alternative approach, even if it remained mostly marginal to the main developments of the tech industry, as we will soon see.
发展和使用数字技术还有其他途径。早期的黑客受不同愿景的指导，推动技术前沿向更大的去中心化发展，远离大型企业的控制。尽管这种方法在科技行业的主要发展中大多处于边缘地位，但还是有一些显著的成功案例，我们很快就会看到。
Hence, the bias of technology was very much a choice, and a socially constructed one. Then things started getting much worse, economically, politically, and socially, as tech visionaries found a new tool to remake society: artificial intelligence.
因此，技术的偏见在很大程度上是一种选择，一种社会构建的选择。随后，随着经济、政治和社会状况的恶化，科技愿景家发现了一种新的工具来重塑社会——人工